nation. It was the beginning of what could be the end, and so we cannot let that end come. We got to keep God first, because without him, nothing is possible. And so the left wants to take it away. Like you just mentioned, they want us to depend on them and not God. And so these people here know it. We know it, and we're not going to let it happen.
Nope. That's why they're here. Another.
All right.
Okay, we better
I'm
go
following
this.
you,
Let's
Brian.
go this way. I just want to make sure we don't get. This ground is a little uneven. I want to make sure we don't fall.
I'm following you until you step in a pothole. Then I'm going around.
Yeah. So I'll be the one that falls, and then you get the heads up on that. This is amazing, though, and like you said, I've never seen a political movement like this, because even when any prior Republican left office, even when Barack Obama, who was the most beloved first African American president ever, duly elected by a majority of white people, even when he left office, you do not remotely see the support.
Absolutely.
I mean,
not.
it's President Trump.
It's President Trump. It's the MAGA movement. It is something that this country has never seen before, and I'm not sure if this country will ever see anything like it ever again. This MAGA movement is so powerful, and that power is just going to keep getting stronger, and it's just amazing to see. I love this little, I guess, a dummy right here.
Well, someone took
you never know what you're going to run into at a Trump rally. Biggest idiot Dems ever nominated. Biden. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Okay, we're walking down a hill now. Let's make sure we're safe and sound.
Let's squeeze through here real quick. All right, this could give good perspective. You can shoot back that way, It's a lot of people out here.
It really is. It's good to see. Like, I feel like this is
right.
a telltale sign of what November is going to be like. It's going to be outstanding, amazing. If this is just a portion of what it's going to look like at the polls,
here's
and if
the
all
deal.
goes well, like it's supposed to go, he's a shoo-in.
If these people show up for Election Day, this election's over.
Yeah.
Just like they showed up in 2020. We all know they showed up in 2020. You just don't see it. I mean,
No.
I use the common sense smell check. At the end of the 2020 election campaign season, I would look around and see massive events like this, and then I would see Joe Biden standing in a middle school gymnasium and a bunch of hula hoops, everyone, together. And I thought to myself, there is no way this guy wins the election. There's no way, because there's no one supports him. After 4 years, I know damn well nobody supports him, and these polling numbers are just skewed. Look, people that are so entrenched in hating Trump, they're never going to vote for Biden, because they can't swallow their pride that they're on the wrong side of truth, to be honest with you, and they're on the wrong side of common sense. So they're going to poll like they are, but I just pray on Election Day some of these people just come to their senses. And vote for the policy, not necessarily the man if they don't like the man for whatever reason, but vote for the policy.
I agree with you. You would think that's what they would vote for to begin with, but some people just don't like mean tweets, and I love them, and I can't get enough of them. So post more, President Trump. We love it, and then all of these people here love it as well. And again, President Trump was in Georgia just a couple of months ago, and Biden was there as well. And if you compared the two events, I mean, it was night and day difference. There was hardly anyone, maybe a couple dozen at Biden's event, and President Trump had an overflow crowd outside because the inside of the arena was standing room only. Couldn't fit any more people inside because it was at max capacity, so they had to set up a screen outside so all of the thousands of people outside could watch President Trump giving his speech. So I think, like you said, these polls, who are they polling? I've never been polled.
I think they know it. I think they know they're getting beat. And so you see the lies or the misinformation being spread harder and harder. They're going to double down on this. I'm still not convinced, to be honest with you, Vanessa, that Joe Biden is your nominee from the Democrat Party because they know he's getting. Look, he can't do this. We all know this. He can't do this. But who else can on the Democrat side? I'm not even sure anybody can at this point.
No, and I agree with you. Who are they going to bring in at this point to compete against President Trump? They just don't have a good lineup, and so that's that. We want to remind you that Birch Gold Group, if you want to save for your future, the economy is tough. Bidenomics is not helping any American families right now. It's just not working. But what is working is gold investments, and you can do that with the Birch Gold Group. Don't let what's happening in our country keep you up at night, give you anxiety about saving money and what your future may look like. That's where the Birch Gold Group comes in. All you have to do, it's very easy. Just text the word Trump to 989898. Someone from the Birch Gold Group will call you and send you a free information kit, and they'll come up with a plan that's just best for you. And look, I know a lot of times, a lot of people right now, Brian, they just don't have a lot to invest. And when they hear investment, they may think, oh, I need thousands or tens of thousands. And that's not the case.
Great point.
You just, if you just want to start out with $100 or $200 or even less, I really don't know how low you can go. But I'm sure even if you don't have much, I'm positive they can help you out. You have to start somewhere. And so let them help you grow your future. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898.
There you go. Excellent point on the investment side. That's a good point. You got to start somewhere.
You have to start somewhere.
Go ahead.
I'm seeing a snowman. I mean, it's cold, but do you see the snowman being brought this way? Is that
bring in? You never know what you're going to find out here.
The things you see.
Yeah. I tell you what, we can walk a little bit up this way if you want to, because I know that once we go inside there, I think we might actually meet the end of the road here. But if you're just not joining us, welcome. We're live here in Pennsylvania. The doors open here shortly. The program actually starts at 5:30. They have speakers beforehand, and then President Trump is scheduled to speak at 7 p.m. So 7 o'clock tonight, President Trump, 5:30 program, and these people are fired up out here as hello, how are we doing? Well, we love you too. I don't know your name, but I love you. All due respect to the husband, probably. It's nice to meet you. Brian, nice to meet you. Why are we here today?
See Trump.
Trump, yeah. First time?
Yeah. Well, no, not the first time. No, just
How bad do we need President Trump in office?
We need him bad. Yeah. We need him bad.
America great again.
Yeah. It's got,
We need
I know. Who would thought we'd get so bad in 3 years? I mean, it's just only been 3 years. I mean, actually got bad in the first 90 days when he reversed all the policies. But I've never seen a nation in decline, and President Trump so accurately defines it as that. It is a nation in decline.
It is. Yes, it is. That's why we're here to support him.
Good. Yeah.
Yes.
We're great. We're having a great time. We can't wait to get in.
Great. Everyone's in line. I mean, this line goes 15 miles that way, and there's people having a good time. They love it. This has got a very much of a. It's got a. I saw somebody on Fox News actually had a reporter out here, and she goes, "It feels like a concert. It feels like a festival. People out here with."
We're a line that's not part of the border.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is the only other line in the country. The first line's the border. Yeah, we're not in Del Rio, Eagle Pass. Well, we appreciate you guys coming out here. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Good job. Good job. Because we're all like-minded.
That is true. We love this country.
Such a comfort to talk to people.
I agree. It is because we all have this common love of country.
And it gives you hope.
It
gives you hope.
That's good. I like that. Go ahead, Vanessa.
All right, I want to show this man here. I love your outfit.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about it.
Thomas of Wales. Danny Thomas, Marlo Thomas, Dave Thomas of Wendy's. They're my distant and past relatives.
Oh, very neat.
Money, and I got the good looks.
Sometimes it happens that way.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I really like the get-up. First time to see President Trump?
No, ma'am. I had seen, I had seen him up in Wilkes-Barre when he was at the Santana Center 2 years ago.
Okay. And so what is it about President Trump you love most?
I love him most. He saved America. He will save America. He will save the world.
And that's absolutely right. He is the man of the people, and he puts America first, but he is the man of the people all over the world. He loves peace. There was peace in this country and also in the world when he was president.
Here. All the accords that he got, peace deals, all the trade deals he got first, that were unheard of. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Allentown.
You are from Allentown. Okay, so Allentown, this is a small area. Do you think this is Trump country?
Absolutely. When you get out of the town. So I truly live in Klecknersville, outside of Bath. After my place burned a week before the lockdown, so I got thrown out in the cold, and I'm in a camper again. Yeah, I lived with Ruthie for a year as a normal house, but yeah, the people are more friendly, they're more rural. You don't see any
Craziness?
right, any crime, any Biden signs.
That's we love Trump USA, and this is where we are here today, and the people here are out in full force. We're glad to see you again. Stay warm, and I'm sure you will in your outfit.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, Brian.
Well, that's, people are coming from all over the country, and I was talking to somebody off camera that was from the South, and so people would drive. I mean, they understand, like, this is what that woman said earlier. We all have the common love for this country, and we all want to basically get out, support the country, support President Trump, and I think it's just a great thing that we're all here today. And if you're just now joining us, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, as we're live here in Pennsylvania, to unpack some of the programming, we're going to transition inside around 4:30 or so, and then we'll do some interviews up there. The program starts at 5:30. Now, this is just my professional opinion here. the mass amount of people they got to get in here, it's a lot. It's going to take a while, I think, to process the security through all these to get people in here. So if that program is delayed some, it would not surprise me. Not saying it's going to, not saying it should. I'm just saying there's a lot of people here, Vanessa.
There are a lot of people here, and you're absolutely right. It depends on how many mags were sent, and if you're unfamiliar with what a mag is, that is what you go through at the airport. It's a security screening, and if they only have 2, they better open the line soon. If they have 5, they may be okay. But it all really depends on just how much security equipment is here. And with a crowd like this, you need more the merrier, so we can get these people in quickly.
Slow down a little bit. We're speed walking at this point, and we're going to miss. But it gives you an idea that when you come out to these rallies, and I love first timers, Vanessa, because when you're a first time rally person, you take all of this in. You go, my goodness, this many people. I remember when Scott, that was with us a couple weeks ago. It was the first rally he had ever been to. And he says, my goodness, this many people show up to, I'm like, yes, this many people show up to a rally. This many people are upset about the direction of our country, and this many people support President Trump.
Yes, and we give you a feel for it when we're here the best we can, and show you the crowds and talk to the people and show you the lines. But it's that energy you feel. You get this renewed energy, like there is hope for America. And so I want you to know that. Take that message here with you today, that there is hope. And when you come out here to these events and you feel that energy, people are ready for November. They're ready for change. They're ready for President Trump to serve another 4 years in office as they chant USA. We'll take a listen in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get. I mean, you don't see anyone rallying behind. Like, what I often wonder, what does the left rally behind? Like, what is the one thing they rally behind? Because you don't see they don't see love of country. You don't see that. But you may see rally behind Ukraine, and we're going to talk a little bit about that here in a little bit as far as the support or lack of support to fund Ukraine. And the truth be told, and we'll talk about this a little bit more inside, but Ukraine is on the brink of collapse. And think about it this way. We have continued to pump in hundreds of billions of dollars into Ukraine. Now we want to put another $60 billion in Ukraine. If a house is on fire, why would you keep putting money in a burning house? Ukraine will collapse, mark my word, in a matter of weeks, not months. When you're putting amputees back on the front line to fight. Think about this for a second. They're literally putting amputees on the front line to fight because they're running out of military age men. How you doing, guys?
Hi.
good to see you. They're running out of military-age guys to fight on the front lines.
Right, and I just don't. I don't have that answer, Brian. Other than it's just chaotic to me that you're right. We're sending billions of dollars over and over and over again to a country that needs more than just money, I believe. I mean, they need help in so many different resources, but America needs that. We talked to our military, our veterans here just earlier, and we have our own
well, that's what I'm
military.
saying. So the Democrats rally behind every other country but this
us,
one.
right.
And I think that's one of the main things that separates us is we love this country. We wish, we want to promote world peace by all means.
It's all
but
common
we shouldn't.
sense, what you should love naturally. We're not I feel like they're forcing these ideas down our throats. They're making up stuff. It's every day. I feel like, are they sitting around a dinner table and thinking, okay, what kind of crazy idea can I come up with for tomorrow? What the right loves, what conservatives love, it's just everyday freedoms. That is common sense freedoms.
Standing up for the Constitution. They don't
Yes.
care about the Constitution. In their opinion, is a working and breathing document that you can change. It's not something that's fixated that you cannot change. That's what they believe, and so that's why they don't really take this country serious.
Yeah.
They want to change They want to. Actually, Barack Obama said it back in 2008. He said we're going to fundamentally change this country. That's what he said in 2008. And I thought to myself, what does he mean by that? You want to fundamentally change this country? I don't understand what that means. I don't want to change anything about this country. I think we're the greatest country on earth, but the left continues to want to just change everything. So,
Yes.
all right.
Not for the good either.
No, not for the good. All right, just on the other side of 4 o'clock here, local time, just to unpack some stuff here. We got, of course, the gates are slowly opening, I would imagine. That's what's, it's going to take a while to process everybody. If you're just now joining us,
Oh, what's up, bro?
We're live in Pennsylvania. We're on the ground.
Hello.
What's that? Latinos for Trump. Let's talk about that. Now, I heard, and you live in the area, right?
I'm up in the area. I'm also known as Freedom Jesse on social media.
Okay, Freedom Jesse, tell me this. I heard that this county has one of the highest per capita population of Latinos in this county, in the state. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Tell me what the status is as far as Latinos for Trump. I mean,
So here's the situation. So as hardworking Americans, a lot of the Latino community has actually moved forward and realized that we need America, that we want to protect our borders, that we want to make sure that America is safe. So I believe that today is no longer about a culture division. It is about, are you a patriot? You want your country safe? You want to have lower gas prices? Do you want to have things going for your family? You want to feel safe? And so that's why the community, the Latino community, the black community, are moving forward to support President Donald Trump.
Yeah, I was with President Trump at Chick-fil-A the other day in Atlanta, and it was on a predominantly black college right there in Atlanta. Overwhelming support. His numbers are way up from what they were in 2020.
I served as a police officer with the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm a businessman, and I know that my business flourished in the 4 years that President Trump was in charge. Unlikely when President Biden came aboard, our business actually almost went out of business because things got so expensive.
What should President Trump do on day one?
He should reverse anything that President Biden did and should secure the border and should start putting America first, which I believe he will do.
We've talked to a lot of people that immigrated to this country legally. They're very upset at the ones that seem like they just jumped the head of the line and came in illegally and they got all the benefits. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I believe that like every other country wants to secure their border, we need to secure ours. And if you need to come here because of asylum or anything like that, you need to go through the proper channels. Otherwise, we're going to have
I have to do it in your
chaos
window
and we're gonna
settings
have
now
anarchy.
too, because yours owner probably changed it in the window settings.
Cost of living here in Pennsylvania. Tell me about it.
It's expensive. I mean, today I have a family of 8 people living in my house. My daughter lives back with us because she cannot afford to live on her own. And to go shop, it used to cost me $400 to $500 4 or 5 years ago. Today it costs us $1,000.
Are you so quiet? Hello?
It has certainly gone up.
Well, I hope everyone shows up on election day because they always say, let's swarm the polls. Let's make it too big.
Hopefully they don't cheat. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be honest.
Yeah. How's your governor doing, by the way?
I don't. No comments on that one.
I mean, I really have not kept up. We can keep walking.
You're so
I haven't
quiet,
kept up
though.
with
There's no way that you're
what
there's no way
the
that you're
state is as far
hyperactive,
as your
like,
governor's doing. I know
gotta
it
be
was,
like your
I was a Capitol policeman in Harrisburg,
Other mic.
and I was there when Rendell was there. honestly, I don't know what they're doing for the state, but certainly I was part of the Latino convention. I was one of the speakers of the Latino convention, and it became more of a democratic Latino convention. It was politically driven. So I don't see them doing much for the state. I think that they need to change. The Pennsylvania needs to really go back to its roots of looking out for Pennsylvanians, and that's not happening.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate
your
it.
hyper accent
Very
talk.
well spoken there on the Latinos here in this area.
We're just getting breaking news here to the RSBN studio, Brian, about
But you're muted. You muted the HyperX.
Iran launching an attack against Israel. That has just occurred. Iran has
Yeah,
launched
so I
an
can still
attack
hear you,
against
so it's not
Israel
coming through your
using
HyperX, so it's
dozens
coming
of
through your
drones, we're told.
other headphones.
So here we go. Buckle up on the brink of World War III.
Yeah, this
we
is
knew
why I
it would
hate
happen,
Windows.
and it has
It
definitely
does,
taken
it just
place.
happens to be every time I log in. This is why it's such a pain.
That
Every
is
time I log
something
in, I have
that
to do this.
if you remember, this time last week, the U.S. State Department released a warning that an attack on U.S. or Israeli forces was imminent. Well, if you watch the news this morning, and
Check
we
the
got
Windows
U.S.
settings, right?
warships
Like the
that
actual
were right
Windows
there
sound
on the
setting?
Strait of Hormuz, moving in that area. It does not surprise
Did it
me
change
at
your
all
Discord
what
setting?
you just read. And let's read it one more time because I know that we were walking and talking. I want to make sure we get this straight. Go ahead.
Iran has launched an attack against Israel using dozens of drones. So that attack has taken place right now. Just remember, President Biden has sent billions of dollars to Iran recently. So yeah, an attack against Israel, one of our best allies.
Okay, now let me stop you right there. We have a bill right now is in the House to fund Israel and Ukraine, and what really has been going on is a game of politics because they want to include funding to Ukraine with this funding package to Israel, and they instead of separating it, because I really think it's two separate interests there. Many people do not want to fund Ukraine, but they're trying to basically piggyback it on the back of this Israel funding package. This is huge news. This is what's been going on this Biden watch. So not only do we have a conflict in Ukraine with Russia, and we've got a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine essentially. But now you have a potential conflict, and it's been going on for a while. But
Mic check.
Now we are on the verge of World War III. President talks about
Okay, I think that's
what, and that Joe Biden's foreign policy has been non-existent.
Hello?
You can go back and look over 40-plus year
Wait, no, I can't
career.
fucking hear
It's
you.
been horrible, and this is another example of it.
What'd you do?
Oh,
I'm
okay,
just,
that's why.
While you're talking, I'm listening. But
Okay,
my
now I
thoughts
can
and
hear
prayers
you.
are definitely
Can you
going
hear
out
me
to,
right?
the people of Israel.
Okay.
This all is nonsense.
That's what I do every time I log in.
It's this fucking Steel series. The Steel series is what's fucking everything
and if
up.
President Trump was in
Yeah.
office, this would not
I
be
might just
happening
uninstall.
right now. But this is actually happening right now. Again, thoughts
I-
and
I-
prayers
I
to the
think
people
last
of
time I was doing
Israel,
it, I think
one
that
of
might
the
be my
United
problem
States'
too, is
biggest
Steel series.
allies.
I think it overrides the Windows
It's,
setting.
it's very
Yeah.
unfortunate to see that we have talked about this for months, and people need to wake up. A man
Yeah,
that we were
whatever, it's good
interviewing
now, so
earlier
that's all that matters.
mentioned, we are in a nation.
until the next time you
was a
log in, it
veteran.
does it
We are
again.
in a nation
Yeah.
so worried about what bathroom.
Dude, there's so many people at that thing, bro.
Yeah, that line is way too long.
It's insane.
Like, we're told the building could fit an infinite number of people. Like, dude, the building couldn't fit a quarter.
I thought didn't you guys say it was outdoors?
Is it outdoors? If it's outdoors, then they can.
I think it's outdoors.
But that's what the media wants you to see every day. We have real problems.
There's like thousands of
in this
people
country,
there.
and we have real
If
problems
it's like in the building,
in this world,
there's no
and you
chance.
need to pay attention because
Yeah.
the mainstream will talk about it a little bit
I mean,
tonight, and
honestly,
then they'll brush it off. But people are
you could
dying
probably-
and
you could-
losing
you could
their lives, and it
see-
won't be long, Brian. We're going to be sending our brave
could
men
see
and
the
women
rally
overseas
from the
to
rooftop
fight this
of
crap that should not
El
be taking
Tri-C.
place right now.
Yeah, I just got a couple buddies that.
How do you know that?
Messaged
How
me
do you know that?
just to confirm that Iran
If you
has
know what I
a
mean.
Yeah.
control. But this is what.
Oh, okay.
Because
I know what you mean. Okay.
This is a world.
Get
of
'em,
chaos.
get 'em, brother, get 'em.
And if you
I was
think
so-
at
I
all
was scouting.
that this
Oh, okay,
would
good.
still be going
No,
on
because-
if President Trump was in
from-
office, then
from-
apparently you don't know President Trump.
From like, what
This
we
is
were at the
serious business.
Shanksville
This is
area
what,
last year, and
in
you
my
could see,
opinion,
like,
okay,
you could see the RC buildings
this is
from there.
where
Okay. Oh,
the
that's
election
cool.
becomes not about the southern border
No.
now. It doesn't even become about the economy. It becomes about sending our sons and daughters over to the Middle East to fight a war against Iran. And we do this whole military complex thing all over again. And this is so overwhelmingly unpopular with the base of any involvement with this. But this is also timing on the FISA, because what they kept telling you is if they don't have the FISA renewed, if it doesn't get renewed and get extended, that we're going to lose the ability to basically, make sure that terrorists don't attack our country. So the timing of this is a little suspect, because this is exactly when they're going to say, see, we need to make sure we can, we have the authorization to spy on potential terrorists. This is our country right now. This is a country in decline, as President Trump often says, and it really does worry me, because if you're in the military right now and you're watching what's going on and you have someone like Joe Biden in the White House, it would scare me that I'm going to get involved in a war in the Middle East that doesn't necessarily reflect or affect anyone here. I'm not saying that the nation of Israel doesn't have a direct, relation to us, but this is just another war that we're going to get dragged into.
Absolutely, and I wish I was a fly on the wall in the Situation Room right now, and it's just like a scene out of Dumb and Dumber, a clown show of
That's good.
Some people who are sitting around a table. I don't know, what do I do next? This is what is running our country.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot to talk about today. Obviously, when we get inside here in about 15 minutes.
We'll keep you updated on the situation. We'll be watching our feeds as new information comes in. But pray for the people of Israel. Pray for our country. Pray for our world, because there's a lot of chaos going on. People are losing their lives. Children. Look what happened. That mall shooting that happened. We'll talk about that a little later on, where I think a 9-year-old has been injured. It's terrible to see kids getting injured in these attacks, families being ruined, and if you think you're safe, think again, because they're coming after us, and with the open border and terrorists in our country and running wild and rampant, and we don't know where they are, they're going to be where you least expect it. So always keep your head on a swivel.
When you have Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, telling everybody about how important it is right now to secure and make sure we don't have any terrorists in this country, I'm going to say, well, we've had the southern border wide open for 3 years. We know they're coming in this country. We're just not stopping them. I do want to talk about our friends over at OFP Farms. Now, we've had these guys with us on the broadcast before. It is some fabulous products, and it is made with quality goat milk products, which it was new to me.
I remember the first conversation you had. You thought it was actually milk that you drank. Right?
I was really like, this is new to me, having goat milk products, but what I understand, it does produce some of the best lotions and moisturizer stuff for your skin. So, for someone who needs all the moisturization on my skin as possible, I definitely need to check these guys out. But every product is made with premium ingredients in small batches to maintain the quality. And the OPF Farms is a patriotic, America first, God first based company. Now, you can just stop right there. Whatever you're selling after that phrase, you're buying.
Absolutely, because they're America first, they're God first, they're patriots just like me and you. So go support this company. Great
so that Al Jazeera got video.
The ladies love it, the men love it. I hear all the time people just talking about
UFO crafts.
The different products they get from there and how much they love
so
it. And how
apparently
much
there's a bunch
it
of
does
them,
for their skin.
according to Al Jazeera, there's a bunch of them stationed above Israel that's shooting down missiles.
And damaged skin.
So the United States actually is unveiling the actual tech.
I've looked in the mirror several times. I definitely need this. I will be jumping on this website. I don't have any yet. Go check it out. Don't forget to use the promo code.
But that's crazy,
The information's on your screen. Look, if you're in, it's kind of predominantly female.
That's what there's video on Al Jazeera of it, which that's crazy.
Skincare products. But guys out there, we gotta make sure our skin's moisturized as well.
You know what I started doing, and this is perfect for this company. I started buying products, and they don't have to be very expensive. They can be inexpensive. So maybe you can go buy they have like individual soaps or lotions on there. Maybe buy 5 or 10 of them, and just keep them at their house. And of course, use it for yourself. But I keep things like this, Brian. So like if I'm going to lunch with a girlfriend, I'll bring her like a little gift, or hey, I got this from one of our sponsors. This is for you, and let them try it out. And you don't know how much that means to friends whenever I show up at lunch or dinner or just going to their house or whatever, and I bring them
it's uncomfortable.
And I love it. It makes their day. So that's also a great idea. This is a great company for that. If you're having a girls' night or a girls' weekend or a bachelorette party,
That's it.
Bring me all the things for skincare,
And you'll take it.
have that
Okay,
one
before
too,
we
just in
walk up to the
case.
front, we're going to go in here in a few minutes. I do want to read a tweet here. This is from Colin Rugg.
Yeah,
Breaking Iran
yes,
has launched an
correct.
attack against Israel with dozens of drones, according to Axios. Now, President Biden was even forced to cut his vacation this weekend short and has returned to the White House. Shortly before the attack, Israeli Defense Forces announced a state of alert notifying all schools and education institutions would be closed. So,
President Biden, we're sorry you had to cut your vacation
Yeah.
short while there is war going on overseas. We're so sorry you had to get out from underneath your umbrella on the beach with your lawn chair out, reading your book. That's very unfortunate, but you shouldn't even be on vacation.
Yeah.
We have crisis on our homeland, on our own turf. We have crisis abroad. We have crisis all over this world. Why are you on vacation so much? Go to work.
yeah, okay.
And that's my 2 cents.
There we go. All right, let's keep walking ahead. We're going to go
Stay
in
at work.
At the bottom of the hour, we're going to transition inside and maybe cut to a. We've got a great interview or a great press conference
I'm mad
yesterday.
at cutting my vacations short.
Well, when you get up to be 183, you need to have all the vacations you need. How you doing? So this attack does not surprise me. The timing does not surprise me. When the U.S. State Department comes out and warns that an attack is imminent in the next week or so, and then it was doubled down today in the next 48 hours, and then here we have a late afternoon here on the East Coast when you have something happen that does this. None of this surprises me at all about what is going on with Israeli forces and under the attack from Iran. And this is something that all America should pay attention to, because this once again gets us dragged in to another military involvement and this conveyor belt of money going straight to Ukraine. That's your tax dollars. Speaker Johnson right now is still pledged to basically send another $60 billion to Ukraine. So that is in addition to what we've already sent. So once again, you've got this aid package held up for Israeli forces and an aid package waiting for Ukraine. And that's something that I think a lot of Americans that have paid extraordinary taxes, high taxes, this is not what they want right now. They don't want their tax dollars going over to fight all these foreign wars. And I think that's something that we all need to think about the next time we go to the voting booth in November, because
Israel has
not
to
only is
go.
this country up for a vote, but really world peace is up for a vote as well. That's exactly what's
It
happening.
really is. Absolutely it is. Thank goodness for the vendors out here, Brian, because I bought the last scarf just now.
About the last car. Hey, let's turn it. Let's
It's
flip this
cold
around.
out
Gives
here.
you a view of kind of where we've been. It kind of goes down the hill that way, and then of course the parking lot to my left, your right. All the cars. That the line kind of snakes around that way as well. Just a beautiful. Turned out to be a beautiful day here in Pennsylvania.
really
a
is.
little cool and windy for my taste, but the
Yeah,
sun's
Jared
out.
said Jared's
Good
on the
people in
rooftop
Pennsylvania,
watching,
and I'm not just saying
overlooking.
that because they're looking at me right now. They're great people in Pennsylvania.
Right.
They will come out in force for this. Every time we've done a rally in Pennsylvania, it has been a massive turnout.
That's because Pennsylvania kicks ass.
All right, what he said.
And that guy is correct right there. Right on cue. I like that. Pennsylvania. How you doing? Doing all right? We having a good time?
How long have you been standing in
I
line?
was just going to ask him, how long you been standing in line?
Since I don't know how long we've been standing. 1 o'clock, yeah.
Too bad. 3.5 hours.
Yeah, 3.5.
All right, we're just bending our knees a little bit so we don't pass out. We're doing that. Doing some squats over here.
We're holding each other up. When we get inside, I don't know.
You'll be good. What should President Trump do on day one when he gets in the office?
Build the wall.
Turn everything around.
Wait, get
Really
stuff
build
on
the
here
wall,
we
turn
can
everything
push
around here.
forward.
I'd say go after the deep state, but that's.
Well, I think he has plans for that. And when people say, "What is the deep state?" I'm like, the deep state, the very people who spied on President Trump's
He got off
campaign,
the same time
spied
you
on,
did.
still are, and of course the FISA being renewed, they still will. They'll spy on all of us, by the way. But you know what? If they want to spy on anybody in Congress, they got to contact them and say, "Hey, we're gonna spy on you." But if they spy on you, me, or all of
Second
us, they can do it
Revolutionary
without
War,
telling
yeah.
us. That is not right. And God bless some of our Congress people that actually voted against that. And but anyway, you're about to get in, I promise you, before we know it. you know, that's interesting when they say the deep state. People that aren't familiar, and there's a lot of people watching this right now, Vanessa, they go, well, who is the deep state? And the deep state is that kind of layer in our government that the rules, the policies don't apply to them.
All right. So let's see. What are you watching?
The live stream.
Oh, there's Brian.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
So you were watching us before we walked up.
Yeah,
What's your name?
William.
Thank you.
William. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Schnecksville.
Right here in Schnecksville. How old are you?
12.
Is this your first Trump rally?
Yes. Yes, it
how
is.
excited are you?
Very.
Tell me how much you love Trump. If he's watching right now, what do you have to say to him?
That he's one of the best American presidents. Yeah.
If not the best, right?
Yes, the best. Yeah.
So what do you love most about him?
He's not liberal. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he's not liberal. So that just pretty much sums it all up all together. So we're not going to just go down the list. We'll just say because he's not liberal. What grade are you in?
6th.
6th grade. So good to have you out here. Thanks for watching RSBN. Thanks for being a fan of President Trump. And when you turn 18, right? Don't forget to go vote.
Yeah.
That's going to be his birthday present. Getting registered. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Patriots
No
standing
telling
by.
by the time he gets to vote who that person is. Because what does the Republican Party look like when President Trump is not around? Like, say he serves his 4 years. He can't obviously run again.
I worry about that all the time, Brian.
No, it's a question that a lot of us need to really think about, because what does the Republican? How are you doing, sweetheart? Doing all right? First rally. Okay, I'm going to talk to the first rally. First rally.
My aunt is in Florida watching you right now.
Okay, what's your aunt's name?
Jane and Dan.
Jane and Dan? Where do they live in Florida?
The Villages.
The Villages. We've been to the Villages many times. So we've had events there with Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and we've all kind of been down there. Villages, they got to love Trump down there, right?
They do. They do. Yeah. My parents are there too.
What's the Trump doing on day one?
Reversing everything that Biden did.
Close the border. So
Drill.
drill, baby, drill. I know that President Trump often watches this broadcast on his way down, and so by now he knows what to do.
Okay.
Reverse everything that Joe Biden put in play.
Then you
Close
go
the border.
to the website
Drill,
and
baby,
download it.
drill. Right, and drain the swamp. Deep state. I can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree on that. All right, I don't know where we're at this point in the line right here. Iris, how you doing? We're out here having fun. Yes, ma'am. Good to love you.
We love you. Thank you.
All right, so
Thank you.
We're up here. Thank you very much. You know, these are the people that have probably been here like all day, like literally from this morning, because news reporters. We're not fake news. I look funny. Do I look? What? Go get him. Go get him. Okay, now hang on a second. Hang on. This is a
Brad loves this stuff right here. We need to make sure.
No, this actually gives. This is called Freedom Water. It's called Freedom 2.0. This says drink this water or move to Canada is what it says. So you got to drink this water or move to Canada. So hey, what's your name? Where you from?
Outfit, bro. It is on point.
Dude, the people are wearing these.
How many beers have you drank today?
I don't drink, sir.
They wore their
This is
best,
sober.
bro.
Ludicrous. I'm like,
This
how dare
show
you.
just gets better and better, doesn't it?
I did 10 years in prison.
This show gets even better. This is great, isn't it? What? Hang on a second. Hang on. Pose it. He's been doing this all day.
Entertaining us all day.
Shanksville
His
is
name,
great.
His name is Danny.
So Danny is the man, apparently. He's been. What time did Danny get here today?
Well, we've been in line since 1.
Okay, he's been in line since 1 o'clock. Is this Danny's first Trump rally?
I'm thinking it probably his last.
They're all acting
Probably.
like they're
No,
from Canada.
About Trump. Okay. He's the best, man. Okay. He did the best that he could do from people that he had to go forward on.
I agree. So for the first,
If you got some shit in the back, if you got some shit behind you,
Indeed.
you can't say I did it, right?
well, for the first 2 years. Hang on a
He
second.
had been in office for 5 years.
Hey, Danny, hang on a second. For the first 2 years, he had a Congress that wasn't working with him.
Fucking water. My mouth is dry.
You can have
Oh
it
no,
if you want
he's saying Trump didn't do enough.
to. You ain't taking my
They're
water.
mad at him.
Danny, I love
He's
you,
here
man.
to motivate Trump to do more.
He's
That's
good.
what he's saying.
Danny's on stage
Yeah,
until
he's
9 o'clock
all fired
tonight.
up
Buy your
back there.
tickets. Tip your waitresses. Danny will be here. He's a great guy. Right. I love you too, Danny. There we go.
Hey, you need some guy in a kilt.
Let me tell you something, Vanessa.
He's like, yeah. He's like,
we meet a lot of people
it's
out
horrible
here.
there. There's so many
We just
crime,
met the craziest Trump supporter I think we've seen so far.
Never met anyone
bad culture.
like Danny.
I
think Danny likes
that.
to put on a show.
I can tell.
No, wait, he just literally
I
pulled
thought this was gonna be the
pause. He's
front
like,
of the
criminals. A lot of criminals
We got to
in
go
there.
all the
Still
way
walking.
around. Okay,
God,
so we're
brother.
probably minutes away from tossing to a commercial and going back inside. And we're probably about 2 minutes away, actually. And let's...
yeah, but...
We do want to make sure everyone's following us on social media. Vanessa, how can they follow you?
You can follow
This is
me
not
on
very
Truth
inspiring.
Social, very easy, at Vanessa, Vanessa. That's on Truth Social. I'm also on Instagram.
I know it'd be funny.
At
Yeah.
Vanessa Broussard News. And then you can also find me on X, Vanessa Broussard, formerly Twitter, but now X under Elon Musk.
I still call it Twitter. I can't get over it.
Yeah, it is what
so
it is.
Stupid.
Yes.
Just the name alone.
So yes, Truth Social, Instagram, X, I am there. So yeah, please give me a follow today. Yeah. And I also posted earlier, Brian, as we head into May on X, that you know what I'm ready for?
What?
A good Trump boat parade. So I basically
How far does this line
put it
go?
out there today on X. Let me know if you're hosting one, or if you have one in the works.
Yeah,
we need to know
It's
about
like
a good
beyond
Trump
huge.
boat
It goes
parade.
around like the entire...
multiple times.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally just literally just snakes.
It like goes back
here.
towards like the game preserve.
Thank you. No, we love Pennsylvania. Thanks for having us.
So if you've been with us from the beginning, you may be a little dizzy right now because we have
The guy
gone
was like, if all these people
around and around and around.
and I'm like, dude, at
Good,
best
good,
you have
good.
like 1,000 or 2 people there.
This is something else. I don't even
That's
sure where
definitely
we're
a couple
So
thousand
I'm going to
people.
tell you something. I
Like,
come
you don't
from
know what, like,
Texas.
millions of
Brian,
people
you
look
do
like.
too. And I
There's not a
have
lot of
seen our
people.
men
Yeah.
in Texas love to lift their trucks, right?
Oh yeah,
I have never seen a truck lifted
yeah.
as what we're about to show you. So stay with us for
Thank
that
you.
because that
Thank
is
you.
one.
No, it's not.
How do you even get up there? Ladders?
don't
Has
know.
to
Just
be.
a normal truck.
No,
Oh.
that's we're
It's
probably
lifted
Might have
up
to try.
that
I
high.
might have to get up there and
Yeah,
try
they
this
have
out
to.
in a little bit, Brian.
Why not? How you guys doing? You're watching us online. Thank you very much. You know, it's amazing when you walk by all these thousands of people, and there's a lot of people watching us right now. They're watching us live. This is the one way they can stay in touch with what's going on. This has got, so we can technically say, so if you guys have watched us at home, we started this a long time ago, about an hour and a half ago. We've walked the entire
John, help
line.
me with my Destiny build.
And I would imagine even right now, it's even longer than it was from when we started at 3 o'clock here local time.
Brian, I want to get up on this truck.
You take your Xbox and you throw it out the window. Step one.
How are they doing this? Let me like.
They have
Real hard.
a step.
Make sure it hits the ground.
It's like a little elevator of
If
sorts.
Vanessa wants to get in the truck,
Yeah.
then well, I guess we'll get in the
And
truck.
then your Destiny
So take a
builds
look at this
will
truck.
Never be a problem after you do that. Can promise.
Okay.
How lifted?
Good,
This
like-
is automotive welding
solid
DNC. Who owns this truck? Zach's on the phone. Okay. He's on the phone with his mom
the
right
new
now.
wave defense mode activity is actually a lot of fun.
Zach,
And it's,
we're with Right Side
legend
Broadcasting
version of
Network.
it
No. I saw
is
your truck
Challenging to the point that
from
like
way back there.
the problem with
I was
Destiny
telling our
lately is
viewers that I'm from
to be
Texas,
crazy
and in
is crazy
Texas, our men
powerful
love to
build.
lift their trucks, but I've never
Like,
seen
this,
a
like,
truck
crazy,
lifted
like,
this high.
ability, like,
Texas is
chain
always
different
bigger than
things and, like,
Pennsylvania. We're just trying to bring the South north.
make really,
There
really
you go.
cool
That's not a
combinations.
bad
But
idea. Yes, if you could do that, then
bad
Pennsylvania would be in good
difficulty
shape. Do
never
you get
calls
this
for
thing
it.
down the road like this?
And, like, and
I
then, like,
do not. It is not
the
street
activity
legal.
that it
It's
does
only for
call for like
off-road
the
use
hardest
only.
tier things in the game.
What if
are so
I wanted
hard
to?
that like you just
Yeah.
literally have to use
Brian,
the
I
meta
told you
things
I wanted to.
do
Here we
it,
go,
or
everybody. You're
not
gonna come
have
with
a good
me.
time. But this activity is like
Do not try this
challenging,
at home, ladies and
but in, like,
gentlemen.
a
So I just
middle
climb
way
on
where,
up.
Like you have the leeway
Oh, boy.
to do weird builds and stuff. So people are like, it's just so much fun. And, like that density, like
There we go. Dear life. Okay.
builds, you could use it to their maximum
Smile.
potential. Like every single like so. I'm excited now.
over
So I'm
and
going
then
and I'm
have
doing
fun.
like
Oh, okay.
all the different subclasses I never play.
How tall is this? How high am I right
I
now?
never do stasis
To the roof
warlock
rack,
or
it's 11
anything,
feet.
or strand
11
warlock.
feet in the air. Can we get a
I have
wide
a few
shot of
Titan
this?
builds I
This
wanna
is a
try. There's-
massive truck.
There's a Titan
So
chest
what
plate
made
nobody
you,
uses.
when you off-road,
That if you get a
I need
charged
details
melee
because we do a
kill,
lot of off-roading
like,
in Texas too. So as you
detonates
bring
all
the
the ads
south
around you,
north,
and no
how
one ever
fun
used
is
it
this
'cause
to
it was
off-road in?
terrible. But
It's unbelievable. It's like riding a roller coaster in your own backyard.
And no
it's
one
incredible.
still uses
you
it,
never have an adrenaline rush until you
one
go
enemy, it'll
off-roading.
kill every enemy in the room.
And so I bet you get a lot of attention in this thing.
And so with that density, it's like, that might be a really good thing.
It's been built for about 2 years now. We use it a lot for the off-roading industry, but we also raise money for kids with cancer and autism with it.
Very good. That's what I want to talk to you about. So how can people help you out with that?
If they can follow us on our Instagram and Facebook, and when we go to events, if they can show the support and do donations to like cancer fundraiser and autism, we're always trying to make kids smile and make dreams come true.
What's interesting about that
How can they follow you on Instagram? What's your handle?
We have QR codes on the front of the truck. You can follow us at Carnage Mega
really
Truck.
good. It's not.
That's the truck's name.
Crazy good for like.
Or you can follow me at Zachary Elbert.
A lot of
we're connected with all social media.
Come
come out to certain events. You can watch us jump the truck and play in the mud and just make kids' dreams come true.
This is one I want to try out.
All right. Well, I'm going to play around on this big bad boy because I'm not sure if I want to get down just yet. So while I do that, make sure you go follow them on Instagram, on all social media platforms. Help the kids with cancer, right? That's what they do. So it looks all fun. They go off-roading. They have a great time in the mud. They're having a great time here today. But at the end of the day, they do serve a great cause as well and help them meet their goals and helping the children in our country who are suffering from cancer. Okay, well, I have fun on this big bad boy. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to go inside as well, and we'll be right back here with you live from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Great time out here. We'll see you right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Number go down.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say.
I'm playing through the late game.
In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day.
So I'm building.
We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life,
but it needs
and
a bunch of
other important events.
Chips. But the problem is, if you half build it, you lose the component chips, which is like my entire Navy. But you don't have the new big ship, so you're just kind of fucked. So we're going to see how that goes. And it's costing like at least 1 million alloys.
Hold on.
Is it like, do you need technologies to research?
Oh, breaking news, breaking news. Barack Ravid.
It takes time to
breaking news from Barack Ravid. Is this true? I don't know. He is a good source. Barack Ravid posted a senior Israeli official told me the Iranian attack includes hundreds of attack drones. Again, Barack Ravid, he is an Israeli reporter. He is a good, reliable source. He says a senior Israeli official told me the Iranian attack includes hundreds of attack drones. Hundreds of attack drones. Now, again, these would, in theory, take hours to reach Israel. But that is a new report I just saw.
The higher tier of that, which is each of those is like 200,000.
One of our viewers said they could send so many that that hope that like for them they hope some would get through. Whoa! Unconfirmed video. Unconfirmed video.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just
Jimmy Rushton posted this and says visual confirmation of Iranian suicide drones flying over Iraq at extremely low altitudes on their way to targets in Israel. I'm going to post unconfirmed.
It's like 5 moons and 2 or 3 planets. We're going to find out.
Okay, let's watch this. Supposedly, this is video of a drone flying over Iraq.
And, yeah, it's insane. It's completely insane.
Wow. So I can't confirm that's legit. Jimmy Rushton, he is a good source. I follow him. Whoa. Michael Horowitz, I just saw a report from Michael Horowitz who says drones were also launched from Yemen towards Israel per Iran state TV. So we've heard reports that in addition, I don't know if it's true, we've heard reports that in addition to Iran launching drones from their own territory, there's reports that they've been launched from Yemen, where Iran, supports the Houthis and presumably can tell the Houthis what to do, and also from Western Iraq, where Iran would presumably tell Iranian-supported militias what to do. So it is not surprising to me if we hear that there's drones launched from Iranian proxy groups in various countries around Israel and closer to Israel than Iran is. Have any been launched from, say, Lebanon, right on the Israeli border? That I don't know.
Like, what do I want to do? What kind of combo zone to use?
Okay, this is from BBC's Shayan Sardarizadeh. Iran State TV just read a breaking statement by the Revolutionary Guard Corps in which the IRGC confirmed the launch of dozens of drones and missiles against specific targets in Israel. Are there missiles launched? I haven't heard missiles were launched by anyone else than the Iranian government is saying missiles were launched. Israel has not said that missiles were launched. I don't have that from another source, but Shayan Sardarizadeh with BBC says on Iranian state TV, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps says they have launched dozens of drones and missiles against specific targets in Israel. Update. Breaking news. Haaretz. Israeli security services estimate first wave of drones to reach Israel at 2 a.m. Israel time. It is currently 11:40 p.m. Israel time.
Immune to all damage.
Haaretz.
Was like one of the
Israeli security services estimate first wave of drones to reach Israel at 2 a.m. Israel time. Current Israel time is 11:40
There's no way. This must be like the hardest right there. They're like it's either like the hardest right there put out, or they just like we're just gonna slaughter it. I don't think there's any in between.
Yes.
I'm guessing you're just gonna slaughter it because they're giving everybody crazy guns and shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
sounds like they're trying to make it easier.
Unless the ad density is just going to be so insane.
So breaking news. This is breaking news. Again, Haaretz reports that Israeli security services
they said months ago they wanted
the first wave of drones to reach Israel at 2 a.m. local time, which would be in 2 hours and 19 minutes. Also, Reuters reports Jordan's air defense is ready to intercept any Iranian drones or aircraft that violate its airspace, regional security service sources say. Now, look,
I feel like it'd be less exciting, but then
if these drones are going towards Israel from Iran and perhaps Iraq, you would think they might go through Jordan, or maybe they would maybe they're going to send them through Syria. Syria might be more friendly towards these drones coming over them than Jordan would, or Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is an enemy of Iran, so they're not going to want the drones to fly over, presumably. So I wonder if the drones aren't going to be sent over Syria, or through Syria, or through Lebanon.
Dude, I've never used it before, the Wanderer.
So that's one unconfirmed report saying that the drones have about 2 hours and 20 minutes to start getting there. Breaking news! Times of Israel. Footage shows Iranian Shahed 136 drone flying over Iraq en route to Israel. Unbelievable. Footage circulating on social media. Well, it purports to show. We don't have, this is not confirmed. I showed you that video already, I think. Footage circulating on social media purports to show an Iranian Shahed 136 drone flying over Iraq amid Iran's attack on Israel. Iran has launched dozens of drones at Israel, which are expected to take several hours to reach the country, officials have said. Wow. Unbelievable. And let me remind you, Barack Ravid had reported, in case you missed this. Oh, by the way, the White House confirms the attack. Barack Ravid says White House spokesperson Adrienne Watson, White House National Security spokesperson Adrienne Watson. Iran has begun an airborne attack against Israel. President Biden is being regularly updated on the situation by his national security team and will meet with them this afternoon at the White House. His team is in constant communication with Israeli officials as well as other partners and allies. The attack is likely to unfold over a number of hours. Again, this attack is likely to unfold over a number of hours because it takes hours for the drones to get to Israel. We have not heard that Iran has launched missiles, which could get to Israel much faster. We have not heard that any missiles were launched by Iran. President Biden has been clear. Our support for Israel's security is ironclad. The United States will stand with the people of Israel and support their defense against these threats from Iran. I believe this is the first time ever Iran will have attacked Israeli territory from Iranian territory. Wow. It's really a historic event, this going on. Crazy. And let me also again show you this in case you missed it. A senior Israeli official told me, says Barack Ravid, a senior Israeli told me the Iranian attack includes hundreds of attack drones. Now, if there end up being some interceptions over Israel, we will know that because there will be reports of like explosions in the sky. I already showed you one report which makes sense that says Israel and its allies would try to be shooting down the drones not over Israeli airspace before they get to Israel. Okay? We are bringing you.
Did you cash out any of your money yet?
I'm just trying to get you the latest updates.
Okay, that's pretty good. How much did you make then?
Israel is closing its airspace at 12:30 a.m. in 45 minutes.
That's good. Now when it crashes back to like 0, buy more.
I turned 1 and a 3, so I'd make 2. What?
I said when it crashes back to 0, buy more.
Security Council.
Well, here's the thing. I'm like, it did the peak and crash.
It's going to last for days, but there is an expectation
in March, and it went back down to 12.
Because of
and so it went from like it went 20 then down to 12,
this is
then
going
up to 24, right?
Several hours. It's almost midnight
now
in Israel.
It's going down.
That means that this could stretch into the pre-dawn
So
hours. It will be very interesting
to
see
below
whether
12,
it lasts longer than that. Of course,
really
there's a very distinct possibility that Israel
here,
then decides to
rally and go higher than
retaliate for this retaliation. And then we could really be off to the races in terms of an expanded conflict, but we aren't there yet. Jessica, we have been talking about this Iranian retaliation for almost 2 weeks now, since Israel struck that alleged consulate, the Iranian building in Damascus, and killed 7 members of the Revolutionary Guard, including one of their senior-most commanders, who was in charge of the Syria and the Lebanon theaters. And so we knew this retaliation was coming, and there was all kinds of speculation about what...
Yeah, I mean, they telegraphed it. They openly said that they were going to do it.
I don't know any charts where you can really zoom.
Here,
I don't
more
think you
updates.
can zoom in on Robinhood charts.
Fitux News says, breaking, Iranian drones began crossing Iraqi airspace and approached Syria and Jordan. The missile attack will begin soon. Iranian sources tell Iran's semi-official Fars new
10 grand in right now, I mean, you could like 5x it.
So, did he say alleged consulate?
Ability that Israel will then retaliate against Iran itself. Now, this could have also been predicted because the attack that Israel carried out against that building in Damascus was carried out from Israeli soil. So what we're seeing here, I think, is a very calculated, very calibrated, but very significant retaliation by Iran. And Iran has been doing, I think, a pretty good job at telegraphing what its intentions are. The United States, a variety of European countries, Arab countries, in the days leading up to
coverage that I'm not expecting.
Telling Iran, do not escalate this conflict. But at the same time, there was a recognition that Iran would have to
sure?
respond to that attack last week.
100%.
They would have to save face. But
never been more sure of anything in my life, Jared.
There is no real sense
I
that
appreciate
Iran
it. I'll take your advice. I will
widen
pull
this
20K out.
And so it's going to be very interesting
Yes,
in the coming
you need to
hours,
pull it
as the
all.
White House has just
John
said,
said 10
to
wasn't
see
enough.
what
Pull
kind
it
of weaponry
all.
they add to this. If it's just the drones.
How
if
much
they add
faster are
ballistic and
missiles than
cruise
drones?
missiles,
Is it expected
if
missiles
they
will follow
add,
up the drones? Yes,
proxy
they're much
groups in
faster.
neighboring
We're gonna get
countries
retirement
to
anyway.
Israel joining the fight, what the targets they go after are, and then whether there are other Israeli targets
Trying to
in
raise
other
the
countries
old people
like
are trying to raise
so
retirement.
we are starting to get a lot
if you
more
raise
of the
retirement
answers
age,
that we've
it
been
should be
looking for,
raised
but so many questions
for
remain,
everyone.
Jessica.
So many questions, and it will take some time
It's
to
like
see
there's
exactly where
you don't
this
get to be
all
like,
lands.
yeah,
But
you know,
what
we're
we do know,
grandfather.
again,
No,
just
no,
to underscore
no.
to everyone, is that Iran
You have to
has
work.
launched these drones toward Israel from Iranian territory.
It's only a matter of time.
Kim Dozier, let's go to you, and let's talk about these drones for a second. We now have Alex
honestly, it should
reporting
have
there
raised
that
a long
this could
time ago.
As soon as all the boomers are
from
retired, they'll
improving
just
the
raise
NFC for a
the
matter
age
of
then.
hours.
Yeah, they're gonna raise the age.
Who gives a shit about anyone else?
Hours for these drones to
Exactly.
arrive
Yes,
to their
that's what they've been
destination.
doing their
What
entire
more
lives.
are you gathering
So I don't see
from
why
all
they're
of
gonna
this
stop
information?
now.
Well, I'm just hearing from a senior U.S. official that the drones are aimed
I don't know
in,
how
quote,
valid this
unquote,
stuff is. The
multiple
Syrian army will
directions.
defend.
So they are worried it's going to hit multiple parts of Israel. And the official says, as Oren was reporting, that yes, the U.S. military is trying to track them to help Israel knock them out of the sky. The worry is that there will be so many headed to so many different parts that Israel's air defenses will be overwhelmed. Now, the question is, has Iran waited these 2 weeks to telegraph to Israel? So perhaps it is planning to hit military targets, naval ships in Haifa and south in Eilat, army bases across the country. Any of this could be seen as, Israel hit its a military target in Syria, Iran is striking back. But this is still extraordinary. Any attacks that have been blamed on Israel that have happened inside Iran have been covert. This is an overt operation, and it's going to trigger an international response no matter what's hit.
I'm not doing too good on alloys, Jared. I'm only at around
official I was
5 to 6K a year
said
or a month.
She was going to
Yeah,
strike because
I'm not good with the
she was
time periods in that
expecting,
game. I don't.
many long days.
I have to pay. I have to pay more attention, like what speed you play at.
Many long days to come. All right, Kim, stand by.
Chatters.
Yeah, it also
There's gonna be
varies
a lot
as
of
the
these
game
like
gets
OSIN accounts.
Further
unless
in,
it's coming
it
from like
slows down.
Elent News
Like,
in the chat, and even he
just
might
start
get stuff
struggling.
wrong. It's the
Yeah.
fog of war. I have to repeat. Remember, it is. There will be misinformation. You're probably
There's
inadvertently
other guys like,
without
oh, it's like
recognizing
this in a
spreading
year or that, and you're
misinformation.
like, I don't pay attention to that.
When you
I
send
just
me
click on
any
it. Like,
link and every
when I
link
look
that
at
you
research,
see,
I look at the
for
number on the
record,
right,
like,
and
there
that's
needs
kind
to
of
be
I'm just like just
confirmed
based on the
reports.
number.
Oh.
I kind of like get a feel for how long it's gonna take. I'm like, oh, that's gonna take me a long time at this point, because like it's based off like how far through research you are, I think, right? Like how much research you have.
No, it's empire size.
In southern
is what
Lebanon, of
increases
course, which
those
has been the
numbers.
scene of daily and often deadly exchanges.
Oh,
of
you mean
fire
like
between
the
Israel
the
and
later
Hezbollah.
texts are
We've seen it
more
this evening,
research?
just before
Is that
news
what you
of
meant?
the
Yeah. So like the number, yeah. I don't know. That's my only measurement of time in that game is the number on the research.
But that'll vary, like, because that'll vary with how
we're hearing now from residents down there that
how
there
much
is an
research you're
intense
putting out
Israeli
by like a lot.
presence of
Yeah,
warplanes, in the sky.
So
I
it's
think
not a good
probably the
unit of
scenario
measurement.
the Israelis are
I
worried
just
about
don't pay attention to the month thing.
is
I
that
don't know.
there could be more
How long does a
done
month take,
by
like in real
Iran's
lifetime? Like a
allies
minute?
and proxies around the region, even though we've heard
much less.
from
Unless
officials,
the game's running very slowly.
sources,
Absolutely no
Even
idea.
look in the top right, you'll see it tick.
Yeah, and I know it ticks, but we usually play different speeds. So I never paid attention to that.
We only play on one speed. It's just.
Well, we used to play on slower. I
Iranian
thought.
response to the strike on the consulate in
Oh, I
You're
think
probably
we first
thinking of
started.
late game. When we first started, I think we did play very slow.
In terms of danger,
But
Lebanon
that
is
is way
high
too
on
slow.
the list.
Like the
Famously, by the
1x
way,
speed
Israel
is
making
insanely slow.
the world very safe for Jewish people living in
I
Israel.
play
once
on
again.
3x with pausing.
Just remember that fucking
except for
line
late game
that
when
no
3x
Jew in the
doesn't
world
work
would be
anyway.
saved without Israel. Doesn't seem so safe for the Jews living in Israel right now. Doesn't seem safe for anyone living in Israel or anyone living in America even. And it's kind of wild. Because this kind of belligerent action in the region was, of course, going to draw some kind of response, some kind of retaliation.
Well, maybe never. I'm on a mission.
It's weird. It's weird to think that, like,
achieve your objectives, please, soldier.
Years about Israel is just basically coming to fruition as Israel has felt more galvanized year over year over year, especially under the Trump administration and definitely with the Biden administration as well. Absolute chaos happening. The commercial traffic rerouting as airspaces are closed for Israel, Jordan, and Iraq. Mass diversion of flights are happening over Western Turkey over the past few minutes as Iraq closes one of the busiest airlanes in the Middle East.
You could see the area from the. I'll try to see rooftops, John.
Oh, here's another part, by the way. I saw this on. Yeah, this is N12.
All he needs like 1,000 yards to go.
IDF bombed dozens of targets in 3
areas of Lebanon. Bro, you should not have said that.
While everyone is like looking at
Listen, don't you own
what
one?
the fuck is going to happen with the Iranian retaliation. They might just be doing that specifically because they are worried about a Hezbollah attack as well coming in unison with the IRGC. Jordan declares state of emergency. Likely many other drones and missiles may fly over Jordanian territory. I think they also said that they would strike down drones and missiles that go over their airspace, right? Yeah, Iranian chatter here. Some unofficial Iranian news sources are speculating the drones will be in Israel about 2 hours. Well, we know what it's longer than that. I think it's going to take longer than that since it started. Didn't Elant News say it was 6 hours? We hear aircrafts everywhere here in Jordan. Jesus Christ. Do you think the IDF are using this as a distraction now? Would they go ahead with Rafah? No, dude, this is not a distraction. This is an expected consequence of the Israeli military action in the region, specifically striking the Iranian consulate compound in Damascus. That is Iranian soil, killing Iranian officials. That is an act of war against a foreign adversary, a regional actor that demands retaliation. If anything, this is not about like invading Rafah. They're going to have their hands busy with this shit. So instead of invading Rafah, it actually is more so about drawing the United States into the broader conflict now, which they have. They officially have. N12 reporting that this third wave was launched from Hamadan and reports of interceptions already in Syria. There is now officially a third wave of Iranian drones launched at Israel. Holy shit. And the Lebanese chat is asking, like, I'm in Lebanon. I don't know what Israel will do. Will this be bad? There's a high likelihood, considering that I often say the madman theory is not the Nixon madman theory, but like approaching regional actors as not rational actors, but instead belligerent, violent, bloodthirsty monsters leads to bad analysis. Okay? It does. And the reality is, for Israel, they are as close to a belligerent, violent actor as you can possibly get. And even then, there is still some rationale behind the moves that they're making. Okay? The rationale, albeit possibly a miscalculation, okay, albeit miscalculation, is, I assume, bringing in the United States into Iran launched third round just moments ago. I know, I already checked your chat. We already covered that. Yes, a third wave of drones have also been launched from Iran. Syria puts air defenses around Damascus and major bases are on high alert, according to Reuters. I said this a couple days ago, but it does seem, I might be totally off base on this, but it does seem like, given the fact that Iran very clearly spelled out that this would be a retaliation against Israel for the Damascus strike, that their response, while to you guys from afar looks like, you know, overkill, so many drones, is most likely going to try to strike an Israeli target of equal worth. The reason why they're sending hundreds of drones, of course, in 3 different salvos is because Israel, alongside with coalition forces, has tremendous defenses. So they're trying to get through it. That's the reason why. Most of those drones are not going to make it. Some of them will be intercepted above Syria. Some of them will be intercepted above Iraq. And some of them will be intercepted near Israel. Okay? You sound like you are condoning attacking Israel, aka civilian population. I genuinely don't understand how you can be at the precipice of World War III and still be interested in trying to farm a clip. Literally. That's wild to me. That is actually wild to me. That, you know, there are hundreds of drones currently heading in the direction of Israel. And there are still chatters in here who are like, I can't wait to get a clip off here. I can't wait to get a fucking clip off here. This is going to pop off on Reddit. I have never, oh my God. Just ban and move on. People are freaks. I know. I wonder why he's actually a subscriber too. Well, you can't clip anymore. Probably not because he wants to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Probably he is a subscriber because he wants to clip shit and be able to post it on subreddits. But World War III or not, a 3-minute ad break still comes at the top of the hour. Anyway.
In a strike on the Iranian consulate. Now, the Iranian officials, including the supreme leader, said that this was a declaration of war. It was an act of war because they considered their consulate Iranian soil, and that this is the response. The Iranian representative to the United Nations had said over the past 48 hours that had the officials at the Security Council condemned Israel, Iran would have been satisfied with that response. But that did not happen. The United States, the UK, France, and they did not condemn Israel's act. They refused to take that step at that Security Council emergency meeting that was called within 24 hours of the airstrike in Syria. So that followed.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at turbotax.com. That's me.
Been assassinations in Syria, in Iran, inside the country, as well as, of course, the United States when they killed Qasem Soleimani in Baghdad in 2020. So Iran felt like it was in a position that if they did not respond this time, then really this kind of behavior by Israel would continue indefinitely. And they couldn't afford to look weak, not only to their proxies.
It literally, why have any missile systems and any defenses if the other regional actor is just like relentlessly striking you and greatly escalating the fucking conflict? Like those are there for a fucking reason, and the reason is for this. This is the reason.
Going to use what they have to defend themselves when Israel attacks them on a continuous basis. From October 7th until now, Israeli airstrikes have killed 18 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard in Syria alone. Iran had responded by striking various different positions before until tonight. So this is how it is unfolding now as a result of all the events leading up to this.
Okay. Dorsa, we'll let you go for
IDF update. So far, the Israeli military has identified more than 100 drone launches from Iran. The Israeli Air Force is tracking the drones and is preparing for additional waves of attacks, which may also include missiles. All right, let's hear what CNN is saying.
The region is waiting to see when those projectiles reach Israel. Will they actually hit anything? As we know, Israel has the ability, along with the United States, to track them as they fly in the direction of Israel. And we've seen that whether it's the Arrow anti-missile system, the Iron Drone, and other means, whether Israel will be able to actually shoot all of them down before they actually hit the ground. Alex?
Clarissa, to you, we're showing live pictures of that Tel Aviv skyline. One of the major questions is, of course, what the targets are intended to be. Now, there is a sense that if Iran does not want to escalate this, that they won't go, for example, for civilian centers. They won't try to target downtown Tel Aviv where you are. Obviously, we don't know what those targets are going to be, but what is the Israeli government saying to its citizens in order to stay safe in a way that we might be able to glean what it is they believe those intended targets to be?
Well, essentially, they're saying this is a moment for caution. This is a moment to listen carefully to what you're being told to do. This is a moment not to panic. This is a moment for unity, as you heard Ben Wiedemann saying there. Schools are closed. Universities are closed. Camps are closed. No gatherings of more than 1,000 people. Everyone here being urged to keep a close eye on the news, on their phones, and pay attention to what they're told to do. I do think that the prevailing wisdom had been that Iran was telegraphing this for some time, that they had made it very clear they felt it was necessary to respond to Israel's attack on April 1st in Damascus that killed 7 Iranian officials, Quds forces, according to the Israelis. But now the question is, are they able to retaliate in a way that does not escalate? Are they able to find that so-called Goldilocks spot? And the fear is, of course, that given the backdrop, given the tensions, given the fact that we are really in a kind of unprecedented moment, that there are so many things that could go wrong, that there are so many potentially unintended consequences.
I'm Israeli and I live in the north. I'm going to sit in my balcony and just watch the missiles and drones come in law.
That very few people across
safe,
the
bro.
region
What the
actually
fuck?
want to see. You have had U.S. CENTCOM commander General Eric Kurilla here for 2 days. He just left, talking about how the U.S. will work with Israel to deter any kind of attack. But certainly there is a sense that this is the
Bro, don't rely on the Iron Dome. These are not bathtub missiles. You know what I mean? These are not bathtub missiles being lobbed from fucking Gaza, made by like 17-year-olds using Israeli rocket parts. These are big boy drones and possibly big boy missiles to come as a follow-up. Is it, you know, this isn't like, I mean, even when Hezbollah ends up striking northern Israel, there is more of a threat than the Hamas and Islamic Jihad rockets. But this is, you know, this is the big dog in the region in comparison to all of the other regional operatives. These are not, this is no longer proxies. I mean, proxies are also involved, certainly, but this is the IRGC itself. So I would be very careful.
Where are trying to make sure that Iran and Israel essentially do thread it carefully in a way to avoid this escalation. I want to get to Jeremy Diamond, who's in Jerusalem. Jeremy, what have the Israelis been saying about how they may respond to this Iranian attack? Because as we're seeing now, this is not proxies yet, perhaps, coming from other countries. This is an attack from Iranian soil, raising the possibility of an Israeli response against Iranian soil.
Yeah, Alex, there's no question that in recent days, Israeli officials have been trying to deter this very scenario, a direct attack by Iranian forces launched.
Yeah, no, they haven't been trying to deter that,
soil
to be
directed
honest.
at Israeli soil. And indeed, in...
Bro, fuck you mean deter? No, they haven't. They've had one speed, dude, and it's go. They've been just hitting go speed non-fucking stop since since October 8th.
Israel, meaning an Israeli attack directed at Iranian soil. Now,
it's wild that, like, it wasn't enough to satiate their fucking bloodlust to kill tens of thousands of Palestinians, that they had to also strike Beirut, that they also had to strike a Iranian consulate compound. Like, what are you doing? It's crazy. Every step of the way, I told you that it's fucking insane that they are behaving in the most belligerent way possible. It was ridiculous. Opening up multiple fronts deliberately is wild to me, especially when considering that that was a major fear from the jump for Israel, was potentially having to fight Hezbollah in the north, possibly withstand attacks from Yemeni forces as well, and then also Iranian forces, the IRGC proxies that are in Syria and in Iraq. That literally was the fear from American military analysts, that like Israel's going to get swarmed on all fronts and not be able to withstand this retaliation. Israel then followed the next 6 months in the most ridiculous, by doing the most ridiculous shit you could imagine. Oh my God, the analyst numbers are growing, by the way. It's ridiculous. It is so nutty. It was never about self-defense. There was no self-defense. There was no self-defense in this regard.
Days now preparing for exactly this scenario that is now currently underway. A senior administration official from here confirming that many drones have been launched from inside Iran into Israel. They expect that number.
Again, and this whole thing about whether Iran has launched cruise missiles at Israel, there is not
into this. And just to underscore, of course, the
not
gravity
confirmation
of this
of missiles being
situation,
launched.
President
What is this
Biden
here?
was set to finish out the weekend in Rehoboth Beach. He has now
I just saw.
and has just returned to the White House, walking straight back into the Oval
I don't know if that's
Office,
old or
where
not. I'm gonna
later
hold off
today
on
we
reporting
expect
that.
him to, of course, convene his team of national security advisors, and they, of course, in turn have been in close contact with their Israeli counterparts in the region, as well as all of this has unfolded. And we saw moments ago.
So what is going to happen here when these drones get closer to Israel? We are bringing you live breaking news coverage, trying to get you the latest updates here. I am looking at a lot of different sources at the same time.
Of some of these drones. And yeah, we certainly expect that this is going to be a late night here at the White House with the president.
So did Israel already close its airspace? Because it's 12:10 p.m. there right now. They were supposed to close at 12:30, but they may. Al Jazeera is saying Channel 12 said Israel airspace is closed without setting a date for its reopening.
Our stance here at the White House.
Have they closed it already in Israel? I don't know.
That they expected that Iran would be directly involved in launching these attacks into Israel, but they had also said that it is certainly possible that proxies and other affiliated groups could also be involved. So there's that. We also know that Iran was expected to attack multiple targets in Israel, but there could also be other targets, other assets in the region that are also targeted. So it could be sort of further reaching.
And already, the seating area in this space is just about done. It'll be filled. By the time everybody takes their seat, it's full. Vanessa, you know how many people is out there. I'm not sure where they're going to go from here.
It's just going to be a standing room overflow crowd, and they're just going to have to. I don't know what they're going to do, but I hope they have a plan in place, because we don't even know if they'll get everyone in by the time President Trump speaks. And they're moving. They have 5 mags at security, which is what you go through at an airport, and then they have their Secret Service there. Making sure everyone is safe when they.
I'm not getting fucking drafted, partially because I'm 32 years old, but also there is no fucking way I'm getting drafted to go and defend the genocidal apartheid state of Israel. Okay. Oh my God, Biden is going to address the nation. I can't. That link is not working for some reason. Demacius. Uh-oh.
just really have to underscore.
He's going to come out and be like, unconditional support to Israel, okay, no matter what. Here you go, boys. Just get ready.
Crawl out through the fallout, baby,
Lloyd Austin,
when they
the
drop
Secretary of
that
Defense.
bomb.
Cedric Layton, I want to ask
Crawl
you a
out through
technical
the
question, because now we
fallout
have
with the
this reporting
greatest
from the Israeli
of
media that it's not just these drones, and now we're putting the number of more than 100 attack drones, but also cruise missiles. I don't think there's a number on the cruise missiles just yet. It's going to take hours for those drones to get to Israel. How soon could those cruise missiles get to Israeli airspace, and how much more complicated does this make it for the Israeli air defenses when you've got this combination of weaponry being used in this attack?
Yeah, Alex, that's going to be one of the biggest difficulties and challenges that the Israelis are going to face, because those cruise missiles could basically get to Israeli airspace in about a little less than 2 hours from launch. So they travel at about 5 to 6 times the speed of these drones that we believe the Iranians are using, probably from the Shahed family, the same kind of family that is being used in Ukraine right now. Those drones travel at about 110 miles per hour. Cruise missiles of the type that the Iranians have generally go anywhere from 500 to 620 miles per hour. So that's the kind of difference in speed that we're looking at, and that is definitely going to be a challenge for the Israeli air defense system, and of course the associated radar systems, as well as the intelligence systems that are tied into that.
General Hertling, is there a possibility that if proxy groups, notably Hezbollah in Lebanon, the most capable of all the proxy groups, arguably, and then of course you have the Houthis down south in Yemen.
By the way, this is before Iran retaliated. Okay, this is today from the opinion of the editorial board in the New York Times, but there ain't no fucking way. There's a correction. President Biden is in the Oval Office, the pool says, not expected to speak from there currently. They wrote this today. Tomorrow, I suspect they will have a very different approach. Because remember, you can never strike back against the playground bully, because when you do, you are considered much worse. Israel is our guy. Israel is on our side. Many people in the Western world only came to the conclusion that this death and destruction in Gaza was unfathomable after 30,000 plus deaths. Remember, Palestinians always have to be, or anyone really that is fighting against or trying to survive against America's greatest allies in the region, they always have to be perfect victims. And Israel, only through its ethnic cleansing campaign, presented the Palestinians as perfect victims, enough that even the New York Times editorial board changed its stance. Yeah. So, just something to remember. And therefore, once Iran is no longer considered a perfect victim, which it never was really, but once Iran retaliates, and as it is doing today, the attitude, I suspect, will shift dramatically in mainstream media, re-upping the efforts and re-galvanizing support to Israel by the broader American population.
Possible U.S. support for Israel's response may be. The Pentagon has really shed very little information on that. What we do know is in that the days leading up to this, and as U.S. official after U.S. official, including President Biden himself, said that this attack was imminent, the Pentagon had been moving around U.S. warships and warplanes in the region. We know that there are at least 2 U.S. Navy destroyers floating off the coast of Israel. One of them reportedly armed with the Aegis missile defense system, which is capable of taking down ballistic missiles. And as far as how that will be gauged, whether it'll be engaged, whether the U.S. may send fighter jets up into the airspace of Jordan or Iraq to try to intercept these drones en route. All of that remains to be seen, but the U.S. president and his highest military and intelligence officials keeping tabs on exactly what's happening and saying they are monitoring this alongside their Israeli allies.
Yeah, and Heidi, I suppose, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how all of this develops, of course, but many people may be asking whether the U.S. forces and the bases themselves might be at risk going forward.
Right. It's been notable that while U.S. forces in this region, in Syria, in Iraq, had been previously targeted by Iranian proxy militias, that those attacks had really ceased after the U.S. retaliated, taking out
North Dakota
Iranian proxy military assets. So it had been relatively quiet as far as Iran or Iranian proxies targeting U.S. forces in this region over the past month.
The news is only
and
now
it is
hitting.
Notable, and a defense
Really
official
popped off
telling
around
Al
October
Jazeera
15th, it
that
seems.
there is
I
no
wonder
signal
why.
at this point that any of this Iran attacks that are
Chat, you remember, we are lapping mainstream coverage on this. When you're in here and you're following something in real time, most normies have no clue. Most normies are not clued into what the fuck's going on. It's the weekend. People are talking about the girl that Kai Cenat hooked up with and how she like filmed him while he was sleeping, demanding hush money from him, even though they just like had consensual sex. That's what people are talking about. People are talking about the Drake leaks. They're not aware of what the fuck's going on the entire other side of the world.
He's joining us now.
Once they do, come Monday, those trend results will be very different.
You are in Iraq about this latest development.
So, Darine, as far as official statements, the only one we've received thus far is from the Ministry of Transportation, the Civil Aviation Authority, which announced that Iraqi airspace would be closed from 11:30 p.m. tonight, that was about 45 minutes ago, until around 5:30 a.m. this next morning at dawn. But they also said that that could be extended. Let me read you a portion of the statement. It said that the closure of the airspace will be temporary and precautionary. This comes.
Here's an update from Elent. Breaking news from ABC. A senior U.S. official told ABC News that they now think there will be anywhere from 400 to 500 drones and missiles launched at Israel from Iraq, Syria, southern Lebanon, and the Houthis, but that the bulk will be launched from Iran.
Interests here. I mean, Israel is sitting in the middle of a very dangerous neighborhood with Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas, among others, threatening them. Do they want to go all in on a conflict? I would say no, and I think the Biden administration will be advising them no, that they are in a vulnerable position and they should look to de-escalate across the board where
That's
possible.
Interesting to hear.
They still are very strong and able to defend themselves. They don't need to risk an all-out war to prove that point. And I also think it underscores the need to get to a ceasefire in Gaza, to get humanitarian assistance in.
Where's Trump at right now?
To Gaza.
I have no fucking clue. I don't think he's there.
You know, completely admitting Israel's right to defend itself there without question. But things need to calm down, or Israel is vulnerable in the region.
We're on World War III watch
All right,
now.
Congressman Adam Smith, ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, thank you so much for your time and thoughts this evening. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for the chance.
And I want to bring in Axios' Barack Ravid, who has been breaking so much news on this story today.
That's not Barack Ravid. What the fuck?
Barack, we are now seeing an expansion of what
Wait, is that
of the
Barack
Iranian
Ravid?
assault, essentially.
I don't think that's Barack Ravid,
Speech
bro.
at 7, right? When are they expecting to arrive?
What are you hearing in terms of what U.S.
I don't know,
officials are
but they said
expecting
it's like standing
more
room
from
only.
Iran and from elsewhere in neighboring countries?
Stand back and stand by.
Oh,
what I hear from Israeli officials and from U.S. officials that the drones
Oh, really?
were launched,
It's like empty?
both
Come on, bro.
Shut down, isn't it?
and from Iraq and Syria.
No, it's still people are still
And
driving
at the
through.
moment, some of them
Every
were
like side street is blocked off by cops.
especially
Is
by
ours
US
blocked off?
forces.
Every side street is just blocked.
What Israeli officials tell me is
There's
that
like
it will
is ours blocked?
be
No,
something
I mean,
like 2 a.m.
up,
local time when the drones will
once
reach
you get to like LXYC, all the way to
Israeli
like
airspace. That's
the
I think something
Dunkin'
like
Donuts, every side street's blocked off.
an hour and a half from now,
okay,
more or less. And the Israeli aspiration, I think, and both the U.S. aspirations, to intercept as many drones and cruise missiles as possible outside of Israeli airspace. There was an interesting report in Reuters that said that the Jordanian military is also preparing to shoot down any Iranian drone that enters Jordanian airspace. So I think that's the goal right now, to intercept as many drones as possible before they reach Israeli airspace.
And Barak, what do we know about the back channeling?
Where are you guys now?
The private conversations over the
At the
past few
tailgate?
days between Iran and the United States around this
No,
retaliation.
yes, we're just driving around.
I think
Well, take some pictures. Oh, never
we
mind.
can say,
I'll tell him.
we can be quite certain right now, when we see the numbers of drones and cruise missiles that were launched from Iran, that all the efforts to limit this attack and to make the Iranians maybe recalculate their decision-making failed. The Iranians, during the last few days, sent messages to the U.S. through several Arab countries that if the U.S. gets involved in the fighting between Iran and Israel, then Iran will see U.S. bases and forces in the region as a legitimate target. And I think it will be interesting to see whether the fact that U.S. forces are involved in intercepting those drones and cruise missiles, whether Iran will see this as a pretext for attacking U.S. forces in the region.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. Of course, the U.S. will say that they are helping defend Israel and not going on the offense. But Barak, more broadly, I mean, we haven't really talked much about the conflict in Gaza tonight. How much do you think that this could potentially reshape what we've seen over the past few months?
Well, I think that this war has gone into a new phase, a phase that from day one, the Biden administration tried to avoid, of this becoming a regional war. This is now a regional war. Even if this fight between Israel and Iran will die down in, I don't know, a day or two or 3 days or a week, it's a new phase. And when you look at it like that, then the Gaza war all of a sudden becomes a sideshow. And I think that the Israeli plans for, or at least the announcements about an operation in Rafah, this thing is now in the freezer. I don't think anybody will go back to this thing in the foreseeable future. And right now, the focus is only on how to contain this, direct fight between Israel and Iran.
And how do you think that this impacts how the Israeli public sees what is going on? It's one thing for Hamas to fire rockets, the Iron Dome, to essentially take them all out and give Israelis that feeling of security. But now you've got Iran, which is a whole different ballgame. So how do you think that changes the Israeli public's thinking? And that pressure had already been growing on Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, here, by the way, remember, this chatter's right. How does Zionists square this with their persecution fantasy of Israel being a small being surrounded on all sides by meanie-bobini Arab countries? Israeli source says several friendly Arab countries sent messages to Israel that they're ready to shoot down Iranian drones missiles that are fired at Israel. So shocking to me that, of course, all of the other regional actors are obviously aligned with the United States of America and will do everything they can, with the exception of the Iranian proxies and the axis of resistance.
A year ago, where he pushed back on the warnings from the intelligence services that the judicial overhaul that he's pushing is creating damages to Israeli security and is encouraging Israel's enemies to attack it. And back at the time, exactly a year ago, he said, Israel's enemies will never attack us because they know it will be a mistake. And I think that when you put those two together, I think many Israelis look at what's going on. The war in Gaza is stuck. There's no hostage deal in sight. Hezbollah is still shelling the northern border, and Israel is being attacked directly from Iran. I don't think anybody thought that this is where Israel is going to be a year ago.
Yeah, no doubt there's going to be a reckoning for Prime Minister Netanyahu and others once this conflict is over. Barak Ravid, thank you so much. Terrific reporting as always. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again before too long. I just want to note that a short time ago we had a graphic up earlier that said that President Joe Biden...
I mean, the explanation is that many Sunni Arabs hate Iran too. Yeah, dude, totally. The average Jordanian definitely is siding with Israel and loves Israel and wants to defend Israel. Like, get your fucking head out of your goddamn Iowa ass, bro. This has nothing to do with, like, Sunnis and Shias, dumb fuck. The fuck do you mean, bro? No, dumbass. It's the governments. The fuck are you talking about? It's ridiculous to have a brain so fucking cooked that it's basically soup at this point. It has nothing to do with the demands of the citizens or sectarian infighting. Motherfuckers learn Sunni and Shia in ninth grade history class and use it for every analysis. No, these guys didn't even learn it in ninth grade. They learned it like last week because they saw a fucking tweet about it. They read a tweet on Twitter and they thought this is profound analysis because it's new to me.
Himself, since confirmation of these strikes being launched, whether it is a paper statement.
Anyway,
or
sorry, I shouldn't be so aggro towards the 14-month chatter right now, but it's still incorrect. Your analysis is incorrect, chatter.
situation, and it certainly feels like a moment when the American people would appreciate some sort of explanation from the president on exactly what's going on, and particularly the U.S.'s involvement and how this may or may not affect U.S. personnel, for example. So a lot of questions that people have probably as they are watching these events unfold. But again, we are waiting to see whether we will at some point hear directly from the president. But for right now, the task at hand for him is getting a full picture of the situation that is unfolding, and he is going to be meeting again with his top national security advisors, Alex.
And it could be a very long evening for the president and his national security advisors. MJ Lee, stay with us.
So is this a genuine attack which has strategic goals? Or an authoritarian government reasserting authority by peacocking after they got smacked? Kappa? No, it is a genuine retaliatory attack from an authoritarian government reasserting its authority. But it is a genuine retaliation to a regional actor that has gotten out of fucking control.
Good afternoon. This attack is folding out or rolling out in a relatively consistent manner with Iran's doctrine. Swarm tactics, be it drones or small boats in the Persian Gulf, followed by Iran's powerful missile force, and then drawing upon proxies potentially to augment that capacity against an adversary. So in this sense, it's a very consistent behavior by the Iranian government.
So what more could we expect from Iran and its proxies this evening?
Well, I think the question is not only what more, but how long.
First red alert from Israel.
Iran has an embassy in Yemen, manned by a senior Revolutionary Guard official. They have intelligence personnel. They've no doubt coordinated with the Houthis. Iran also is certainly coordinated with Lebanese Hezbollah. So I think there's already in place a general plan that has developed over the past week, in which they play a role within the limitations Iran has set.
So are you saying you do believe that there will be a role by Hezbollah and by the Houthis in the coming hours?
Very likely. They will need to show that they're standing with Iran at this moment, that they are willing to put some skin in the game. But again, I think for Lebanese Hezbollah, they and also Iran don't wish to undertake steps that could lead to a conventional war, because that war is likely to inflict significant punishment on the various regimes and perhaps end those regimes.
What did you take away about what Iran hopes will unfold in terms of whether the conflict escalates or not from their public pronouncements and the private messaging over the past 2 weeks since that Israeli strike in Damascus?
Well, there seemed to be little doubt that Iran would undertake some direct action against Israel, and that Iran's actions would be thoughtful and based upon its own capabilities and perceptions of adversary weaknesses. So that again pushes you towards drones, missiles, some cyber perhaps, and proxies. At the same time, if you're in Tehran, you've got to worry about a potential Israeli retaliation. And Israel's missile, cyber, drone, special operations, and other capabilities are significant. And there are many reports over the years of Israel being able to conduct very significant damaging operations within Iran. So Iran doesn't wish to undertake a campaign that in essence leads to a series of embarrassing domestic defeats, particularly in a world where it has such a terrible economy and such a large portion of its population opposed to the regime itself.
And Israel, of course, has been mired in a war for the past 6 months in Gaza. They've been facing rocket fire and other kinds of attacks from Hezbollah in the north, to the point where tens of thousands of Israeli citizens have had to move out of their homes. We should note, same thing on the other side of the border in Lebanon. What do you think the appetite in Israel or by the Israelis is to broaden this out and to perhaps strike back at Iran after what we see tonight?
Actually, someone in the chat said, oh, all of the media is reporting this as an Iranian escalation when it's a retaliation. There has been... reports of ballistic missiles observed in the sky over Wasit province in Iraq. This appears to be a land attack cruise missile reportedly over Iraq. So... the thing is, I'm truly shocked, and things may change in the coverage. I believe that things will change in the coverage once those missiles land, if any of them do actually land. If there are any real human casualties. However, so far, the coverage has actually been surprising. They do consider it to be, I mean, they do mention that this is a retaliation quite frequently. Even on CNN, which is why I'm watching CNN.
Conflict ends quickly. We have an open potential for such actions to take place at any time in the future. This is an inflection point for the region.
Why do you think Israel decided to go after this building, which, of course, the Iranians are claiming was a consulate? They killed 7 members of the IRGC, 1 senior commander who we understand was in charge of Syria and Lebanon. He was not a household name for most of us, like Soleimani was, who was killed, of course, 4 years ago. Why do you think Israel decided to undertake that strike?
Well, there were 7 senior Revolutionary Guards Quds Force officials meeting in one location. They were almost certainly meeting to review or plan existing and future operations directed against Israel's civilians and Israel's interest in other locations. This would have represented a significantly valuable target for the Israeli government, because removing those individuals not
oh
only
shit, dude, never mind. Okay, guys, they were definitely gonna plan to kill Israeli. I heard that they were actually planning on raping Israeli babies. So it's totally valid. It's a valid target to hit a fucking consulate compound, because I've decided that these guys were actually saying that we will make October 7 look like a walk in the park. That's what they were saying in the consulate, likely.
Military, this was an official diplomatic building. Do you have any expectation, for example, that Iran would try to go after population centers and civilians in Israel?
Well, generally, Iran's attacks go after only civilian population centers.
Oh my
energy
God!
facilities. We saw that in Saudi Arabia through its proxies.
Of course, the fucking freakazoid on CNN is just like out of control.
Targets. But in this case, the situation is a little different. Iran
this dude
wants
cooking,
to show
I like him.
Sort of an
bro, this dude is
equal
cooking the 7 secret spices in the fucking Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's the only thing he's cooking. Get your ass out of here, bro. Chad is be like, I love hearing analysis from a guy whose entire job was to beg the government to nuke Israel. Yeah, my
Israel in this situation.
It's 11 spices, not 7. My bad.
The region, but how do you think specifically the U.S. is helping Israel knock these drones and these missiles out of the sky tonight?
There have been public reports that the United States has shared geospatial information, which would provide information on the number and frequency of launches within Iran against Israel. Likewise, there are reports that the United States has military aircraft that are...
It's pretty funny that this guy is saying, like, Iran only wants to kill civilians, when Israel itself said that Iranian targets are primarily going to be military targets. And even other CNN analysts have been like, yeah, Iran is trying to retaliate in an even-handed approach, an eye for an eye, if you will, to hit the golden zone, the Goldilocks zone, or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, Colonel Spider Rapist over here, former Brigadier Rear Admiral General Colonel Spider Rapist, is over here being like, you don't understand, okay? Iranians don't even care about Israel. They just like murder. They like murder of the Jewish population, and that's precisely why this is happening. Don't make no mistake. It did happen right after the Iranian officials said that this would be retaliation for the Damascus embassy strike, but that's just, I mean, they don't know what they're saying. They just wanted to retaliate. That's why they waited 6 months to retaliate. Fucked up that this is what LeBron has to say about the war. Nothing like two heavyweights doing what they do best for the love of the sport. That's messed up, dude. I'm going to quote tweet. Is it cheesy to quote tweet it and be like, nothing like two heavyweights doing what they do best for the love of the sport. He's talking about Drake and Kendrick? No, he's talking about Iran and Israel.
Drones or cruise missiles before they get to Israel. As Barak Ravid pointed out, the goal is likely to intercept as many as possible before they get to Israel.
Sorry,
and then, of course, Israel has its own very capable
multi-layered
aerial defense system. Long range would be Arrow 3. That's designed to intercept or be able to intercept ballistic missile launches. There's the medium range David Sling. And then there's the short range Iron Dome that we've seen used repeatedly. Now, Iran is very much aware, as is Hamas, as is Hezbollah, that these systems are high quality, but their flaw is that they can be overwhelmed with quantity. We have seen this, and I have seen this on the ground in Israel. A number of rockets are fired, and simply enough are fired that Iron Dome can't get to all of them. Now, there is obviously much more time here to coordinate the response and be able to use not only Iron Dome at short range, but David Sling at a much longer range. But it seems that Iran's goal here is to try to fire so much that Israel can't intercept all of it, and it will overwhelm the systems, all right? Iran is looking for some way to be able to claim some kind of victory here. So that's what we should be watching out for in the course of the coming hours, as we see not only how many were fired, more than 100 drones at this point, and then we're still waiting for a number of cruise missiles, but whether more is fired not only from Iran, whether it comes from Hezbollah in Lebanon as well, and potentially the Houthis in Yemen. Alex, I will point out one more historical bit.
You guys are wrong. LeBron would not be condemning Iran. He would say Iran has a right to defend itself, bro.
2018, Iranian forces in Syria fired 20 rockets at the occupied Golan Heights in Israel. All of those were intercepted. There was no damage on the ground there. I was there on the ground, but Iran then came out a short time later and said Israel was lying and that the rockets had done damage, and then claimed victory. Do we see something like that with what is obviously a much larger attack coming from Iran itself? It's worth keeping that in mind as we see how this evening plays out.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Right now, we know that there are more than 100 attack drones heading towards Israel, along with cruise missiles. So it is a significant amount of firepower heading that way. It is almost 1 a.m. In the morning, of course, in Israel. Jeremy Diamond is in Jerusalem. Jeremy, I understand you have new reporting. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right, Alex. I just spoke with an Israeli military official who tells me that the Israeli military intends to try and intercept these drones, more than 100 of which have been launched now by Iran, before they reach Israeli skies. We know, of course, that...
Chat, Erdogan's not doing shit. Are you crazy? Like, get out of here, bro.
Be deployed to intercept some of these drones. And so the combination of that could mean that the majority of these drones could potentially be taken down before they even reach Israeli skies. We know, of course, that there is a significant lag time, hours between when these drones were launched from Iran and when they are anticipated to arrive in Israeli skies. And so that gives the Israeli military and its partners a significant amount of time to try and intercept them, and the goal is indeed to do so before they enter Israeli airspace. I'm also told that Israel anticipates that Iran may launch additional waves of drones. That may be why the estimates that we got earlier have started to tick up. I was initially told dozens of drones launched by Iran. That has since ticked up to over 100. Additionally, Alex, this Israeli military official would not yet confirm with 100% confidence that cruise missiles have been launched, but he did say that Israel is indeed monitoring other Iranian assets for additional potential types.
If none of the Arab Gulf countries are going to do anything, how is this World War III? You think the Arab Gulf countries were going to defend Palestinians? They are doing something. They're currently busy intercepting Iranian drones that are flying over their airspace. What do you mean? They are doing something. They're doing something in the direction of defending Israel.
We're also, of course, Alex, waiting to see whether this is just going to be coming from Iranian forces directly, or whether Iran will also activate its proxies in the region. I think what's so interesting about this moment that we're in is that for 6 months we have been expecting that if a significant escalation happened to broaden this conflict between Israel and Hamas, that it would come from Hezbollah, where Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging near daily cross-border exchanges of fire. But right now, it seems that the major escalation is instead going to come directly between Israel and Iran, rather than via Iran's proxy forces. But again, waiting to see whether or not those proxy forces could also be pulled in.
Yeah, it's such important points, Jeremy. I mean, this is such a formidable attack, significant attack by Iran, but they're crossing a huge amount of territory. They're crossing places like Iraq and Jordan, in theory, where there are significant American air defenses and forces that will certainly contribute to the efforts to take down these drones and cruise missiles. I want to note some new reporting from our MJ Lee at the White House. She's saying that President Biden is meeting with his national security
officially
team.
Ballistics have launched, according to the Iranian government's official newswire says the first wave of ballistic missiles have been fired against Israel.
By the U.S. to knock down these drones and missiles outside of Israeli airspace.
I suspect that means, depending on, I don't know exactly how long it takes for the ballistic missiles, depending on what kind of missiles, but I suspect that it is timed specifically with the first wave of drones. So that means the drones will probably hit around the same time. If it takes around 12 minutes, that means that the first wave of drones will probably hit in the same mark, entering Israeli airspace. And I think that's what they are saying as well. Anyway. Holy fuck. All right, let's hear what Al Jazeera is saying.
In a way or another. But of course, this doesn't mean that Lebanon in general is going to an all-out war. Actually, this is not an all-out war yet. This is an operation. The Iranians are retaliating, as they are saying, to the killing of their general in a sovereign land in Syria, which is the consulate. And given that fact, they are going to hit, and at the same time, they're going to activate their allies or the groups that they are backed by. Now, the issue about Hezbollah, for example, in Lebanon. Now, if we go a bit back to see the bigger picture, why there are Iranian-backed groups in Iraq or in Lebanon or in Yemen or in Syria. Actually, over the past years, since the Iranian Revolution in 1979, Iran has always...
How can NatSec bros look at this and say Iran is at fault? They are being the aggressor as if everything happens in a vacuum? What do you mean? They're paid to... They're either A, paid to fucking feel that way, or B, directly LARPing as a person who's paid to be that way when they are not. Also, this is still not a good thing. For the chatters who are celebrating, you're behaving like you, many of you were on October 7th, okay? If you cannot see how much worse things are going to get, especially given Israel's track record so far, I don't know what to tell you, okay? It's not. It's bad. It's just all bad. It's all really, really bad across the board.
Look at that live picture over Tel Aviv. Sultan Barakat, so... We now know that about 100 drones or more than 100 drones have been launched from Iran. We're also hearing that Tehran has launched its first wave of ballistic missiles against Israel as well. Is this going to be sort of a wave of attacks, or what do you think is going on here? What do you think the Iranian strategy is?
I think a lot depends on what happened between the 1st of April and today. These back-channel talks, we should not underestimate them. This is something that has taken place before in 2020, and it has led to that kind of venting of anger by Iran against the United States and the bombing of the bases in Iraq. And if those talks have been serious and they have reached a conclusion where there can be an attack from Iran, but with minimum casualties on Israel, minimum damage, just to allow both sides to climb down, then that is one possibility. And I hope that that is the scenario. If that hasn't taken place, or it's not actually what is going on, and we have a serious attack now from Iran heading towards Israel, then Israel will be seeking its right for defense. And I think they will activate their pre-planned attacks on the nuclear facilities in Iran. I mean, Netanyahu has spoken about this for 2 decades now, about the nuclear threat Iran constitutes to Israel. He has repeatedly talked about having pre-arranged, ready plans to take out those facilities and so on. So that maybe he may take it as the opportunity to do
Will
this
the U.S., its biggest ally, be looking to rein Israel in at this point?
Well, I think this is why I keep putting emphasis on what happened in the back channels, because I think
this is also another interesting perspective that even I forgot to cover here. Iran says it wouldn't need to retaliate if UN had condemned the strike on Damascus. This is from Times of Israel on the 11th of April, 2024. The imperative for Iran to retaliate for the attack on its embassy compound in Damascus might have been avoided had the UN Security Council condemned the strike, Tehran's mission to the United Nations says. Had the UN Security Council condemned the Zionist regime's reprehensible act of aggression on our diplomatic premises in Damascus and subsequently brought justice to its perpetrators, the imperative for Iran to punish this rogue regime might have been obviated, the mission writes on X. Israel has not publicly commented on the strike. Now, just a reminder that that's why the American response to the Damascus embassy strike was very... Ballistic missiles have been launched. Oh, shit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. These are... This footage is like... Do you really think all they wanted was a finger wagging from the UN? No, they also say punish the perpetrators. Here's the thing. the Iranian government doesn't really want the smoke either. If they did, they would have fucking retaliated after October 8th, but they never did. If you remember, one of the major things that happened after October 7 was something that was truly unique, truly unprecedented. The heads of the Iranian state, the American State Department, and even the Israeli government organs were all collectively saying that Iran did not have anything to do with October 7. That was truly a unique moment, especially because the American State Department and the Israeli government love saying everything is Iran's fault. They love it. They love, even when it's not, and in many instances it is, they always say it's Iran's fault. So the fact that they didn't fucking stop trusting Twitter videos, lol, first of all, I'm not. Shut the fuck up, dumb fuck. I literally pulled it up to say, I don't know if this is real or not. And it's not just a random Twitter video anyway, but still. The point is that Iran has showed a lot of restraint thus far. If it were to utilize this as an opportunity for good PR for itself, seeing like the way that the Houthis were treated, Ansar Allah was treated, widespread hate speech. Why can't you show both sides? This seems like a one-sided show, and it appears you're enjoying it. Praying for peace for our world. I love that, man. Thank you. You've already like made up your mind. You've decided that like, first of all, I am directly showing both sides, as close to both sides as you possibly can. There are no Iranian media channels that I can show you. But like, I am showing you the American perspective here. I'm showing you the Israeli perspective, and in a very limited fashion, the Iranian perspective. Huh. Chatter came in to be like, I pray for peace, as fucking Iranian drones are about to make about the land in Israel. 6 months of genocide, no prospect for peace. 6 months of genocide, no demand for peace. And the first instance of like the Iranian retaliation chat is like, let's pray for peace, guys. Let's put an end to this. You think we haven't been praying?
Sword against Iran to prevent further attacks, not because it wishes to escalate the conflict, but whether some sort of action, be it cyber, be it a drone, some other operation, could degrade Iran's capability to fire additional ballistic missiles against Israel.
General Mark Hertling, Norm there makes a good point. We should obviously be taking with a grain of salt what we're hearing from Iranian state media here. They're the ones reporting that this first barrage of ballistic missiles has been fired at Israel. We've previously reported cruise missiles and drones. But General Hertling, to what extent do you think that this is a matter of minutes? Can you lay out the timing of what we could expect to see? Because obviously those drones are moving a lot slower than many of those missiles, if they are indeed flying at Israel.
Yeah, we discussed this earlier, Alex, and I think what we're seeing is the potential for those drones to continue the movement toward the Israeli border as Israel prepares for it. And at the same time, the cruise missiles, if they have in fact been launched, could reach there much faster. So the cruise missiles are going to overwhelm the big systems, as Alex or as Oren Lieberman and Jeremy Diamond both mentioned. Those will be the priority targets at first, to knock down those cruise missiles and destroy them. Then will come the drones, and that will overwhelm the rest of the systems. If it's been synchronized well, and what I suggested earlier might happen, is you'd have a combination of those Iranian drones, Iranian cruise missiles, a sudden launch of rockets from Hezbollah, as Mr. Rule posited, and also some cruise missiles coming out of Yemen that have been launched by the Houthis. They should, if this was a well-coordinated action, they would all hit at the same time. Or if they're sequential, it could also cause significant challenges for the Israeli air defense. And that's why I think you're going to see the United States with their systems in the area helping to defend and actually attack those incoming missiles from a bunch of different directions. But again, depending on the numbers, the directions, and the types, you're going to see a very complex attack, and it's going to be very challenging to the air defenders and the soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the area.
Are these missiles and drones more likely to get intercepted outside of Israeli airspace, or are there more formidable air defense systems inside of Israel?
Yeah, there's an acronym we use some.
Bro, can't you just pray for peace for everyone? Is that too hard to ask? Are you fucking stupid? Of course I want that. Why are you guys cynically, oh, fuck you, top of the hour bozo? God damn it. God damn it, dude. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh my God. Maybe there's some fucking spare drones that can come target me in fucking West Hollywood. Holy shit, dude. This is a unique set of circumstances to be hitting a fucking ad break debate on, okay? I am not guarded against that sort of thing. The Iron Dome is not working in that direction. You son of a bitch. Imagine taking advantage of this. My momentary lapse of judgment and my weakness to fucking debate me at the top of the hour. Okay, well, I digress. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That is your defense against the top of the hour ad break and the 3 minutes of ads that you will see. 1436. All right, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
So it's much more challenging from an operator's perspective to knock those down.
And Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon, over the past few days, the head of Central Command, so that, well, we don't have Oren apparently, but I want to go back to Norm Rule. We've seen over the past few days, Norm, General Kurilla, the head of Central Command, which is the area of operation, which is the Middle East, he's been in Israel. What have you made of his activities and his messaging while he's been there? What is the message that the U.S. has been trying to send by having General Kurilla in place?
General Kurilla's presence in Israel is a tangible demonstration that the U.S. is willing to marry together our finest and most experienced regional military personnel with Israeli operators to plan an effective defense that exploits mutual capabilities. And moving back to the point made, the strong point,
our best generals, only the sexiest generals
that CENTCOM has very effectively used against the Houthis north to support Israeli systems, as well as the existing air defense systems in the Eastern Mediterranean, required some high-level conversations, as well as probably some understanding of what we could do over Iraq, and perhaps some sense of what regional partners would do. For example, some countries such as Saudi Arabia and Jordan would not want Iranian missiles transiting their territory, Iranian drones. They may not want to be very public about shooting it down, but they have a responsibility to protect their territory. And how that might play out requires the conversations that would draw in the senior-most officials of CENTCOM.
All right, I want everyone to stay with us. Our breaking news on CNN continues right now.
We got our sexiest generals on board. Don't worry. They look so thumb-like. They're the best generals we got. IRNA, State Ram reports first batch of ballistic missiles. Yeah, we already covered it. Ballistic missiles have also now been launched in the direction of Israel.
Was put in a position after Israel carried out that attack in Damascus, killing high-ranking Revolutionary Guard commanders, including one of his closest friends, the Brigadier General Mohammad Reza Zahedi. So certainly, I think the Supreme Leader, along with other high-ranking officials here, felt that they were in a position that they had no choice but to respond to Israel, not only because they were going to certainly look weak to their proxies in the region, but also to deter Israel from repeating these kinds of attacks, which the Supreme Leader himself was an act of war which they carried out on Iranian soil when they attacked the Iranian consulate in Damascus.
Okay, Dorsa, thank you so much for the time being. Well, it's just past 2200 hours GMT, so we're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran launching waves of missiles and drones at Israel. Senior U.S. officials have told American media they believe as many as 400 to 500 drones and missiles will be launched towards Israeli territory. It comes nearly 2 weeks after an attack on the Iranian consulate in Syria, which Tehran has blamed on Israel. Well, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his war cabinet right now, and the Israeli combat planes are in the air. Schools across the country have been closed for 3 days, and Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport is temporarily shut. Earlier, he said the country is prepared for any scenario.
Israeli citizens, in recent years and even more so in recent weeks, Israel has been preparing for the possibility of a direct attack from Iran. Our defense systems are deployed. We are prepared for any scenario, both in defense and attack. The state of Israel is strong, the IDF is strong, and the public is strong. We appreciate the U.S. standing by Israel's side, as well as the support of Great Britain, France, and many other countries. I established a clear principle: whoever hurts us, we hurt them. We will protect ourselves from any threat and will do so with coolness and determination. I know that you
Israeli chatters. Is there anyone in the country that thinks that, like, the Damascus embassy strike is was an unreasonable act of war from Netanyahu that is causing this retaliation? Or is everyone just like on board with this and more on board with him, or is he more galvanized than before?
Austin said Israel can count on full U.S. support against attacks by Iran. While Jordan, Iraq, and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. This comes after
there are Israeli chatters in here. The Israeli leftists are in here.
The GPS navigation system. We have a team of correspondents covering the story.
I'm not asking if you guys are in that mindset. If you're in here, you probably are. I'm talking about, is there like a large enough movement in Israel that even recognizes this as like the attack on Israel by the regime in Iran is going to be more extensive than initially expected? Uh-oh.
And missiles towards the occupied Palestinian territories, and that this was a plan that was approved by the Supreme National Security Council along with other defense officials in the country, and that more details will be released soon. And according to a source speaking to the state news agencies, the first phase of ballistic missiles have also been launched towards Israel. We also heard from the country's defense minister saying that any country that opens its airspace or soil for an attack against Iran will be met with a decisive response. Also important to point out that the wave of drones that we've seen heading towards Israel appear to be the Shahed 136 drones that we've seen being used extensively by Russia in Ukraine. The Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian has said on his X social media account that the necessary warnings were provided to the United States, indicating that the officials in the United States were well aware in advance of what was coming, and it was made clear that Iran is targeting Israel and it doesn't want direct confrontation with the United States.
And Dorsa, any sort of information you're hearing about how Iran would be preparing for an Israeli response, if there indeed is one?
No, we have had no official warnings or any kind of alerts by the Iranian officials for the general public since the past few days or even the past few hours. There has been no guidance provided for the general public in Iran. There has been no warnings issued about flights being canceled or anything of that nature. But Israel has made it very clear that it will...
So the people saying like war is good for views in here, fear mongering is on hard tonight. Bro, do you think I've stopped covering the fucking genocide of the Palestinian population in spite of the fact that people refuse to want to listen to it any longer? No. It's not my fault that people only fucking care about it when there's like breaking war happening. I'm a political commentator. I cover politics. I cover the news. No matter what fucking happens, you're in here right now today because you're interested. Maybe you feel embarrassed that you're only interested in it now. You know? It's not like I've stopped covering the ethnic cleansing campaign that Gazans withstood. I never stopped it. Despite my viewership plummeting as a consequence of people that didn't want to even fucking hear that Israel could be doing ethnic cleansing.
Territory. The first barrage of ballistic missiles, we understand, has been launched as well. And there have been rockets fired by Hezbollah against Israeli positions in the occupied Golan Heights, and the Houthis have launched drones, we understand, against Israel as well. So a multi-phased, multi-pronged, multi-threat assault is underway at the moment with Israel as the target. Israel has a very capable air defense system, a multi-layered air defense system that's made up of Iron Dome, it's made up of something called David Sling, it's made up of Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 as well. But not just that, it also has the help of various other countries and parties, from local allies such as Jordan, who are trying to shoot down some of the drones that might be going over its territory at the moment, but also the United States and partners like France and the UK. The indications are starting to come in that French and UK planes might be assisting Israel as well in targeting these drones and other targets and shooting them down. But Israel has not faced a threat like this before, with an onslaught of drones combined with missiles. It will be a severe test of its multi-layered air defense system. There will be electronic warfare that's going on at the moment, trying to disrupt the navigation systems of those drones and the navigation systems of the missiles that might be incoming as well. Plus, you've got the things that, the air defense that will be shooting things down. Planes up in the air. I've been hearing jets.
What do you mean?
Jets in the sky.
What does Iran gain from this senseless attack?
All of these things are
I think
in play at the moment.
a lot of people, unfortunately, have either amnesia or lacked object permanence. They don't pay attention to the news and only pay attention to it when shit's popping off. Israel attacked Iranian soil in Syria by attacking the Iranian consulate compound last week, as the rest of the world stood by and said nothing. It's been 6 months of ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza, and Iran only showed restraint in that time frame. At a certain point, if Israel keeps consistently trying to open up new fronts, regional actors have to retaliate for self-preservation. So on that front, it is not a senseless attack. But even if you weren't paying attention to anything that was going on until this very moment, you can at least hear what these people are saying in front of you, the journalists that are covering it.
Know that groups of more than 1,000 people are banned at the moment, assembling together.
Right.
We understand that schools and universities, any educational facility, is going to be closed for the next couple of days at least, and Israeli airspace is shut.
Yeah, Rory, and those demonstrations that you were speaking of were taking place in Tel Aviv. So let me bring it.
Elit News, update from the Golan Heights. Residents of a number of Israeli communities in the Golan Heights are ordered to stay near shelters. Anyway.
Ministry right in the heart of Tel Aviv, and it's also where there was a protest happening right outside of it calling to oust that same prime minister. So there is a lot of fear. There is a lot of worry. The police, in fact, ended up telling demonstrators to leave this protest immediately because of new guidelines that were issued by the Israeli army and by the Home Front Command, which is essentially rules and regulations that everyone must follow when it comes to these types of emergency situations. So those guidelines state that as of 11 p.m. tonight, gatherings of more than 1,000 people are banned, which is why this protest was broken up. But it was quite interesting hearing from demonstrators there who even said on the loudspeaker that in the face of this Iranian attack, whatever might come their way, they still want new leadership. So the Israeli security and defense officials have been preparing for this for quite some time, essentially since April 1st, since they knew that there was going to be some sort of retaliation for their airstrikes on the Iranian consulate building in Damascus, killing several IRGC commanders, some of them quite senior as well. The Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has spoken with American counterparts, speaking with the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin 2 times in the last several days alone. And this evening, he said that Israel now has what they're calling new capabilities, not just on the defense front, but also in terms of a response. What those new capabilities will look like are still unknown. The Israelis are also kind of hoping for neighboring countries in the region like Jordan to help shoot down these several drones that are coming in. The Iranians say they're also firing ballistic missiles. But when it comes to an attack of this size and scale, Israel has never been faced with anything like this. And we heard from our colleague Rory in occupied East Jerusalem, who talked about this air defense system that is threefold. The Iron Dome missile defense system is the most commonly used in Israel, but it's for short to medium range projectiles, meaning this is for rockets that don't really have any sort of guidance with them. They're not very technologically advanced. These are rockets we see primarily coming from Gaza. But in this war, the David Sling has been deployed once, and we haven't really seen Israel use the Arrow system, which is actually twofold, 1 and 2. The Iranian weapons capabilities are something that Israel has not fought against, so it's surely going to be a test to how well they say they are going to protect themselves. And
didn't they use Arrow against the Yemeni missiles that fucking reached reached space?
We even saw that in the beginning of the war on
that's the
Gaza
last
when
time
there
they
were
used
barrages of rockets coming from the Gaza Strip. The Iron Dome missile.
Remember, the Iron Dome is for small projectiles like bathtub rockets and shit, and it's pretty effective. But they have obviously different they have different anti-missile systems beyond that for much larger capabilities that both Iran and Hezbollah have, and
well,
including,
as we
I guess,
the US President
Yemen
Joe
too.
Biden has now cut a weekend trip short. He's returned to Washington, D.C. to consult with his national security team. Heidi Jo Castro is joining us from Washington, D.C. And we understand that that meeting has now begun, Heidi.
That's right. Joe Biden is in the Oval Office meeting with the National Security Council, the senior members, which include the U.S. Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, as well as the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA Director, and the National Intelligence Director. All of these senior U.S. officials putting their heads together to coordinate, according to a spokesperson, the U.S.'s response alongside with Israel to this attack from Iran. What that coordination and what the actions will look like, that is what's unclear. So far, there has been no indication that the U.S. has engaged its forces against the incoming Iranian strike, though that may change, and how that may look like depends on, of course, the force posturing. And we have seen over the last few days, as this attack from Iran was imminent, that the Pentagon has been moving around U.S. warships and warplanes, and now at least 2 destroyers are in the region, poised to perhaps help assist Israel in taking down any of these incoming missiles or drones. Notably, at least one of these ships does carry an Aegis missile defense system, which is capable of taking down a ballistic missile. We'll have to see whether it is engaged. We, of course, know that the U.S. Defense Secretary has been in close consultation with Israel's defense minister through the last few days, now touching base multiple times a day and working in close coordination as the two countries together decide how to respond to this Iranian attack. Notably, the disagreement that has been very publicly made over Gaza between Biden and Netanyahu about Israel's course of action there having been set aside as now this attack from Iran takes center stage.
Heidi, would the U.S. have been given advance notice through diplomatic channels about this Iranian attack from Iran itself?
Well, it appears that if this is speculation, but if the timing of it does appear that the President Biden knew about this attack before we knew about it, which would be of no surprise. He cut short a weekend vacation at his beach home in Delaware and was already en route back to Washington as we saw the first drones launched in Iran. We also know that just yesterday, Biden specifically told reporters he thought that an attack from Iran would be sooner rather than later. He wouldn't cite the specific intelligence, but the U.S. and the White House has been preparing for this moment over the last few days, saying that it had also ramped up its coordination with Israel in preparation for this. Notably, the head of the U.S. Central Command had just been in Israel in consultation about how to respond to this.
Guys, many of you are making fun of him for going on vacation, but little do you know, it actually takes a major toll on an 800-year-old demon's existence when you are unconditionally offering support to a regional ally that has greatly over-leveraged its support and is dangerously unstable, especially as they're continuously doing an ethnic cleansing campaign while simultaneously opening up new fronts in a regional war that they want to draw your country to. Okay? Sometimes you have to go out to your Delaware house and, you know, enjoy the sun, I guess. Please. Totally valid.
Find the response to the proxy group. So let me start off by admitting failure. I think that it's clear that what they're trying to do is saturate Israel's air defenses and inflict some sort of damage. I don't know what the targets are. I don't think anybody does at this point. But you know, a long multiple attack by drones taking hours to get there. Israel clearly has the ability to attrit a significant number of those drones en route. I think they will deal with the drones as one threat, and they will deal with ballistic missiles as another threat. I don't think that any U.S. capability will come into play in defending Israel because our assets are, our missile defense assets are either in the Gulf or they're in the Mediterranean.
Right.
To really be effective, you have to be on the path that's being overflighted by the missiles.
Okay, hang on a second. You're raising a lot of points here. Let's just break some of the points down. On the point you make about the drones, right? You're saying so they're going to take a few hours to arrive to Israel, but we now know that missiles have been launched as well, reportedly cruise missiles. What's the strategy there, and what impact? I know you said that you don't know what the targets are, but what impact could we expect the drones and the missiles to have?
Okay, good question. So let me start. Well, so we don't know what they're looking at. Drones generally have a small, relatively small warhead. The Iranian model of drones typically is about this big. It's the size of about 2 coffee cans, and it has copper penetrators on each side. So what we've seen in Ukrainian usage, or the Russians, for example, is that they aim them at machinery to cause maximum damage. So it would be possible that these would be fired at civilian infrastructure, such as the power grid, to disrupt it. That's what we've seen in Ukraine. They don't have the ability to penetrate hardened structures. So it's not a decisive military weapon. It's more of a harassment weapon and effective against civilian infrastructure. Cruise missiles are basically unmanned jets that fly, at a low level, they would have the ability to carry a larger warhead and create more damage. They're also a little bit more precise because they're less affected by weather and damage, weather and going off string as they cover the large distance. Ballistic missiles, ballistic missiles take minutes, not hours, to get from Iran or Iraq.
How does Israel benefit from dragging the U.S. into this conflict? What do you mean? Israel wants total elimination of Iran. Israel wants to nuke Iran. America is the #1 country on the planet. It's the top dog. It's the hegemonic superpower. Having America in your corner means more weapons. Having America in your corner means better support directly from the largest actor in every region. Yeah, they're calling Big Bro. They're calling Daddy. That's what it is. That's literally what it is. It's just like they can't handle it on their own. Of course they can't handle Iran on their own, so they're calling Daddy.
So the first issue is, can you acquire these? And the second is, do you have the ability to...
Israel is like having like a Damien-style, Omen-style evil child, okay? You know they're a fucking asshole. You know they're a bully. They're being increasingly more fucking violent. We're not doing anything to stop them. And then, of course, eventually, as the parent, we got to step in and defend the piece of shit child that we have. In some ways, we've basically also, trained them to behave this way.
And that is probably because some of these missiles, we believe, are guided by the Russian version of GPS. So if you disrupt that, the missiles go off course and, they won't hit their intended target. So that's the first one. The second is, I would expect against drones and possibly cruise missiles that the Israelis would launch aircraft, helicopters, and fast movers and try to just shoot them down kinetically. The challenge there is not so much can you do damage, it's can you find them, because, like the Shaheed is made out of fiberglass. It has a very low radar signature. So what you would have to do is project forward where they're coming from. And then against the ballistic missiles, I think that that's where you get into things like David's sling and arrow. Those are your defenses against ballistic missiles. There's the possibility of some electronic warfare defense. When you get to your terminal phase, Iron Dome may be of some use against drones and possibly cruise missiles, but only in limited areas. And I think that Patriot, which Israel has, would be used against ballistic missiles, but again, only in limited areas.
Right.
Cruise missiles, I think, would be dealt with as aircraft.
Do you expect an Israeli retaliation?
Boy, that's a good question. And as I said, I got the Iranian response wrong. I thought it'd be proxies. I think there will be. It depends on the damage. So, if Israel manages to intercept most of these and no serious damage is done, then it's quite possible that they'll just say, okay, and there'll be some pro forma action against Revolutionary Guard personnel elsewhere in Syria, which we've been seeing for months and indeed years.
Yeah, famously restrained Israel. The famously restrained nation state of Israel. The only way Israel restrains itself after this is if America is like, done, you're done. You're fucking done. Stop it. Bro, they've been doing Air Force training in Cyprus for bombing Iranian targets on Iranian soil, okay? They literally, depending on the casualties, they will, the likelihood that they won't escalate is pretty low, all things considered, looking at their fucking current track record. Okay?
The region, if Israel is able to restore deterrence through its defensive capabilities.
And what about the U.S.? What's their role in all of this? I mean, we know. Yeah, go ahead.
Go. Less than we think. So the ships in the Mediterranean will be unable to play any significant role in the defense of Israel. Their Aegis is only effective, it's most effective against missiles that directly overfly it. And the indications I'm seeing is that the Iranian missiles are not being launched across the Gulf, across Saudi Arabia. They're being launched along the border with Iraq. There is no high-level intercept capability for missiles at any U.S. facility in Iraq or Syria. So the forces would just watch them go past. I think that our role is to probably resupply Israel.
To what extent would they be coordinating Israel's response, if there is one, and advising the Israelis?
Yeah. One possibility is there may be a coordination of electronic warfare and certainly threat coordination, sharing flight paths and capabilities. And then, of course, there'll also be resupply of Israel's surface-to-air missile inventory. I think that that's something that we can expect.
Okay.
But we're not going to be directly involved in shooting down missiles, I don't think.
All right, we will wait to see how this develops. For the time being, David Darash, we thank you for speaking to us from Washington, D.C.
Dude, this is my favorite Olsen guy. Baited, got it. Okay. Israel de-escalating after this also low-key shows that same reality that I've been repeating over and over again, which is that they only respond to force. Israel historically only backs down when they are met with force. The only other way that Israel ever backs down is if America tells them to fucking back down. That's it. Why did Iran broadcast this? Because they broadcasted it for two reasons. One, because it's like pretty hard to fucking hide thousands of fucking drones and missiles being launched from Iran and other regional actors in the direction of Israel. And two, because they believe that they have the legal grounds to do so. Iranian embassy in the UN says, we attacked the Zionist regime in accordance to Article 51 of the UN Charter, attack in self-defense, following the attack in Damascus. The matter is over, but the Israeli regime may make another mistake, and then Iran's reaction will be much more severe. This is a conflict between Iran and the Israeli regime. The U.S. should keep its distance. Anyway, according to some news, Turkey has closed its airspace to the U.S. Fuck no. There's no way. Y'all are crazy. Yeah, Iran is doing a little bit of de-escalatory bombing, if you know what I mean.
Around 2,500 U.S. troops. In Syria, you have about 900 U.S. military personnel. And over the course of the past several months, since October 7th, you had close to 170 attacks emanating from inside.
I saw that too. Turkey closed the airspace all over Instagram.
In Iraq.
No, bro, I'm sure Turkey has closed its actual airspace as far as like commercial air traffic or whatever in order to, in order for the safety. In order to secure all commercial airliners, but I doubt that they would literally stop American airplanes from flying out of Incirlik, for example. Breaking, Israeli source tells GLC radio that more than 100 of the drones launched to Israel have already been intercepted outside Israeli territory by the USA and Britain out of hundreds of UAVs in total launched. That's what they're saying. They are already intercepting them. Which was, of course, going to happen. Can we get a Zionist celebrity actor traveling to Israel roll call? After today? Oh, my God. We'll see.
dozens of Katyushas that are being fired. But if Iran were choreographing this, which we believe to some extent they certainly did, is this the stage in this response where the other proxies would now get involved as those Iranian weapons, the drones, the missiles are getting closer to Israel?
Yeah, I think so, Alex, and Mr. Rule would be the best to ask this, but I actually thought Hezbollah would act much sooner and actually prep the way. You're going to see not only Hezbollah, but also the Popular Mobilization Forces fronts in other countries probably chime in. It doesn't necessarily mean that Iran is controlling their actions or telling them what to do. What we've seen in the past in this area is they just do it because they want to contribute. Much like we've seen the second front they've opened up as Israel has gone into Gaza. No one has told them to do that. They're just doing it. So, yeah, it's not surprising at all. But again, I go back to what several of your guests have said. This is more than a proportional response. This is significantly greater than a proportional response. And I, for one, did not expect it to be as significant as it is.
All right, I'm going to ask you all to stay with me as we bring in Congressman Jason Crow, a Democrat who is on the intelligence.
What are they supposed to do, bro? I mean, no matter what Iran did, he'd be like, yeah, it's completely unacceptable because they just don't want anyone to retaliate to Israel.
Where General Hertling just left off in terms of his surprise about what we're seeing this evening with multiple waves of different kinds of weapons coming from Iran. And now it appears more rocketry, Katyusha rockets coming from Hezbollah. Your reaction, sir, to what we're seeing?
Well, it's a significant response, Alex.
Israeli chatter here. Do you believe Israel actually might not respond? No. I do think that it is very likely that Israel will respond. Just judging by like America's lack of interest in restraining Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu's interest of self-preservation at any cost, like that war cabinet is fucked. Unless like, dude, anything short of like a Shin Bet assassination of like all of the most right-wing all of the most right-wing like war cabinet members, I don't think Israel is changing course. Either that or America just being like, yeah, you're done. Stop it. We're not going to help you at all. Because why would they? This is the whole point. Why else would they strike the fucking Iranian consulate compound in Damascus? Why would they do that? That's one step removed from directly striking Iran. They did that because they wanted to broaden the conflict and have this look at like it's a state versus state, knowing full well that, of course, Iran would retaliate and knowing full well that America would most likely defend Israel unconditionally. And that is precisely what's happening so far. Something needs to change. They said they didn't do it. I'm confused. Yeah, dude, definitely. It is always awesome when Israel will be like, yeah, we did it and it was awesome. And then they'll be like, no, I just kidding. We didn't do it, as a matter of fact. Come on, bro. They literally, why do you think mainstream media is like, it's actually totally valid to strike a fucking embassy because we've decided that there were like really scary guys talking about really scary shit about what they're going to do to the Jewish people in Israel or whatever the fuck. Like, why are they fantasizing about why it was a hypothetically justifiable act of war if it wasn't Israel? If it wasn't Israel, they just go, it's not Israel. Why are you blaming Israel? You must be anti-Semitic.
Tolerance for a broader Middle East conflict changed recently? Are they now looking for a broader conflict with the United States and our allies? Because, before this, they really haven't been. They have been content to engage in destabilizing efforts, to use their proxies to conduct attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, I call bullshit on Israel because that shit happens in embassies and shit. No, that it's just embassies kind of just do that on their own. You know what I mean? Bro, you don't understand. Embassies always just kind of blow up on their own. Like, that's normal. Hello? Another very common thing, people that sometimes walk into the Saudi embassy, for example, find themselves chopped up with a bone saw. It's just a natural thing that happens, dude. It's like going in the water, you're going to get wet, right? Yeah, it's not funny. Embassies only do that when they're stressed. It's not funny, nor is it cute. Hello, embassy expert
moved
here.
assets into the region. There were already ships in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden. Are you happy with the level of support? Do you think that the U.S. is going to do an effective job at protecting Israel, helping protect Israel?
You saw our president? Did you go see him?
Probably.
No, well, time will tell that. What I can say is that we have been doing all of the things in preparation to defend against an attack that I think were necessary, surging
and then I was like planning on like telling him to stop at McDonald's.
The Papa John's currently pretty busy by the Pentagon.
And then on the way back, they're like, I
wonder why. Qatari Dancer, thank you for the 100 community gifted subs, by the way. Qatari Dancer's just like, fuck it, YOLO, world's ending. Might as well dump all my remaining funds into you, Hassan.
And I got here like 4, 5 or something.
What about
4:50?
Let's
no,
talk
but he should
about
by soon.
actually
like,
the UK Prime Minister, who came out very quickly and condemned the Iranian attack on Israel. And we understand that President Biden will be giving an address to the nation at some point, we believe in the next few hours.
Supposed to talk at 7, so
the bombs haven't even fucking landed on Israel, and Rishi Sunak was like, "How dare you, Iran? How dare you?"
Struck that Iranian consulate in Damascus, killing the 7 commanders, and this, in fact, is the reason why Iran says it carried out this retaliation.
Like 5,
absolutely, I mean, it's one thing that this is a reflection of the double standards on the part of the Western powers. So on the one hand,
thank you,
they give Israel the free hand. Israel can do whatever they want to.
Well, this is a good time for me to go eat
with impunity. But when some other people retaliate, they
and
this is actually,
I guess.
But you're going to wait? You're going to see him then, Jared?
In this part of the world.
Are you actually there?
So it gives them ammunition.
We're at the CVS. They want to see him drive
Everybody
by.
knows what the fuck.
Oh,
is up, bro.
okay.
Everyone in the Muslim world.
You guys might get stuck there, though.
In general,
are your
everyone
parents
sees what
going
the
to
fuck is up.
assassinate the president? Is that what's happening?
Everyone.
Oh, that's my plan.
It's like,
unfortunately, the president's not here today.
Ethnic cleansing happening for 6 months. I sleep. Israel strikes Iranian consulate. I sleep. Iran retaliates after literally saying that they're going to retaliate for a fucking week.
There's someone here with like a Biden sign.
Chill out, bro.
Trump people walked up and put signs next to them, and they're
all. Yeah, of course. Of course, everyone sees what the fuck is going on.
The dude with the Biden sign.
Oh my God! The U.S. House considered legislation to support Israel next week. Republican majority leaders release.
Like, I think you're a lunatic if you stand here with the Trump sign. But if you stand here with the Biden sign, I think
it's kind of funny. It's actually I actually respect that more. I actually respect that more.
I'm now debating. Like,
thank you for the 100 gift subs.
But also, like,
Hassan's a churchy dealer and Jay Ghost. Thank you for the gift subs as well.
Yeah, but it's always the time. But I think it's funny. It's funny just because you're gonna trigger so many people standing out there with a Biden sign.
Yeah, then you gotta stand there the whole.
I get. Yeah, it's
some people talk.
I don't know.
You know,
I mean, that bro's crazier
like
than me, so I don't know. I would not.
Like, it'd be funnier to drive
Eliza
by with
Ames.
a big Biden sign in the car,
thank you for the 10
like,
gifted.
"Fuck you" out the
Fishy,
window. Like,
thank you
that'd
for the 20
be the troll. Nice and quick, pisses everybody off.
Yeah. Let's see what the latest developments are. France on Saturday condemned the strongest possible terms the Iranian strike on
I don't know.
Israel. I think it's such an unprecedented action. Everyone is like,
better
dude,
than wasting 3 hours of your life having to listen to people you don't like yell at you.
I can't believe you guys did this. Like, you're not supposed to retaliate, dude. Everybody knows you're not supposed to retaliate. Calm like a Tom. What the fuck's going on right now? Thank you for the 20 gifted.
There's reasons why I mute the enemy team when they're talking shit. I'm losing, and then I unmute when I'm winning, and then I talk shit. Like, it's
the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. I think this is an olive branch being extended by the Iranian officials.
I'd laugh if he doesn't
UN,
even drive down this way. I'd laugh if he comes the other way.
This attack that is happening at the moment is going to be
the
response that Iran will have to the Israeli act, the strike in its consulate section in Damascus on April 1st, and warning at the same time that the United States should not get directly involved. Any kind of assistance provided to the Israeli military will be seen as direct interference by the United States, and that is something Iran has warned against, saying that
I wanted to do this.
Conflict between Iran and Israel, and they wanted to stay that way.
Wait, send some pictures. Send some some pictures.
to
See, like,
further
it drive by
expand
and
this
stuff.
conflict.
But then I forgot, like, he's
You know,
not
for
the
for
president. I want to see the
Iran,
presidential
we heard
like
over and over
motorcade drive
again
by.
that
Like, I
they
want to see
felt
that
like
drive
they
by.
had
It's
no
actually not
choice
that.
this
It's not that
time
crazy.
around
He's the
but
real
to respond
president,
to
Jared. What
Israel,
are you saying?
despite this having happened before. I mean, it's not the first
I
time.
mean, they
that
drove up
Israel
Cedar Crest. He
has
drove up Cedar
killed
Crest when he was here
Iranian
a couple
commanders
weeks or
on
a couple months
sites.
ago. It was. I mean, they shut everything down.
Since October
But
7th, in
when Biden
Syria
was.
alone, 18
Should I still a couple months
Revolutionary
ago on
Guard
Cedar Crest?
members have been killed by
No,
Israeli
he was in
airstrikes
he was in Lehigh
alone.
Valley.
That is not,
He drove right past the
even
hospital.
during Lebanon and
I saw his
also
motorcade.
attacks that have happened
Yeah,
for years
Joe said he was by
inside
him.
Iran.
Yeah, he was down
This is
down
something
further
Iran
south,
felt
bound
like
Cedar
was
Crest.
just crossing a red line.
Oh, so you saw the whole president's motorcade
Iranians
drive
have
by?
said that
Yeah.
this was an attack.
It's
on
not that
their
big.
Yes, if
What do you mean? It's like 20 cars,
full-scale
and like 40
nuclear war
motorcycles.
happens.
No, they don't always have the
Really free to
motorcycles.
celebrate this shit safe on the
Oh,
other
they
side of the
don't?
world.
No,
Let's not forget Hamas.
that's like a
Wait,
parade thing. They
Was
don't
that
always
a-
do all the
Was
motorcycles.
that an
like that.
Israeli chatter
Well, they
talking
shut
about
the
how
roads down
fucking
here.
afraid he is?
Oh. Well, they didn't shut him down in Shanksville,
hold
but
on.
trust me, it was a fucking headache. That
First
was
of all,
a
you should
Friday at
celebrate
rush
this.
hour at 4.
Okay.
He decided to drive up Cedar Crest.
Oh, that's right,
Oh,
because it's screwed at home, right?
Yep.
Oh shit!
funny.
It is an Israeli. Yo, chat. Hold up, we got one. Why would you ban that guy? Come on. Come on, dude. Let me see what he had to say real quick. Hold up. First message in the chat.
Well, while I've been sitting here,
Wait, can I pull it over here? What the fuck? I can't. God damn it.
I made $280 while I've
He
been sitting
said,
here.
what's his name? Wait, hold up. What was his name? Young Peasy? Give it to me so I can click
I
on
bought
it.
back into Dogecoin.
Monkey YZP.
It dipped down to
There
like
it is. Okay.
12,
It is
What
gonna
things to address
crash.
here? How are you
It
people
dipped down to
celebrating
12.9
this?
cents, and I
Real
was,
easy
like,
for you to celebrate this
right
shit
there,
safe
I
on the other
panicked.
side of
I
the
was like,
world.
oh my
Let's
God,
not
it's gonna
forget
be over. But
Hamas
then it
started
started
this
going back
war.
up. And
Israel
once it got to
retaliated.
14,
Iran had
I
no
was
reason
like,
to
okay,
attack other than
it's
anti-Semitism from an
not
Israeli
crashing
currently
anymore, so I
shaking.
bought back in at like
Okay.
14.2.
So, 1, welcome to the broadcast. 2,
Which is good, right?
stay
So I bought
safe.
it at like
3, there are plenty of other Israelis in here as well. You're not alone.
At like just
But
above
one thing you
15.
have to understand is that 1, Israel is an
I
apartheid
bought
state,
back
so
in
no,
at
October
14.2.
7 isn't the first time that
This
this
is all just
war
dubs, man.
started. It was an apartheid state for 75 years of its existence.
I haven't looked at my
Started off with the
401k.
Nakba.
You
It's a pretty
can't buy
deadly and
crypto
devastating
with your retirement
attack
account,
anyway. Pretty
unfortunately.
violent overall. The inception of
like-
the Israeli state
I
was
was
a
like,
pretty
10 more
violent
K.
one.
Dump it in. John
But
said no,
beyond
but I
that,
say yes.
if you feel right now in this very moment genuine fear for your safety and your life, and that's totally understandable because there are currently
So we'll see, 'cause
missiles being lobbed in your
happening's gonna
direction.
happen, like,
Remember
around
that is the existence that you're defending every single fucking day for every single child in Gaza. Okay? Every single child in Gaza has lived with that fear in perpetuity.
So I
There's
think it's all
never
just
been a
W's
single
from
moment.
here.
And you at least have a standing military, you have bunkers, you have bomb shelters, you have all the amenities, you have billions of dollars of support from the West. You can go to different places. Okay? The reality of the matter
This
is
is not
and
financial
there are
advice.
plenty of Israelis in here, plenty of anti-Zionist Israelis in
We
here.
all, none of us are taking your
recognize
financial advice.
that
Don't worry.
pain and the suffering that their government causes, just
My
like there are
financial
many
place
You
Americans
can
in
tell
here,
me
primarily an
when
American
it
community, who
craters, and then I'll
understands
buy
the pain
them.
we cause globally. You can't come in
That
here
shit's
and
going
expect
back to like 2
sympathy
cents, man.
in this very moment, while simultaneously justifying
It's gonna
that
go
it was
back up
actually
again,
Hamas
but
that
it's
started
gonna
it,
fucking-
and that Iran decided to retaliate because of anti-Semitism. Okay. Was it anti-Semitism? Was that the reason why Israel chose to
think it's gonna
strike
crater?
Iranian soil?
Yeah,
in
100%.
Damascus by striking the consulate compound.
That's all
in
it does.
Damascus? Because
I
that's
feel like
the
it's
reason
almost
why
at a new
Iran is
norm right now.
retaliating.
I feel like
No.
just like 14 to 20 cents is like a new. That's going to be the new normal.
You
It's
can't
not
do
gonna go back
that.
down
It's
to 7
literally
ever.
tied to
Be safe
Bitcoin.
regardless.
It's literally tied to Bitcoin.
Yeah, but Bitcoin's not going to go down.
It is. Bitcoin is going
It's
to
literally
absolutely
going
crater
down
again.
either.
And then it's gonna go, and then
It might go down.
Dogecoin's gonna
It
go
might
down.
go down. I don't know if
all
like,
over.
Bitcoin might go down, but not like below 30. I don't think it's going to go below 30K.
Massive
Okay, but
air
still,
the
if it
alerts
goes
across
to
Israel
30,
are happening,
then
maybe he just fucking stopped. Maybe he had to.
then thing is
Go
gonna
and
go to
shelter.
like 5 cents.
Anyway, as I was gonna say, is like if World War III broke out,
Like if
I'd be
Bitcoin hits
so 30,
30,
mad because
Dogecoin's at 5 cents.
needs to
Well,
end
Dogecoin
first,
hasn't hit
okay?
5 cents since I bought it.
I need to watch the
So
finale
Dogecoin
of
probably hit
Shogun.
like
Okay.
7 cents.
Well,
Okay.
southern and northern
6, 7
Israel under
cents.
red alert.
But that's when you buy.
Drone attack underway.
Because it'll go back up again.
I think it's,
It'll definitely go back
approximately
up,
5
but
minutes out.
I don't think it's going to crater that. I think it's not going to go
Cam 4,
that
by the
low
way, wild
until
stuff.
after it skyrockets. So, like, I think it'll see 50
Where's
cents
Cam
before
4?
it'll see 7.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Is that?
So what you do is you
Wait,
buy
what?
it now.
Oh,
you
those
cash out
are
at 50
those are
cents,
the
you
Tamir
buy back in at
interceptors.
7 later. Right? Then you cash back out at 20.
Ashkelon!
Just perpetual cycle.
Dude, that was scary as fuck. I don't know
Hopefully
why.
it just keeps doing this forever.
Bro,
and
I
no
don't
one
know
else
why it
notices
felt
it.
like. Yep, they're in. They're on.
This is a
they're in the
familiar
Israeli
sight for you,
airspace.
Nick, and for those of us who've been following this war.
Holy fuck, that scared me like I was fucking sitting behind the camera or something.
John, here's your
Dome
company idea, John.
intercepts that
Make
you've
an
been
AI
seeing for the
that
past few
predicts
months.
the
How
stock
different is this?
It's a little different. It's hard for me to assess. There's the sirens now. Guys, are we on air?
And those are the sirens. Nick Robertson, you are on air. Those are the sirens that are sounded by Israeli
There's been a history of
authorities,
people who
to warn residents,
small,
in this
like,
case of in Jerusalem,
quirks or
of
bugs of the way the
incoming
stock market
rocket
works.
fire. What you're looking at there,
and like
live
exploited the
pictures
shit out of it, made tons of money. But then
of
the moment
Jerusalem,
like
the hills of Jerusalem,
everyone finds
just
out,
before 2 o'clock
the stock market crashes.
local time in the morning. It has been several hours since we first reported that Iran had launched more than 100 drones at Israel from Iranian territory, followed shortly thereafter
Isn't he supposed to
by
speak in
cruise
13 minutes?
missiles,
Like where?
and then
he
a
just drive
wave
by?
of ballistic missiles.
I want to get like
It
a
has
burger
just been a
and go
matter
home.
of time until we believed that that combination of firepower would be arriving at Israel's doorstep. We know that the U.S. has helped intercept some of those drones. I believe these are the first sirens for this evening, indicating that there may be
normally
some incoming
things
drone
sound
or
better
rocket
and look
fire.
better
Nick
than they do on
Robertson,
the stream.
if you're
I'm just
still there,
doing
is
this on
there
my
anything
laptop.
more you can tell us about what you're seeing?
We're continuing to see multiple intercepts in the skies above me, coming from multiple different directions. It's hard to determine
Give me 1 moment.
what is potentially an incoming missile and what is an intercept at the moment. So I'm just going to back up and look out here. That's a bright white light flying in here. That just got intercepted. So
Let's see if we can find you any updates as we wait. When will these drones reach Israel?
That was a bright white light, so that appeared to be the incoming missile. I saw it intercepted. The siren's now gone off. I'm searching the skies here to see what intercepts. I'm hearing barrages of what sound like Iron Dome interceptors, but more in the distance. But perhaps
all
that
of Israel is
phase
under
of missiles
alert.
that was intercepted over Jerusalem, close to us, that phase of missiles is moving through now and being intercepted somewhere else. But those explosions that we could see in the air behind me, and I'm hearing
Oh, I think I saw the notice from Israel. I think I see the notice from the Israeli military to the residents.
In the sky.
Okay, guys, I have this for you. Let me show you what the Israeli Defense Forces said for their residents, okay?
I'm not hearing the
This
sound
is
of
video
things
here. What is
hitting
this one?
and detonating on the ground. What we're hearing at the moment.
I'm seeing another video.
are the detonations
Guys,
of
hang on. I'm going to switch
outgoing-
videos.
it
I'm going to
sounds
switch
like
videos
Iron
here.
Dome
If I can, I'm going to
We're
switch
seeing the
videos.
intercepts in the
I have
sky,
another video
and
for
we're
you
hearing the
from AFP. I have another video for you
with those
of
intercepts
Israel.
in the sky. But I have to stress.
So give me a moment. Let me try to get that other video up. I am seeing stuff on that video. I'm seeing stuff on that video.
That was another
Hang
light
on. I
flash.
got to get it up for you. I got to
I'm
refresh
seeing
here.
more,
Let's see if this works. Can I get you the other video from
more
Israel?
amber, orange
Here it is.
tracer
It's a
flare,
different video of showing
possibly
Israel's
intercept
skyline.
missiles in the sky
Hang on, it's coming. It's coming. It's
above
coming
us
right now.
and behind us here.
It's coming
So
up.
this is
There it
ongoing.
is.
That
That's
was
it,
another
right
big
there. That's a live
detonation
video.
and rumble there.
That
This
is live
an
video from
ongoing
AFP.
situation.
It
I
is
would
moving
say
around the
that
sky,
we've been talking
looking
here,
around.
We've witnessed 20
This is
to
in
30,
Israel.
perhaps,
We have a live video, a second live
intercepts.
video.
Now, We don't know what's being intercepted.
Sorry, the camera's panning around right now. You can't see that much.
Resources
It's
when
just like
it came
dark
to a
there.
situation like
You'll see
this.
something in a moment.
The Israeli army has never been faced with this type of weaponry that has entered its airspace, and as a result, they have closed their airspace. They have landed
Give me a second
all
here.
civilian flights. The airspace is completely closed. There was roars of Israeli fighter jets in the air earlier in the evening, and it's part of this multi-layered
So I
defense
gotta
mechanism that they're talking about in order to shoot down these drones and potentially these ballistic,
Let me just fix this, try to get you this video
also
here.
coming towards Israeli airspace.
Hamda, we're also hearing, and this is according to the AP news agency, and I believe that you were saying this a moment ago as well. So air raid sirens are
For whatever
sounded
reason,
in Jerusalem as explosions are heard
get you
in the
that right
skies above.
now.
And we're looking at the live picture
Why
right
is that
now
not working?
From West Jerusalem. You're speaking to us though,
Trying to
from
show you this video
Tel Aviv.
right now.
Talk us through what sort of preparations were being made by the Israeli military
not
in
showing you what I
anticipation
wanna
of an
show you.
Iranian attack. And,
That's the
do you think that this is what they expected?
that's the one from Tel Aviv. But there's another one I want to show you.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I think it's just not showing much right now.
Well, the Israelis
That's what's
said that
going
they
on.
were prepared for a wide
So-
variety of scenarios, and in
No,
fact,
it
they
is.
were ready for anything that could happen. And just this
Let me just-
evening, Home Front Command, that is an extension of the Israeli military, had issued an abundance of new guidelines. In fact, there was a protest going on in Tel Aviv in the evening that the police had shut down because of 11 o'clock this evening. They said that there would be no gatherings of more than 1,000 people. Schools were closed. Different work sectors were closed as well for the next 2 days in anticipation for this attack that they said was imminent. And the Israelis were expecting a response, and that's because of their airstrikes on the Iranian consulate in Damascus on April 1st. They knew they were anticipating this kind of response. Perhaps they didn't know the size and the scale and the type of weaponry that would be used, but nonetheless, a response and a retaliation from the Iranians was promised. The Israelis say that they are partnering with regional allies and additionally the United States and the United Kingdom. In fact, the Israeli army is reporting that several drones were already shot down before they had reached Israeli airspace. You're looking here at more active interceptions that are happening in the sky, and what's falling here is the shrapnel that will land in different areas. Now, where that is happening over, sirens are also ringing. And when that happens, Israeli authorities say for people to go into these protected areas for a minimum of 10 minutes unless told otherwise. They usually get these types of alerts on their phones. But again, all of the GPS and phone type systems are disrupted at this point. But you can just see it in the sky that this is clearly an active situation that the Israeli military is still saying could take hours. They were anticipating these types of drones coming in anywhere, reports indicated from 2 to 10 hours. So it still looks like it's going to be a long night ahead, as the Israelis say they have defense mechanisms that are stockpiled, they are ready to go, and they are prepared for any type of scenario.
Okay, Hamda, we'll let you go for now. Thank you. We'll bring in Rory Challenge from occupied East Jerusalem. And Rory, can you confirm, just tell us what's happening there, because we're hearing air raid sirens go off in Jerusalem and explosions above the skies. What do you see and hear?
Power everyone's devices with ultra-fast, reliable
Yeah, exactly
internet
that.
for
For the
$20
last
a
10
month.
minutes or so, we've been looking
Upgrade
out
to gig
from the
speeds
balcony
for a 2-year
here
price lock.
across the Jerusalem
Get
skyline,
faster speeds and
and we've
epic deals
seen
when you switch to
a
astounding internet
succession of air defense interceptors going up from various points around the city to meet targets in the sky. And then still going on, there's a sort of dull thud going around the skyline across the city as well as interceptions are made. About 10 minutes ago as well, the air raid siren went off. And now the police seem to be going around on the streets in their cars with an announcement going out, which we assume is telling people to go to their nearest air raid shelters as quickly as they can. So this is the situation in Jerusalem at the moment. It seems to be calmer right now, but there could well be another barrage of drones coming in and on the way. We are seeing basically Israel under attack from Iranian projectiles right now.
What sorts of advice or
Instagram,
preparations has the government, or I mean, you were just mentioning the police telling people to go to shelters. What more have they told people to do?
Well, I mean, they've basically been telling people not to panic. They have been issuing various restrictions on movements and things like that. They have told people that they shouldn't be gathering anywhere in Israel in groups larger than 1,000 people. They've been saying that schools, universities, daycare, etc., is going to be closed for the next 2 days. And they have been saying to everyone to listen to the advice for when the air raid sirens go off, to go to those shelters and to take shelter for as long as is necessary. But the advice has been just to sort of take it calmly and not to get too worried about things. The military has been telling people that the air defense systems that Israel have, that's the Iron Dome, that is David's Sling, and that's Arrow 2 and 3, are very capable systems designed to deal with multiple types of threats. It's a layered air defense system to deal with rockets, to deal with missiles, ballistic, to deal with missiles that are cruise missiles, and to deal with drones as well. And that is what we're likely to be seeing over the next few minutes and hours as these different waves of projectiles come in. The big test, of course, is for this layered air defense system. Can it cope with an assault of this magnitude? Because this is not something that Israel has faced before on this scale. It has its assistance coming from the United States, providing overwatch, providing electronic jamming, electronic warfare, and shooting down projectiles before they even get to Israeli airspace. But this, as I say, is a test that Israel has not faced before on this scale.
Rory, it's Darren Jordan here. I've just taken over from Dareen, so you're with me now for the next few hours.
Navy.
For those viewers, Rory, who are just joining Al Jazeera now to take in this developing story as it's happening, talk us through again what you're hearing from Israeli Army radio, from officials there, about the incoming drones, because we're hearing, as you've been telling us throughout the evening, it may also include...
Guys, the reason why they launched 500 fucking drones is not because they wanted to hit 500 targets. Of course, they know that. Of course, they know that. Like many of those drones are going to be intercepted by Iron Dome, and also the Central Command defense systems that are in the region. I'm sure they have like a specific target in mind, military targets in general, that they're launching ballistic missiles in the direction of. Don't know if that will also be successful, but ultimately the goal is to retaliate and to say, no, you can't get away with fucking hitting. You can't get away with hitting an Iranian embassy. You can't get away with hitting the Iranian consulate compound in Damascus. The ultimate goal is to wear out the defenses. It's kind of wild, though. I don't think I've ever seen... I mean, we've seen interceptors before. I've never seen this many fucking interceptors in action. It is genuinely a marvel. It is genuinely a marvel to see this thing in action. Low key, high key. How does this work? It looks at the trajectory. It looks at the trajectory of the ballistics and tracks it and then sends an interceptor, a Tamir interceptor missile in its direction. Ultimately, obviously, if these fucking drones hit like not all of these drones are directed in the directed towards like military targets. Some of them are there to exhaust the military systems. If they were to fucking actually hit, if they were actually hitting like the ground, they'd be killing random innocent civilians. Okay, it's not an act of celebration. Israeli senior command, very significant retaliation to come against Iran. Oh no, they're so fucking stupid, bro. They're so dumb, bro. Israelis, you're on your own. Hassan, you're watching a video game. Tweet again. What? Bro, what are you talking about? We're literally watching like direct fucking live coverage. What the fuck do you mean? Arma 3 memes. Like there are actual interceptor footage that we've seen. Anyway, to the Israelis in the chat, good luck. It seems like your government is going to... It seems like your government is going to retaliate aggressively. Dude, chatters that don't give a fuck about the genocide at all only come in here, only chirp in here, specifically to be like, yep, doesn't matter if World War III is gonna fucking start, depending on how Israel retaliates, depending on how America moves forward. Doesn't matter if my fucking friends and family get drafted, myself included. I'm here to fucking clip some shit, okay? I'm here to clip. It's like showing your fucking asses. It's very weird. I'm here to clip and ship, bad boy. I'm here working at the behest of my favorite YouTube content creator, my favorite kick streamer. You know what I mean? He's not paying me, but I'm doing that regardless. Meanwhile, I'm sitting through the top of the hour ad break and watching a 3-minute ad at the top of the fucking hour. Because I don't have $5 to fucking subscribe at the top of the hour. And I haven't been able to get a gifted sub at the top of the hour. So I'm just going to sit through the 3 minutes of ads, hoping that I can find another clippable moment in a little bit. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way, chatter.
To liaise with the Israelis and build up their kind of intelligence picture of what might be coming. So these are the kinds of things that Israel has been doing. And the government has been insisting to people that the country is as prepared as it could possibly be, but warning them that air defense is not infallible, however competent it is. Something might well get through.
All right, Rory Challenge there, live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, we'll no doubt come back to you a little bit later. For our viewers just joining us here, it's just gone past 2300 GMT. We're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran launching its retaliatory attack on Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have launched its first wave of missiles, as you've been seeing on our screens. Air raid sirens, as Rory was telling us there in occupied East Jerusalem, are sounding, and rockets have been intercepted above cities across Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. A senior U.S. official has told the American media they believe as many as 400 to 500 drones and missiles will be launched towards Israeli territory. Well, Tehran says it's a response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Damascus in Syria. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his war cabinet in Tel Aviv. Israeli combat planes are also in the air now as we speak. Israeli officials say the response will be firm and clear and have called Iran's attack a severe and dangerous escalation. Meanwhile, U.S. President Joe Biden has rushed back to Washington.
Bro, it's so funny. There's still dumb motherfuckers being in here like, oh, dude, you don't understand. The U.S. is a puppet state of the Jewish lobbyists or whatever. No, dude. No. Okay? No. America does what America wants to do. Okay? America says jump. Israel says how high. Not vice versa. Please do not
I don't know.
Do not misunderstand the situation. Okay? Israel is basically behaving in the most belligerent ways possible. And America is still rushing to its defense. Those are American Air Force.
He's lying. He's just on the toilet
fighter
at
jets
home.
that have intercepted hundreds of fucking missiles that were trailing in the direction of Tel Aviv. Who the fuck do you think is in charge here? It's not Israel. Definitely a JDAM. Dude, that's awesome. All the drama perverts are back to be like, definitely a JDAM. Israel blew up every single fucking hospital in the Gaza Strip, big dog. Every single one. Still mad. Still mad that you were wrong. Still mad that you found yourself on the wrong side of a genocide and having to defend it. Anyway.
A post on X by Iran's permanent mission. Certainly from what we've been hearing over the past few hours. First, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who are carrying out this attack against Israel, calling this mission a true promise. That is the name of it. They say that they've launched drones and missiles towards Israel as a result of their aggression. And that this decision was made.
The JDAM memes are only funny if you are personally completely uninterested and not even remotely invested, as a German would, by the way. I think Shrooms is a German Twitch viewer or a Twitch partner, completely uninterested, maybe on the side of Israel a little bit. That's the only reason why you would find that to be funny. Because, like, I don't think it's funny that Israel has done an ethnic cleansing in Gaza for the past 6 months. I don't think it's funny. And I think that is, if that's the only counter you have to that, is to be like, dude, a JDAM, when they have used munitions, guided munitions such as that, time and time again, pummeling Gaza. Yeah, I mean, it's funny for you, I guess. Maybe not so funny for anybody else.
Israel will be made to regret what they did. Israeli forces have carried out strikes in Syria since October 7th repeatedly and killed 18 Revolutionary Guard officials since then alone. But of course, that is not the only time that they've targeted senior Iranian officials. We saw a number of attacks on nuclear scientists in Iran over the past decade. With the last one, high-ranking Fakhrizadeh was assassinated in Tehran, and Iran blamed Israel for that attack. But Iran didn't directly target Israel until tonight. This is the first time in the country's
Jared's there for me.
that Iran has taken such a decisive action, but it seems to be fairly limited. First of all, there was communication back and forth
Not
between Iran and
to
the
the
United
rally,
States.
just to watch.
Iranian officials making
Watch
it very
to wave
clear
at the
that they
motorcade.
don't want a full-on confrontation with the West, and that what they're going to do is
I told him I want to see what it looks like. You want to take a picture?
Action against Israel, and that the Iranian foreign minister just tonight posted on his X account that the United States had sufficient warning in advance about what was to come. So there's no surprises about what is happening tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they said they were going to do it. They've been talking about when they were going to do it. If I'm a fucking dumbass fisherman, as I am, and I've been talking about, like, the potential for Iran retaliating for the past 5-6 days now,
God.
Then yeah, of course they had better intelligence.
Going to break, fly off, and I'm going to get hit.
Because they've even given it a name, haven't they, for the operation?
Okay, America.
Yes, True Promise is the name, and they did say that this was coming without
Don't
specifying
attack Germans.
exactly
We're your
what kind of
fourth
an
largest
attack
viewer
would take
base.
place.
No, I have no smoke for the Germans. I do have smoke for the
past
German
10 days or so,
government, though.
we didn't
The
hear
German
a lot
government is doing
from
some
the
fucking
high-ranking
real
officials
historical errors
about
again.
what kind of a response specifically
I mean,
Iran
come on, dude. Arresting a fucking a Jewish anti-genocide protester
But no, dude, it's crazy. People are
is
freaking out.
ridiculous. Like, some real Gestapo shit.
Clear is that Iran was very careful about what they were going to do. This was a very much calculated response because
Sure, it should be back.
it took them so long to actually do. Many people here were doubting whether or not there will be a direct response from Iran. Many believe that the Iranian proxies in the region, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Yemen, would be the ones to respond to Israel. But Iran has decided now this is a very critical point in this country's history and relationship, or lack thereof, with one of its...
Bro, the Western world is pretty crazy, honestly. Like, Western officials only condemned Israel when they killed white people. 7 white World Central Kitchen workers were executed, 3-tap by the IDF.
I figured you would just take.
And that's the only time when I've seen unequivocal, universal condemnation against Israel. Israel struck the Damascus compound, the consulate, not a fucking peep.
Much better drive than
It's only when either foreign white people die, white aid workers die, because Palestinian aid workers had died, 200 prior to the World Central Kitchen. Almost 200 UNRWA aid workers had been mercilessly executed by the Israeli state. Not a single fucking peep. A month prior to the World Central Kitchen attacks by Israel, ANIRA, an organization that we've raised millions of dollars for in this community, ANIRA had an aid worker get killed as well. ANIRA stopped their actions. ANIRA, ANIRA's aid worker, of course, was.
That's what I said. It wasn't that crazy when he was there.
ANIRA had to stop its actions after the World Central Kitchen attack.
Like in lockdown, it was under control.
Yeah.
I did not see a single.
It's crazy that, like, the only time when there's any sort of condemnation is when, you know, either Westerners are killed Or, of course, the foreign adversaries retaliate.
Here. It is absurd.
Well, PA is no longer Democrat, so.
I guess. I thought it was a swing state.
It's crazy.
It is. Yeah, it goes like back and forth.
It was devastating for this country. And the supreme leader that is now in power since 1989, he's the commander-in-chief of the country's armed forces. Had a very difficult decision to make. This was not something that was taken lightly by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, because to engage with direct conflict with Israel is something nobody here wants or wanted. But I think the officials felt there was no other option. If they use proxies in the region, they will be made to look weak, because they had said that they don't have direct say of what those proxies do. So they felt this was a time for them to step up. There has been rhetoric for the past 45 years in Iran between.
There was a lot of people, because I was watching a live stream of it. There's thousands of people.
How Iran will respond to the aggression that has continued against the Palestinian population. So I have to tell you, these scenes that we're seeing tonight are extremely unprecedented. I think many Iranians, when they wake up on Sunday morning, will be utterly shocked that Iran has actually taken this decision to launch direct attacks from Iran.
I did not think there'd be that many. I knew there'd be a lot of people. I didn't think there'd be that many people.
Over and over again over the past 4 decades, but to see the scenes over Jerusalem,
oh my God, they're like walking.
Are something many here never imagined they would see.
Like I said,
what the heck?
They're reporting live for us from the Iranian capital, Tehran, as we're looking at some of those earlier pictures of those interceptions.
It's everything in the fucking world's about him.
And interceptions throughout.
All anyone talks about.
Again, David Aduma Ambulance Service says his medics are shooting a 10-year-old boy. The boy from a Bedouin town near Arad.
Always. Now let's bring in Sean Bell. He's
always. Here's another real piece of shit thing that Israel does. The Bedouins are in disastrously underserved areas. They're technically considered Arab under the Israeli demographics designation, and they literally fucking mistreat them. The government straight up does not develop the areas that they live in. Sometimes they are also purposely fucking displaced. And every single time there are these sorts of attacks, whether it be like Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas rockets being lobbed into Israeli territory, there's surprisingly, more lies, really? You think the Bedouin do not shoulder the major burdens of not having enough Iron Dome defenses over their areas?
I forgot to carry today.
Really? That's a lie? Famously, the Bedouin are in Iron Dome has priorities. Okay. What? I never understand. I never understand why people come in here and then quite literally fucking repeat the position that I have. Yeah, forced transfer of the Bedouin is the latest example of apartheid cruelty. Yeah.
The fight of the Brave song or whatever.
So when rockets do actually go through the Iron Dome, it's usually on Bedouin communities.
I want that pink hair across.
Bedouin people face the highest rates of poverty in Israel. 80% of residents are in unrecognized villages and they live in poverty. Bedouin adults face numerous physical and mental health disparities compared to other groups in Israel. And in a lot of instances, they do actually fucking
they have their own.
They do actually get hit. Not only that, but part of the reason why we know about this was also because the victims, the survivors from Kibbutz Be'eri, were specifically talking about them on like October 8th.
The name you'd expect.
Iron Dome, David Sling, and fighter jets are likely intercepting incoming Iranian drones and land attack cruise missiles. Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 are likely intercepting Iranian medium-range ballistic missiles over Syria and Jordan.
perspective, they're not that capable. I mean, they're about the same speed as a car. They do about up to 140 miles an hour. They have got long endurance. They can travel hundreds of miles, and they can be quite carefully programmed. They've got a relatively small warhead, 50 kilograms, but that will still do a lot of damage on the ground. But they're really more terror weapons than anything else. The huge advantage is that these things are probably only about $20,000 a time, whereas most of the cruise and ballistic missiles, you're talking about $1 million, $2 million a time. So the great thing about drones is that you can afford quantity, and sort of quantity has a quality all of its own, because you can actually start to deluge air defenses, and that's what these weapons try to do. They're a terror weapon more than actually physically be able to do material damage, but they are, as you said, very widely being used out in by the Russians against Ukraine targets.
No, what he means is they're terror weapons in the sense that, like, their sole purpose is to cause fear amongst the civilian population and not to actually hit a target. And he's right, because the only targets you can hit with those drones are civilian infrastructure targets. That's why they're being heavily used in by Russia in Ukraine. That's what he means. They're slow, they're easy to intercept in comparison to other missiles.
I just kept everything.
Obviously, all weapons are technically terror weapons
Missiles,
when you think
cruise
about
missiles, ballistic missiles. In effect, the attack itself is multi-layered as well.
Yeah.
What is this? What is reportedly from Jordan?
I mean, there's no point firing one missile and having it shot down out of the sky by the very careful, very high-tech Israel air defense systems. That would appear that Iran was not strong. It wouldn't be seen as a robust response. So it would have to have considered a multi-wave attack. But Iran would have been well aware that most of the drones will get shot down. It's more a question of where the main missile
Not
strikes.
true. They're perfectly fine against power stations and
sense
centers of
of this,
communication.
though,
Yeah.
is that Israel must
But
have
not
known
hardened
when it
targets
attacked
with
that
shields.
consulate on the 1st of April that they would trigger some sort of response like this. And despite America asking Iran for a measured response, telling them not to respond, Iran probably had no choice. So the real question is, what was Israel seeking to achieve with those attacks on the 1st of April? And is this part of a carefully coordinated plan? Because Israel's made no secret of the fact that, having dealt with Hamas, it wanted to deal with Hezbollah next, and this attack by Iran might well give Israel license to have a go after Hezbollah next.
All right, Sean Bell, live for us there from Birmingham in the
Dude,
UK. Sean Bell, a military analyst,
crazy, bro.
Air Vice Marshal. Thank you very much indeed for your time and your analysis. Let's go back to Rory Challens, who joins us live from
It's just
occupied
endless,
East Jerusalem. Rory,
seemingly.
so, just talk us through now what you're seeing and hearing. You're there in occupied East Jerusalem. You've been hearing these explosions, seeing these interceptions. Tell us what you're seeing. Tell us a bit more, Rory.
Well, there have been extraordinary scenes, I have to say, over the skies of Jerusalem this evening. Just a half an hour ago, it looks calm now. It is calm. But just 30 or so minutes ago, the sky behind me was lit up with, well, I mean, what looked from here like slow-moving fireworks arching into the sky, which were interceptors launched by Israeli air defense all around the city, rising up to meet the threat of Iranian drones coming in, perhaps cruise missiles. We don't know exactly what the targets up in the sky were.
Ukrainians are watching this like, God damn, bro. No, the attacks have not ended. They came in, I believe, 3 different. They're coming in 3 waves. I guess this was the first wave, but it's still continuing. Interesting to see the difference in coverage. Yeah, of course.
U.S. must stay away. That's in all caps. U.S. must stay away. So
Yeah.
what is the Iranian threat to the U.S.? If the U.S. continues to intercept incoming drones, missiles, or ballistic missiles, or other Iranian targets coming towards Israel, what are the Iranians going to do? Attack the United States?
I don't think they're going to attack the United States, but one of the things that the Iranians have been telling me over the past couple of years, and this comes from people in the Revolutionary Guard, but also in the Iranian military, is that they've been saying, look, the U.S. needs to understand, with all of their assets in the Middle East, that next to almost every American outpost, next to almost every American base, or at least in the vicinity, there is a militia out there that is loyal to Iran, or at the very least has ties to Iran. So the Iranians certainly believe that they could put the U.S. under pressure in the Middle East We saw that after Qasem Soleimani was assassinated in 2020 when the Iranians fired back at an airbase in Iraq, the al-Assad airbase. They gave ample warning before they did that, but they were able to target that fairly easy from Iranian territory. So, of course, the U.S. has assets in various places in the Middle East. The Iranians are saying those assets could be under threat if the U.S. continues
I'm sorry. Stop sending me fucking random links on Twitter, bro. Stop. Stop sending me random links on Twitter of videos that you think are real, okay?
Strike if the Israelis chose to do that. I think some of the messaging that we've seen tonight from the Iranians has been pretty remarkable, where they've come out and said that any country, if the Israelis now want to strike back, any country that opens their airspace for that or their ground space for that would be under threat from Iran as well. So certainly the Iranians are messaging that they are extremely serious about this, while at the same time saying that they're giving Israel an off-ramp and saying, look, these are the strikes in retaliation for the hit on the embassy. It's up to Israel now whether or not it ends here, Wolf.
All right, stand by. We're going to get back to you, Fred Pleitgen, with his expertise on what's going on in Iran right now. I want to go back to Jerusalem. Nick Robertson is on the scene for us.
What is the rational perspective
Nick,
from the Iranian side? I mean, they know that almost all of their fucking attacks are going to get intercepted, so they want to show force. They want to scare the Israeli population. They want to scare the Israeli government and apply pressure to the Israeli government for striking technically Iranian soil. That's the reason why. That's the reason why they have said that they're going to do this for a week now.
Flying in the sky over Jerusalem at this time is unusual. It is clearly related to what's happening here right now.
We intercepted 99% of the Iranian response.
That we saw before, General Hertling suggested that he believed that they were being, some of the intercepts we were witnessing were intercepts by fighter jets. The fact that we're seeing the fighter jets up there now certainly brings additional credibility to his already very credible words. But I think that's what we're witnessing here tonight. Multiple layers and levels of Israeli air defense systems. But again, the fact that these missiles, these Iranian...
When you guys ask, why did they fucking hit the why did they hit the Iranian embassy? I told you why. Because they want to open up a new front, I think. I think they want to, they knew that, of course, Iran has to retaliate. Iran is going to retaliate. American forces and European forces are going to absolutely intercept missiles. And then there's going to be political pressure from America to respond to Iran because there's so many fucking psychopathic, bloodthirsty monsters. Here's Tommy Vitor saying, these lunatics are desperate to push us into a direct war with Iran. It's bloodthirsty, stupid, and not what any actual voters in this country want. This is Senator Marsha Blackburn. Iran has begun launching drone strikes on Israel. POTUS, we must move quickly and launch aggressive retaliatory strikes on Iran. That is a psychotic thing to say. But the goal from Israel is most likely to draw the United States into a broader conflict against Iran, directly against Iran. Notice, too, of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, after more than 10 days of silence and negligence of international organizations, especially the UN Security Council, to condemn the aggression and criminality of the Zionist regime in the attack on the consular section of the Iranian embassy in Damascus as a part of our country's territory. And the testimony of 7 of the country's legal advisors in the non-punishment of the criminal regime under the 7th paragraph of the United Nations Charter, John Barkfon of the Revolutionary Guards, in response to these crimes and the realization of previous warnings and the fulfillment of the demand for the right of Iran, and in order to punish the aggressor, using its intelligence, missile, and drone strategic capabilities, it attacked the important military targets of the Zionist terrorist army in the occupied territories and successfully hit and destroyed them. I don't know about that part. Following the strategic policies of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announces the terrorist government of America is warned that any support and participation in harming Iran's interests will result in a decisive and regretful response from the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran. 2, also, if America is responsible for the evil actions of the Zionist regime, and if this child-killing regime is not contained in the region, it must accept its consequences. 2, while emphasizing the policy of the good neighborliness with neighbors and countries in the region, it is stated that any threat by the terrorist state of America and the Zionist regime from the origin of any country will be followed by a reciprocal and proportional response of the Islamic Republic of Iran or the source of the threat. We assure the heroic nation of Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and other armed forces of the country will stand to the death in defense of national interests and will neutralize the enemy's efforts to disrupt the security and peace of the people. That's a bunch of rhetoric. I'll believe it when I see any actual action. The fuck do you mean? There's like thousands of fucking drones that are being intercepted on top of Israel right now. What actions? What do you mean? Nuke fucking Tel Aviv? What the fuck are you talking about? Western leftists are so funny. They're like, bro, me, I'd be doing something different. Like, what would you be doing? Would you be nuking Tel Aviv, dude? What would you be doing in this situation? Iran failed, weak as hell. Guys. Yeah, they're tweeting praxis. See, Iran is tweeting as well. That's also praxis. Oh my God. Did bro say the terrorist states of America law? I mean, they're not wrong. America is a terrorist state in the Middle East. This is true. I don't know if they actually hit any targets. They said they did, but that's PR. I just met my national security team for an update on Iran's attack against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad. Thanks, Joe. Joe, thank you. Americans want to see blood. They're like, oh, dude, this is not enough. On the Israeli side, I suspect that they feel a different way. Some Israelis, obviously, are way more angry now than ever before and want blood and want to attack Iran. Other Israelis recognize that, holy shit, the night sky lighting up with missiles, albeit intercepted, is still a very fearful position.
Well, we could have done multiple without him. I thought he was already going to be back.
It is. This is terrifying. This is terrifying for the civilians. The airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. And we could all really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish right now.
Not just what happened this evening, but perhaps also bracing for more. The Israeli army has said from the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war that they knew something else could happen. There's
they see this every day, nothing new.
Front on
no,
Israel's
dog. Fucking Palestinian bathtub rockets are a little bit different than like Palestinian bathtub rockets are definitely a little bit different than fucking this shit. When those things land, and they rarely do, but sometimes they do land, they'll like hit a fucking courtyard and open up a little dent on the ground. These things are a little bit different, and also both in size, magnitude, and frequency are a little bit different. Iran has never directly hit Israel. This is a big deal for sure.
The Qiddiya is in the heart of Tel Aviv. There were reports speculating that that could potentially be a target, but there were more reports from anonymous Israeli officials indicating that the targets would be primarily military targets. And what exactly that means, whether it's air bases, whether it's Iron Dome or air defense battery systems, whether it is artillery positions, perhaps it's unknown what exactly was being targeted. But the Israeli defense array in the air has intercepted intercepted seemingly most of those projectiles. We haven't really had any reports yet of them falling in any sort of open areas. We haven't had reports of damage. There are reports of one injury in the southern part of the country, a 10-year-old child in a Bedouin area. These areas typically do not have these types of bomb shelters or safe rooms that are located in other sorts of Israeli towns and homes that are easily accessible and available. So the Israelis say that while perhaps this part of the evening is over, but the longer game for them is going to be a retaliation. And look, it's still unknown if this part specifically is over. It's unknown if there will be this second and third wave of launches from Iran that was reported that Israeli officials are still perhaps bracing for, but they say again that they are prepared for any possible scenario.
All right, Hamda Salute live for us there in Tel Aviv. Hamda, thank you. Well, as we mentioned, US President Joe Biden has cut a weekend trip short and has returned to Washington, D.C. to consult with his national security team. Let's bring in Heidi Jocastra. She joins us live from Washington, D.C. So we know that security meeting, Heidi, at the White House has already started. Who's in?
My man said, don't use your consulate for military purposes and it won't get blown up law. Brother, you say this, but the IDF headquarters is smack dab in the middle of a mall in Tel Aviv. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, would you have that same attitude if they just fucking dropped a nuke in the middle of that thing? You think that would be cool? The fuck do you mean? Oh, dude.
Pretty sure that was just a
don't use your consulate for military purposes. What do you think happens in fucking embassies, dumbass? You think there's no military action happening in American embassies? No generals ever touching American embassy soil? It's not in a mall. It's across the street from a mall. Sorry. It's not in the mall directly.
The very first episode.
I mean, that's directly. That is straight up a military base, the headquarters.
That the U.S. has indeed been taking down these Iranian drones. Meanwhile, a spokeswoman for the National Security Council, again, used this word we've heard over and over again coming from the Biden White House, ironclad, to describe the level of support that the U.S. has for Israel's security. And though we're not getting much more detail about what assets the U.S. is deploying to take down these drones and other incoming projectiles from Iran, we are getting some clues from a British official saying that British air jets are now replacing some of the U.S. fighters that have been doing counter-terrorism work in Iraq and Syria in order to free up those U.S. fighter jets to now support Israel. In total, there are still tens of thousands of U.S. troops who are deployed in this region, I should remind us. And there's another 1,000 U.S. troops that are en route to the coast of Gaza, there to build a humanitarian pier to receive the delivery of food there. But the Pentagon has been moving to even beef up more the presence of U.S. troops in this region, not to mention the USS Eisenhower carrier group, which includes 2 destroyers as well as 9 Air Force squadrons that have all been placed there waiting in anticipation for this moment to arrive. Again, we're not exactly clear which assets were used to take down these Iranian drones, but that response continues as we speak.
Yeah, Heidi, let's just go back to President Biden, because there's some speculation that he knew about this attack. What sort of behind-the-scenes diplomatic warnings or intelligence led Biden to believe that the response would be sooner rather than later?
Amazing, but you can tell that it's all just practical.
He certainly hinted at that. He said there was intelligence that he knew of but couldn't get into publicly yesterday when he said those words exactly, that this attack would be coming sooner rather than later. And he told Iran at that time, it's about 24 hours ago now,
President's in command.
Do it. Well, obviously, that advice was disregarded by Iran. But behind the scenes, the U.S. has been, over the last 10 days or so, really ramping up diplomatic pressure, trying to avoid this very moment from occurring, using pressure on third-party countries to try to...
We will wait. There are reports that some Israeli targets have been hit. Including either a 2 different military bases. We are going to wait until there's confirmation. Okay. Apologies to the chatters, but I'm not gonna immediately go gung ho before there's actual confirmation. Okay, love you guys, love the enthusiasm.
In regards to election integrity and the need to make sure that when people do vote, that they are actually a citizen. And if you missed that broadcast yesterday, you can go to our Rumble page and pull that up.
It's very clear that the fighter jets are involved in shooting
now,
down
in all
these
fairness, they are going to bring up this bill, but the chances that it would actually go through and pass on the Senate side is
so the
really.
fact that we're hearing the jets again right now over Jerusalem seems to indicate that there may be another wave on its way here at the moment. Of course, if that happens, Wolf, we can expect to hear the sirens. I'm not hearing a new siren alert go off at this time. It is very quiet here. As you know Jerusalem very well. This is a city that
Bro, what the fuck? There ain't no way, bro. Are you serious?
Shilla motherfuckers, get ready with me for war. Iran just launched a few missiles, and like I'm not trying to go out looking ugly, so straighten my hair, collect my eyebrows, that whole like facial routine situation. Like who knows how long I'm gonna be underneath the ground before I found like an underground. Oh, that's, by the way, I swear by that last year was the best thing ever. Anyway, this is the final fit. All of my friends have come by, so like, hakol tov. So I have to go now because we're going underneath the ground.
Bitches want me. They're right in the doorway.
Bro.
Shilla motherfuckers, get ready with me for war.
Bro, that's crazy. I mean, this is just sheer arrogance, dude. Hakol Tov, Saul's good, Saul good.
What their intentions are, and that is due to really the broken border. So now we have an heightened security risk in regard.
I don't know where they went, by the way.
I think they pushed. Yep, somebody's dead. They 100% pushed.
Oh my God.
I hit 2 of them, but
Why aren't you talking about how this relates to the book of Revelations? Because, dude, honestly, you're not even fucking wrong at this point, okay? I don't know, bro. I don't know. The eclipse is happening. Now fucking Israel's being attacked in retaliation by the Iranian forces. Who knows, man? Maybe these fucking psychopathic white evangelical Protestant freaks are not wrong
for that Israeli strike in Damascus. How would Iran go?
Mercury's in Gatorade.
Arguably the most dramatic option that Iran chose tonight of the various scenarios that could have played out. Iran tonight directly attacking Israel from Iranian soil. In anticipation of something like this, the U.S. military had moved more assets to the Middle East.
A Chinese
we understand that they strengthened air defenses. Of course.
Hello? Because she's awesome. I love watching TikToks about what's going on Chinese internet.
he came out your way.
She keeps me up to date with the Chinese netizens.
We saw tonight. But Wolf, we have been talking to our sources for the past 2 weeks trying to figure out what Iran would do. And it really only came into focus yesterday that Iran could indeed carry out tonight's attack from Iranian soil. CNN reported yesterday that a number of military assets, including drones and cruise missiles, around 100 cruise missiles, were being moved in Iran. That was certainly an indication of what we saw tonight. And I'm really struck by this, the two facts, Wolf, that Iran is claiming that this is over. That's according to their mission at the United Nations. At the same time, Israel and the U.S. in the support role very, very much dealing with what is still incoming. Those drones. We believe they're also cruise and ballistic missiles. It remains to be seen whether Iran is done firing everything that it intends to. So far, as our correspondents have noted, it does not appear that anything has hit its target. No craters, no blasts, no destruction, death. But this is far from over. Despite those Iranian claims, what you're hearing there, those sirens, those interceptions.
Dude, Americans are so funny. They're like, dude, not a single fucking missile got into Israel, bro. It's like
one dude with a Biden sign.
Listen, do you want them to? Yeah. Like, I don't understand.
Figured there would
as
be.
Far as I understand, yeah, there are reports that there are multiple impacts at the Nevatim Air Base in the Negev Desert. But it's like,
I feel like that's still kind of weird.
You're just over here. What? You're over here in America, in Iowa. You'd be fucking shitting. You shit bricks when you see like a brown dude walking in your fucking neighborhood, and you're immediately like, grab the fucking weapons, boys. There's a takeover happening. Meanwhile,
Wait,
you're like, yeah, I can't wait. Oh,
How was it, Jared?
In either direction, even if it's like vengeance.
I'm glad you get to see our president.
Which is not, again, not justice for the Palestinians, but also beyond that, even if it's just like, man, Iran is no smoke, bro.
Yeah, that was insane. I don't know why you guys went.
Shocked his audience hates Israel. No, dumbass. Many of those people that are fucking talking in here are not even. No, they're not anti-Israel. They're pro-Israel. They're like flexing. They're like, haha. Not a single Iranian, not a single Iranian missile struck a target, bro. Big L for Iran, bro. And it's like, okay, like I don't know what you want me to say here. Like you want me to be like, yeah, no, I hope all fucking Israelis die or some shit. What the fuck's wrong with you? Not my position.
There with how many people were there?
And anybody else, I couldn't care less. Maybe if Hitler came back to life, and was giving a speech in Shanksville, I'd be like, you know what? That's
I'd be there.
A historical, interesting thing to go watch.
I would be there.
Yeah.
You would definitely be there, Jared. I'll give you that.
Anyway,
you wouldn't go watch a Hitler speech.
The real issue is, it's just like chatters that watch war from afar and just like consume it for enjoyment. It's gross.
Shout in German.
Not thinking about the real human toll here for civilians. It's already frustrating.
Oh yeah.
And I think like Russia's invasion of Ukraine really fucking brought this up to a higher degree because it was like a just cause on the Ukrainian front, considering that they had the moral reason to want to defend their country from an invasion, from a Russian invasion. So a lot of people started just like genuinely cheering on death, constantly asking for more and more blood. Obviously, it's perfect for us because it's not like we have American military there. We don't have any like real connection. You know what I mean?
But we're also told it could reconvene later. They're watching all of this very closely. The stakes for the United States right now are enormous. Obviously, the stakes for Israel are enormous as well. I want to bring in Aaron David Miller right now, former State Department Middle East negotiator. You've been involved in this region for a long time. Aaron, give us a historic sense of what is going on right now. The fact that Iran, with a huge military capability, is launching rockets and missiles against Israel from Iranian territory, and they're not simply relying on their Iranian proxies, whether Hezbollah or the Houthis or others, to do.
I can't read the Gideon Levy article from Haaretz. Footage purportedly shows Iranian missiles impacting the Negev area of the southern Israel earlier. Trump is live. Impact was made. Different angles. Oh, this is the one. What is this? Suppressed news. Breaking confirmed. Direct impact made on Israel by drones, missiles fired from Iran. Video 2. The Bedouin diaspora near Arad. A missile hit 10 miles away from me. Why are you promoting this? Wait, what?
But Dustin, why didn't you go to the runway?
Bro.
I'm not wasting. No, he changed his mind. I was only going to go if he wanted.
Dude, I swear to God, the brain rot is so high. Promoting it.
You should have invited Joe. You could have got everyone ready.
You could have. Bro said I'm launching the missiles, dude. Yo, somebody needs to check in on CNN with their promotion of these missiles, dude. I'm sorry, Chatter. I'm gonna stop it real quick, okay? Oh, Jesus.
Lebanon, Syria,
even if they're Iranian sovereign territory, Iranian military installations. Now you have a president. What the government will do, and then if in fact they do strike Iran proper, will the Iranians respond? And will be followed, which could inflict a much greater level of pain, I think, quickly on the Israelis with their inventory of
next to you and defend her still today, because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the U.S.
So you can tell me about that? You can suicide it yourself into my aftermath?
Hello, Pennsylvania. What a great place. Thank you very much. You know, the pilot said it's too windy to land, sir. I said, that's okay. Land anyway. We have no choice. It's windy out here. It's windy, but it's beautiful. It's Pennsylvania. It's our place. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. With your help, we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we're going to make America great again.
I brought a nitro this morning.
Before going any further, I want to say God bless the people of Israel. They're under attack right now. That's because we show great weakness. It would not happen. The weakness that we've shown is unbelievable, and it would not have happened if we were in office. You know that. They know that. Everybody knows that. But America prays for Israel. We send our absolute support to everyone in harm's way. This is an attack that would not have happened. I mean, to think about what we have to go through and the things we put up with the border, with no energy independence, with all electric cars. Would everybody like to buy an electric car for the rest of your life? But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. I will revive American strength abroad, and we will restore American strength at home. We were respected 4 years ago all over the world. Today we are considered a joke. A joke. It's not going to be for long. Believe me, it's not going to be for long. We will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world like we had it just 4 years ago.
Big Bro is not talking about nothing, okay? He's not talking about anything, bro.
That umbrella group.
Crooked Joe, he claimed inflation was transitory. Remember that? Then he said it was temporary. Then he said it won't happen. It really won't happen. And then he said, well, it's much higher than expected. And then the supply chain slows. And then the energy went through the roof.
Putin, for Iran's attack on Israel.
They called it Putin price hikes. It wasn't only Putin. It was Putin and plenty of other things that Biden got wrong. Because frankly, with Putin, Ukraine would have never happened.
In the days to come.
Israel attacked both October 7th and today would have never happened. Then he blamed price gouging and junk fees, but all of America knows that the real blame for this nightmare lies with one person, crooked Joe Biden, as crooked as you can get. That's why the people of Pennsylvania are going to tell crooked Joe, you're fired, get out, you're fired.
Israel's Channel 12 quotes a senior Israeli official pledging an unprecedented response to Iran's attack and urging Israelis not to
One of the leading drivers of Biden's inflation disaster is his war on American energy, and Pennsylvania energy is a big problem.
Channel 12 quotes a senior Israeli official pledging an unprecedented response to Iran's attack and urging Israelis not to go to bed due to what is coming Tehran's way. Now,
you gotta be proud of any culture except that.
That in of itself,
they're not wrong. They're not wrong. He's done everything wrong. Think of it. We've been in this mess together for 3.5 years. Only a little more than 6 months until that
insane.
most
They're like,
important
yeah,
day
we're celebrating
in the
Why do they
history of our
fucking strike
country,
the embassy
November
is the
5th. Think
question
of
that
that.
many of you have asked.
But what has he done that's good? Nothing. Has anything that he's done turned out? Everything he touches turns to shit.
Brunt of, and then it would give
I think the thing is more than every
time.
time. Have you ever seen someone try to celebrate their whiteness at work?
Under Biden, gasoline prices are up over 50% and electricity prices are up 39%, rising 13 times faster than under the previous.
Well, Jared, I gave
times faster than under the previous 7 years. When I'm back in the White House, we will end Joe Biden's inflation train wreck, and we will tell Pennsylvania, drill, baby, drill, get back to drilling.
There are definitely people that try.
Under my leadership, we had energy independence, and soon we would have had energy dominance. We were going to be dominant. We were bigger than Russia. We were bigger than Saudi Arabia. And then he stopped. But then he started again. He went back to Trump policies because the price started going up so high. But the day after the election, first of all, if he wins, our country is going to be destroyed. The day after the election, if he wins, he will stop drilling and he'll go back to wind. Doesn't work. He'll go back to all sorts of things that don't work, and they've proven that. When it comes to Biden, he launched an extremist crusade actually to smash oil and gas, but Pennsylvania is one of the big oil and gas, largely due to me. He wanted to smash it. Biden has imposed a savage natural gas export ban that's putting countless Pennsylvania jobs at risk. He's risking your lives. He's risking your jobs. But he doesn't care because all he cares about is the Green New Scam, the Green New Deal, the Green New Scam.
There's one right outside.
The Green New Scam, one of the biggest hoaxes. Biden's also trying to abolish gasoline-powered automobiles and force everyone into an all-electric car.
America has been gearing up against for a very long time. This is what Israel has wanted for a very long time.
But I have good news for you, all of you that love those trucks. He wants to make your truck all-electric, too. No more gasoline-powered. On day one, I will terminate Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. Gone.
The other part of this
day
is the
one. That's going to happen on day one.
Desperately to drag America
and I'll end Joe Biden's natural gas export ban on behalf of the people of Pennsylvania, who I love. I went to school here, right? I went to school in Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. As we rescue our economy, we will also rescue our democracy. Our democracy is really under siege. Our Second Amendment is under siege, but not with me. It's not with me. They don't touch it. But our Second Amendment is under siege. Our democracy is under siege because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden loves to say that democracy is on the ballot in this election. If it is, we're going to win in the greatest landslide in history. Because we're the ones who are fighting to save our democracy, and Crooked Joe Biden is the demented tyrant. He's a demented tyrant who is trying to destroy our democracy. 2 days from now, the entire world will witness the commencement of the very first Biden trial. They're all Biden trials. You know that, right?
In the night sky like shooting
and I'm proud to do it for you. Have a good time watching.
Are those
Have a good time watching
those rockets from the sky?
On Monday in New York City, I will be forced to sit fully gagged. I'm not allowed to talk. Can you believe it? They want to take away my constitutional right to talk.
On top of
have a crooked judge
and also Jordanian airspace. Do you think
this has never happened before? By the way, you do know that, right?
Israeli fighter pilots
fully gagged before a highly conflicted and corrupt judge who suffers from TDS. Does anyone know what TDS is?
Allied forces, Allied Western forces in general.
Trump derangement syndrome.
The capacity
as the radical left Democrat Party seeks to do anything possible to keep me from running and winning in this election. And let me tell you, we're leading by so much, they don't know what's happening. But you know what they'd love to do? I did nothing wrong from day one. I did nothing. You had Russia, you had Ukraine, you had every hoax imaginable. With all of the things they did, with millions of pages of study, they found nothing, which makes me perhaps the most honest guy almost in the world, I think.
Are you stupid? It has the most dense anti-air capability in the world. Stop yapping.
But like all true communist show trials, this is what you call a communist show trial. And we're going communist, don't kid yourself. We don't win this election, this country is finished.
Overtime, intercepting missiles over Jordanian airspace, like I just fucking mentioned. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Okay? If Israel could fucking thrive and survive on its own, and it wasn't such a small
I love you too.
Genocidal
I
apartheid
love you
state,
too. That's why I put up with this stuff.
It wouldn't require heavily
Remember,
on
I've been
propaganda in the
indicted more
Western
than Al
world.
Capone, the great gangster.
If that's the case, then we should
I
just
never
stop
heard
aid
the
to
word
Israel
indictment.
right
I didn't know.
How do you
Now
feel
all of a
about
sudden,
that?
if I fly over a Democrat
Except
state,
that would never happen,
they call
because
it
the
a blue
moment that we
state. I
stop
get
aid to
subpoenaed
Israel would
before a
stop
grand
Again.
jury.
It would cease its hostilities.
It's horrible.
He just-
Honestly, it's horrible what they're
he's just
doing.
like
They're ruining this
Pennsylvania.
country. They're destroying
I went to
the
school in
country everywhere.
Pennsylvania.
There's not a thing he's done that's been good, but this is a case of blatant manipulation
Didn't he
of
go
the
to
law and
UPenn?
the facts, like Russia, and all of the other
None of
hoaxes
these
that
are
we've had to
actual
endure.
retaliations
The
or
phony
counters to
indictment
what
has
I'm
been
saying.
torn apart
You're
and
just-
demolished by legal experts
just
from
vibing
across the
on the
political
aesthetics,
spectrum.
bro.
Every
On God,
single
for real,
legal expert,
okay?
without
You're not being a
exception, that
W
I can
person, You're
find,
being an L nerd
has
right
said,
now,
as an
okay?
example,
Trust
Alan
me, Lenny Pie.
Dershowitz,
Your roads are garbage.
Alan
but,
Dershowitz said, I've been doing this for
Absolutely
60
no
years,
argument
teaching
ever from
criminal
these people.
cases,
Yeah, it's always
defending
like, man,
criminal
I don't like the
cases,
fucking vibes in
writing
here. On
about
God, for
criminal
real, for real,
cases,
okay?
and this is by
Arguably
far
one of
the
the
weakest
50-year-old
criminal
man
case
just
I've
called you
ever
his
seen in
son.
my
I
60
hope that
years.
person is not
There
50
is
and actually just
absolutely
15
nothing here.
instead.
There is no misdemeanor. There is no Before felony. going There's any no further, I federal want to crime.
say God
Every
bless the
American is
people
in
of Israel.
danger
They're
if we don't
under
have an
attack right
objective
now. That's-
standard of justice.
That's
equally
because we
applicable
show
to
great
all.
weakness.
Alan
This would not
Dershowitz,
happen.
He's a
The
Democrat.
weakness
He's no
that we've
fan
shown
of
is
mine. He's a
unbelievable,
Democrat,
and
That's
it
true,
would
he
not
did
have
mention-
happened.
And a Harvard
he did mention
professor,
PYT.
smart
That's
guy,
probably a fucking
but he's a
30+
Democrat. He
year
writes
old
that.
person.
Here's another one, highly respected former federal
Iran is on the second
prosecutor
salvo, 70
Andrew
missiles
McCarthy
towards Israel.
stated,
First salvo was
it
80
would
missiles
take us
per
an hour
senior US
just to
official.
flush out all of the problems with this case. The premise of this prosecution is falsification. What Bragg, that's Alvin Bragg, he's a Soros-appointed prosecutor.
Why don't you address who started the conflict? The top of the hour ad break.
And by the
started
way, crime in New York
when
is
I
at record
got
highs.
a
The
new
violent
contract.
crime, murders, killings,
Okay,
all
yeah,
of the
you're too
stuff,
late. You're too
muggings.
late,
And he
chatter.
leaves them alone. They've got so
That's
when I
weak.
go into court over
That's
nothing,
weak, babe.
it's not a
You can't
crime.
do that.
When I go into court,
You can't do
they've
that.
got like 9 prosecutors.
That's weak. I got
and in the
baited one
meantime,
time
people
already.
that murder, nobody does anything. What Alvin Bragg is trying to do
Weak
is
bait.
enforce federal
But
campaign
regardless of the top of
finance
the hour,
law,
there is a 3-minute
which he
ad break.
doesn't have any
If you no longer
authority
wanna see those ads,
whatsoever
all
to
you
do.
need to
He's
do
not
is
allowed
subscribe
to
for $5
finance.
or for free
And by
with
the way,
Twitch
the
Prime.
federal government looked at it,
Here's
turned
one
it
3-minute
down.
ad break now.
It's a garbage case that he himself rejected a year earlier. When Bragg came
Max
into office,
Serpy,
he's the
thank you for the
district
521 gift
attorney.
subs allowing.
He said, I'm not doing this
5
case.
people that
This
don't want to
case
see the
is
ads at the top of the
bullshit."
hour.
And then what happens? He does the case.
One's going to
And you know, here's the thing. They could have done this case 7 years
If
ago.
we
You
were
know
in
the way
office,
they're
you
trying
know
to
that.
rush it?
They know that.
This
Everybody
case would have been
knows
fine
that.
7 years ago.
But
Do
America
whatever you
prays
want.
for Israel.
They do
We
it
send
right
our
smack
absolute
in
support
the middle
to
of our
everyone in
election
harm's
campaign.
way.
And I talk about
This
our
is an attack
campaign.
that would not have
we
happened.
want to do it now.
To think
and
about,
the same thing with
to think
deranged
about what
Jack
we have to
Smith,
go
all of
through
these
and the
people.
things we
These
put
are
up with the
Biden
border,
people.
with,
He can't
no
win an
energy
election. He can't put
independence,
2
with all
sentences
electric
together.
cars. Would everybody like to buy an electric car for the rest of your life?
Oh my God, it was literally right after he talked about the electric car. What the fuck is a shanksville, by the way? Sorry, no disrespect to the Pennsylvania chatters, but these naming conventions got to go, okay?
But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. I will revive American strength abroad, and we will restore American strength at home. We were respected 4 years ago all over the world. Today, we are considered a joke. It's not.
Yeah, they're together.
Oh, okay. Well.
If I had a stamp shot, maybe.
You wanted?
What the fuck is a Schnecksville, by the way? Sorry, no disrespect
I'm just gonna
about the electric car. What the fuck is a Schnecksville, by the way? What the fuck is a Schnecksville, by the way? Sorry, no disrespect to the Pennsylvania chatters, but these naming conventions got to go, okay?
But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll.
After he talked about the electric car. What the fuck is a Shanksville, by the way? Sorry, no disrespect to the Pennsylvania chatters, but these naming conventions got to go, okay?
But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. I will revive American strength abroad, and we will restore American strength at home. We were respected 4 years ago all over the world. Today, we are...
After he talked about the electric car. What the fuck is a shanksville, by the way? Sorry, no disrespect to the Pennsylvania chatters, but these naming conventions got to go, okay?
But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. I will...
After he talked about the electric car. What the fuck is a shanksville, by the way? Sorry, no disrespect to the Pennsylvania chatters, but these naming conventions got to go, okay?
But we will return the world...
About the abductees. Nobody is talking about the...
This election is a choice between the Biden fascist state or the American Republic. It's called, we are going to make this country so great again, and we're going to do it fast. We're going to do it really fast.
After he talked about the electric car. What the fuck is a shanksville, by the way? Sorry, no disrespect to the Pennsylvania chatters, but these naming conventions got to go, okay?
But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. I will revive...
After he...
A vote to save American democracy and a vote to save American freedom.
The Revolutionary Guards have reached Israeli cities.
Isn't he all for it?
No. The money should be taken. And you seize the means of production, Jerry.
And as I say, and I've said tonight, and I'll say it again and again, and I mean it so much, you know, when we had a beautiful November day, 2016.
Israel's been attacked on its own sovereign soil by 2 independent countries. Bro, Israel is literally, if we don't even factor in Mossad operations globally, Israel literally routinely bombs every country in the region, including invading them.
But this is going to be really special because I will tell you, 2016, we had spirit like nobody's ever seen before.
What do you mean?
2020 blew the spirit away of 2016. We had, not only did we get millions more votes, I think the spirit was even greater. But now, because we've seen how bad they are, added to the fact that you like the job I do, you like the fact that countries respect us, you like the fact that we were energy independent and all of the things. You like the fact that I got you the largest tax cut in the history of our country.
I don't think this guy is saying.
And they're going to raise your taxes by 4 times. 4 times. Think of that. Take your taxes and multiply times 4. That's what you're going to be paying.
The Resistance Forces on October 7th were like invading from a foreign territory and not like occupied territory.
But I say this, and I say it.
Towards the response,
I said in 2016 that this is going to be the most important election we've ever had. But I say now, because 2016, I won to a certain extent on the border. And then I fixed the border. And when I fixed it, I wanted to make speeches in 2020 about the border. And my people said, sir, but the difference is I listen to myself. I don't listen to anybody. He listens to his people. He listens to his communist handlers, okay? He does whatever they want him to do. But my people did say, sir, they don't want to hear about the border. You fixed it. I said, I want to talk about the border. They said, sir, you fixed it. We went on. We had an unbelievable election, getting millions more votes than we did in 2016. But the election was rigged. The election was rigged. Pure and simple. 2020 was rigged. It was a disgrace. We can never let it happen again. The difference, though, is this is compared to 2016 and the border. This border is 100 times worse. This is the worst border of any country in the history of the world. There has never been a border like this where millions and millions and millions of people are coming in totally unchecked and unvetted. The American people are going to stand up, and they're going to stand up to the lies and the witch hunt and the corruption of Biden. He is the most incompetent president in the history of our country. He is the most corrupt president in the history of our country, and he is the worst president by far in the history of our country. And we have to get him out on November 5th. We have to get Biden the hell out of office and send him back to wherever he comes from.
Significant casualties yet, though there is a report of one 10-year-old girl in the Negev area who was seriously injured. And so at this stage, the intercepts do appear to be remarkably effective, but that does nothing to detract, I would argue, from the seriousness of the moment in terms of how this could quickly now escalate into that regional conflagration that everyone had been fearing and had been hoping to try to avert.
We have to get him out.
Clarissa Ward in Tel Aviv.
You look at all the things that are happening, everything, the whole world is ablaze. You know, it's interesting, Viktor Orban, who's the Prime Minister of Hungary, very strong guy, very strong person. I think happens to be a very good person, but a very strong person, doesn't play games, didn't want any illegal immigrants in his country. You know, then they say, oh, he's such a bad. Well, they asked him 3 weeks ago, what's going on with the world? What's going on? Everybody's fighting. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, the Middle East is blowing up. Everything's blowing up. China's going to be next with Taiwan because of weakness. China's going to be next. What's going on? He said, bring Donald Trump back as president and it'll all stop. It'll all stop. He said it. And he said something else, and I wouldn't say it because I wouldn't really like the word. China was afraid of Donald Trump. Russia was afraid of Donald Trump. Everybody was afraid. I don't want to say that. I want to say they respected me. But the fact is, none of this stuff would be happening. None of it would be happening right now. We'd have a country that would be peaceful, prosperous. We would have had no inflation. Inflation was caused by energy. This stupid person, what he did with energy was that it went up 40, 50, 60%. That affects everything. Everything. If you make donuts, everything is more expensive. It's so bad. When you look at food prices now, where it's gone up by double and triple and quadruple, and you can never get that back, but we're going to get it way down, I promise you. And we're going to bring your energy so low. We're going to bring your energy prices so low that other things will follow. And that's what happened. It's very simple. Instead of trying to have corrupt prosecutors fight his battles, what he's doing, he's incompetent. And what he's doing, and it's not, I don't believe it's even him. I think it's the people that want to keep their jobs around him. They're communists. They want to keep the job because I don't think he has any clue. I don't think he has any clue. So listen. We have a little look at this one. That's for him. It's slight. I call it slight. See the podium? I'm calling on crooked Joe Biden to debate anytime, anywhere, any place.
Too windy to land. I said,
right there.
Land anyway. That's a story I'll take that never happened for $1,000.
Because our country is going in the wrong direction so badly, and while it's a little bit typically
early,
we have to debate. We have to explain
There's
to
no
the
chance the
American
pilot's
people
like, we
what the
can't
hell is
land, it's too
going
windy,
on.
and Trump's like,
Because
land
they're
anyway, and the
looking
pilot's
at
like,
the border,
okay, sir.
and they're looking at inflation, and they're looking at the economy, which is terrible. They're looking at every single aspect of our country. They look at the fact that the world is laughing at our leader and laughing at us. And just 4 years ago was the exact opposite. We were the most respected country in the world. We were the most respected that we were ever respected. Nobody, we were never more respected.
He normally tells the truth, so I don't know.
4 years ago. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs, that's all they are. They're weak thugs. They're so desperate to stop us.
Who you trusted?
That we are the only ones who can
I'm sure you
stop
did.
them. And all of this persecution of Donald Trump, I don't mind. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you. But all of this persecution is only happening because I'm running for president and leading very big in the polls. We're leading so big, they're going crazy. They are going crazy. In the Wall Street Journal, they just came out with a poll. We're leading big in a place called, have you ever heard of Pennsylvania?
It's a crazy noise. I said that was.
And nationwide, we're leading by 4 points, 6 points, 9 points, 11 points. We're leading by a lot. Now, they cheat, so we have to give ourselves a lead. They cheat like hell. And when you see them cheating, you get out there and start screaming. Start screaming. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024.
Okay.
Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor because I am being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never, ever, ever let them take away your freedom. I will not let it happen. That's what they're trying to do. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. And I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will be in their way. So job number one is going to be, and as soon as we take office, we will seal the border. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And we're going to stop the invasion and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We had the safest border, the most secure border in the history of our country 4 years ago. The safest border in the history of our country. There are charts out that just came out from Homeland Security, if you can believe that. And I don't know where the hell your border is. Put it up and set it at the back of my head. I'd love to have that chart. But it shows that the lowest number ever of illegal immigrants coming in was my last week in office before this very, very, very horrible president took over. You know, one thing good about it, though, Jimmy Carter's a nice man. Jimmy Carter looks like a brilliant president by comparison
Be careful.
to crooked Joe Biden.
Together.
Oh, yeah.
Crooked Joe Biden, he is the worst. Jimmy Carter is a happy man. Oh! Hey, that's a good staff. I didn't think that fine.
That's
that
close.
One. That's the one.
That's at the
See the
cart.
arrow in the bottom?
Yep. They grab the bounty at the cart.
That's when exactly
They're
when
coming,
I
boys.
See the number?
already
That's
see
the
'em right
lowest number in the history of our country.
I shot at him.
The week that I went out. And then look at, after that, it looks like a rocket ship. It's a rocket ship of illegal immigrants and people that we have no idea where the hell they come from. People don't even know the names of the country.
Perfect shot.
The people coming here don't even know the names of the country from which they came.
Every time I want a spark sniper, I
And you see the right-hand side when it goes up? If you extend the chart a little bit, we could modernize it a little bit. Add another 25%. There has never been anything like it. In Venezuela, violent crime is down 67% because they're taking their gangs and their thugs and their criminals and dumping them all across the United States of America. How about that? How about that? They're sending prisoners, murderers, drug dealers, mental patients, and terrorists. The worst anywhere in the world. These are the only thing good about they're
crossing through the water.
Criminals is they make our criminals like nice people. Because our criminals, I think, are much nicer than their criminals. But you know, people think, oh, isn't it wonderful? The migrants are flowing in.
I got one.
These migrants are coming from mental institutions, insane asylums. They're terrorists. They're coming from prisons and jails. There's a little difference. They're coming from prisons and jails by the millions. Are we crazy to take this man, what he has done? You know, I say it often. I say it at the rallies. This is a nice rally, by the way. This is a hell of a rally.
How'd you get nitroed through a window? When you have
I just heard there are 42,000. You know, we expected maybe, because it's freezing, right? It's freezing. I'm freezing my ass off up here. At least they could have given me a little bit of a heater underneath us. They gave me nothing. See, they take advantage. My own people take advantage of me.
All right, I scared her your way.
They gave me nothing. But
I see the guy on 75 doing.
One of those things, isn't it? But you know, we expected maybe 10,000 people. We have 42,000 people tonight.
Wow, I couldn't even see him.
42,000.
You good, Resnick. Let me see, Froze.
As far as the eye can see, I wish the fake news media would turn those cameras. Look at all those cameras.
We can burn that redhead too, before they get her.
Wow. Wow, that's a lot. You know what? I wish they'd turned those cameras back and all the way back as far as the eye can see. You have people, and I hate like hell to give them the prime spot, the media, because they don't deserve. Look where that goes back to. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. But they never turn the cameras.
Where am I getting shot from?
Even our so-called friends, I won't get into it. Who's our so-called friend? They never turn the cameras. And I always thought, I'd say, please turn the camera, show the crowd. You'd think that would be good for, like for television purposes. Positive. They're showing these big crowds. They never want to show that we have these giant crowds because they don't like it, because they don't want us to win, because they're basically progressive. They don't use liberal anymore. They don't like the term. They call it progressive. I think progressive is a beautiful word, but it doesn't apply to them. It doesn't. It's too good a word. So we'll call them liberal. But they're liberal, and they don't want to do it. And you know what? I thought when I first started this, they wouldn't. I'd say, turn around and show the crowd, show the crowd, show the crowd. And look at all these cameras. So we had all these cameras from day one. We never had an empty seat. We literally, figuratively speaking, because we don't have too many seats. We have people standing. But we never had an empty spot. We never had an empty seat. I'd say, show the people behind you. Show all the people. They wouldn't do it. And then a fight broke out in the darkest, deepest corner of the place. A fight. And those cameras turned around like a pretzel. They could do it. I thought they were just stuck. It was steel. The cameras turned around like a pretzel to show the fight because that's a bad thing. But people are coming from the Congo. Last night
that was the
we
lobby.
Had 20 people come. Welcome to our country from the Congo. Where do you live in the Congo? We live in prison. Oh, that's right. They released them from prison. I don't think they wanted to ask what they did, but they're coming in from Africa. Well, a lot of people coming in from Yemen. We're bombing Yemen because this idiot wants to bomb people. He likes to bomb people. You can solve the problem with a phone call if they respect you. They're coming from Somalia. They're coming from Syria. They're coming from all over the place. What is disconcerting, we have 31,000 people over the last few months, Mr. Congressman and Mr. Congress. We got a lot of great congressmen here tonight. We have senators, we have congressmen, we have governors.
What, Chair?
And it's so cold, I don't think I'm going to even introduce them. But think of it. They're coming in from China, 32,000 over the last few months, and they're all military age, and they mostly are men. And it sounds like to me, are they trying to build a little army in our country? Is that what they're trying to do? And Biden doesn't know because the guy doesn't have a clue. This is country changing, this is country threatening, and it's country wrecking. They're destroying our country, they're wrecking our country. As a citizen, I demand that Joe Biden close the border immediately. Close it. Close the border, Joe. You can do it. He doesn't need Congress. As president, I never had Congress tell me to close the border. I closed the border. Again, the best border, the safest border in the history of our country. I built 571 miles of wall. I got Mexico to give us thousands of soldiers free of charge to protect us while we were building the wall. We were going to add 200 miles of wall, and then we had a rigged election. And he took over. And you know what he did? He sold. All of it was, all you had to do is, it would have been done in 3 weeks. He sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. He sold our beautiful wall panels. People want our country. It's true, though. Can you imagine that? That's when I realized this guy actually believes. Think of the things they believe in. High taxes. They're going to quadruple your taxes. They're going to destroy your Social Security because all of these people putting in are going to make it impossible for them to service Social Security. You're not going to have Social Security. Biden is killing your Social Security and your Medicare. But think of little things like, for instance, he wants to have men play in women's sports, okay? Now, I don't use that. I mean, I think it's terrible, but I just say from a common sense, isn't it ridiculous? I'm always embarrassed when I say, and I will stop men from playing in women's sports. Who the hell would care? Did you see the weightlifting record the other day?
Yeah, dude.
I mean, I don't want to get into it. It's very demeaning to women, and I love women more than I love anything. I love women. But it's very demeaning.
I don't even remember what the place is called.
A record that stood for years and years. They couldn't beat it. They just couldn't do it. They'd put like a half an ounce on one side. They'd put a half an ounce of that barbell. And that woman got up and she's a champ and she couldn't do it. She just couldn't. And Mom and Dad, it was very sad. Mom and Dad are in the front row, but they put a little bit on one side, a little bit on the other. It was a world record, stood for a long time. And then what happened? The guy comes up who happened to change his gender.
How much is my black
Right?
market
Gender, proper word, right?
My black
They
market
said,
for
have you
200.
lifted before? No, I haven't. Oh, well, give it a shot. He goes like this. Bing.
Called a river
Bing,
walk.
bing, bing, bing. I think he broke the record by 129 pounds, didn't he? Like 120. For years, they couldn't do an ounce. Half an ounce, half an ounce. They couldn't do an ounce. He broke the record by 129 pounds. Are we crazy? How about the swimmer? She's a world-class swimmer, and she was badly injured, as you know, badly, badly injured. She was a top swimmer. She grew up with the top swimmers all over California, all over the country. And she wanted to break that record. She was going to break it, too. She was close. She looked left just before the whistle went off. She looked left, and there was people she's grown up with for 15 years. She swam against them. She looked right, and there were people for 15 years she swam against them. She knew every one of them. They were all good, but she was better. But then she looked to her very right here, and there was this giant human being. A man who about 3 weeks before was a man. But now he's a woman. And she was seriously injured. You know why, right? Because he went by her so fast that the wind burn was just more than she could take. They immediately took her to the hospital. She suffered massive wind burn from the speed at which he went by her.
Yeah.
And she was trying to break the record by 1/10 of 1 second. He broke the record by 37 seconds. Are we crazy? Is it crazy, really? Just this week, it was reported that an illegal alien, and you just look at this, what's happening, but it was reported that an illegal alien migrant from Afghanistan who's on the terror watch list was released into the United States along with many other terrorists by crooked Joe Biden, despite being a member of a terrorist group which is responsible for the slaughter of American troops in Afghanistan. He was looked for all over the world. They're looking for him. And he's in our country now, and we're looking for him. Isn't that wonderful? He should never have been here. You know, I had a report that came out recently, and it was on, I think it was on Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. But I think it was Deface the Nation or Meet the Fake Press.
That's so good. That's so good.
And it showed charts, and it actually had in I think it was 2019. That was
I'm going to this chat right now.
Terrorist into our nation, 0. It actually said 0. I don't even
this
believe that.
Shanksville.
I mean, I want to believe it, but that's hard to believe, right? But it actually said 0. And then you go on to 2021,
Follower only
2022,
chat. Fucking of course
and they
it
had
is.
thousands of people pouring in, terrorists. But it actually said 2019, 0. 0. I don't believe that, but I know it was very low because we really watched it closely.
Crazy?
We watched it like nobody has ever watched it, and I was very proud of that. It's probably the only time they ever said anything that was actually better than the fact. Right here in eastern
And we're still like 6
Pennsylvania,
months away
you
from the
had an
election.
illegal alien criminal who murdered a woman in Chester County, stabbing her 38 times in front of her 7-year-old daughter and her 4-year-old
Trump wants to flip. He wants to be the first person to flip Lehigh Valley in like
Then in
30 years.
September, that same illegal alien escaped from Chester County Prison and prowled through suburban
Proud.
communities. You all know
The
about
strongest back row city of Pennsylvania.
breaking into homes until he was found
When you
with
say
a stolen
Pennsylvania,
gun,
you mean
and he
Shanksville.
was ready to do massive damage all over your community. Joe Biden's border bloodbath. That's what it is. It's a bloodbath. A word that they misrepresented. His border bloodbath ends the day I take the oath of office. We will stop the plunder, rape, the slaughter, the destruction of American suburbs and cities and towns. We will end deadly sanctuary cities.
If you follow
You know, the Democrat mayors want to all end them, but they don't want to, really take on because they end up getting indicted.
No,
they go
I
after
heard you
these
talking
people.
shit about
When they go
9/11 in front of
against
you.
when they go against D.C. establishment, they end up getting indicted. So the Democrat mayors don't like sanctuary cities, but they're afraid to get indicted. I will ship massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We will enforce our immigration laws stricter and stronger than anybody has ever done, including me. We will impose a naval blockade on the cartels. You know, when we stop them on land, they're very rich. They had ships, the most beautiful ships you've ever seen.
Has the best
I mean, these guys are loaded, nothing but cash, and they were having boats and ships on the ocean, on the oceans, the Gulf, come in through different ways. They're very ingenious. The only thing they understand is strength. They understand
accordance with our rights under
international
law and under the UN Charter, and our response meaning Iran's retaliatory.
Silly Iran, dude. Don't you know? Silly Iran. Don't you know international law doesn't pertain to Iran? What the fuck? So dumb.
The Security Council, and this is important, the Security Council, of course, is tasked with overseeing peace and security in the world. We've been told by diplomatic sources that Malta, and they are the president of the Security Council for the months of April. As of right now, we are told by diplomatic sources, Malta has not received any request from a Security Council member to hold an emergency meeting. However, that could change.
Bro, the greatest response came from LeBron. Okay. Iran launches 400 drones in retaliation for Israeli consulate compound strike. Nothing like two heavyweights doing what they do best for the love of the sport. You know? He said that.
It's not here.
Check the fucking date, dude. Check the date. He said it right then and there, okay?
Against Israel, Iran has once again demonstrated that it is intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. He went on to say the UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we are urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. Well, Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, has issued a video statement on X. He says the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. He said, attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. The malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. All right, this is what the airspace over the region looks like.
Iran didn't really get revenge. They didn't show their capabilities. Well, they did, more in a negative way. They're going to get hit much harder. Kind of embarrassing for them. Yeah, dude. Kind of embarrassing for Iran. You're right. Like when Israel gets its way and starts bombing Iranian soil directly, it'll just be kind of embarrassing for them. It's like a wild situation, like a wild way to analyze the situation. How can anyone look at this crazy Iranian leader and give him any credit? What, like vibes alone? What do you mean? Because he's got like a scraggly beard and he's not dressed up in a fucking suit. I mean, there's plenty of monkeys in suits in the Western world. Let me tell you something, brother. Okay, they're making really fucking bloodthirsty and vindictive and barbaric acts. Just on the aesthetics alone, you're not gonna you're not gonna really understand the situation. Also, ultimately, Iranian domestic politics aside, you have to understand something very important here. Okay.
Oh man,
you have to understand something very important here.
Distract them.
Yeah, medkit right here for you.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
And wars that take place. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But do you ever hear it? Joe Biden and Donald Trump are two very unpopular people.
How does this act still
I'm not, and in all fairness to this guy, I mean, I don't get it because he can't speak. He can't walk. He almost fell out of a helicopter the other day. I mean, there's only 4 stairs. He held on for dear life. Oh, thank goodness. Those 2 fingers were just strong enough to hold him. But you know, in all fairness to him, he beat all the competition.
He beat it. Now, they did things that aren't, what they did to Kennedy was terrible. They did what they did. That's what they do. They're fascists.
We either kill him or we die here.
But what they did was terrible. But he did beat the competition. He did it, I think, probably unfairly, just like they cheated on the last election. But they did beat the competition.
I couldn't move.
I'm really popular. And I'm popular not necessarily. I think I have a nice personality. What do you think? I think so.
It was still white, was it?
And it's not terrible. Okay. Our great First Lady said, I can't imagine why they think you're not a nice person. She might be kidding when she says that. I don't know. But I get these levels of I'm popular. Ronald Reagan was at 86%. Donald Trump is at 95%. That's popular, right? So why do these thugs and these fake news people, and there's so many cameras back there, I can't believe, that's a lot of cameras.
Was it Berserker that's the one like?
But you know what? Whenever I start talking about them, the cameras go off because I start talking about how bad they are. They're less popular than Congress. Can you believe that? And speaking of Congress, but we have great ones. We only deal with the great ones. And we have great people here that love our country, and they're members of Congress. Dan Muser, Dan. Lloyd Schmucker. Lloyd, where's Lloyd?
No.
He's around here someplace. Lloyd, where are you? Yes? Hi, Lloyd. These are great people. Former congressman, he was a great congressman, Fred Keller. Where's Fred? Hi, Fred. Are you cold in there? You don't have a coat? He's all man, that guy. I'd like to do that too, but I just refuse to freeze. I love these guys. Well, Mike Kelly, he used to come up with just an undershirt on. It would be like 2 degrees out. But he's a very special guy, Mike Kelly. What a great guy. State Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Whoa. Beautiful, beautiful person. She's a beautiful person. State Senator Jarrett Coleman. Jarrett. Oh. Where's Jarrett? Hi, Jarrett. Good job you're doing. State Representative Zach Mako.
There's 2 on me.
Oh. And Mulo McKenzie.
Line them up.
And we have a special person with us tonight. RNC chairman, just newly installed. He's a tough cookie. He's going to stop voter theft. He's going to stop steal the vote.
Oh, on me? I didn't realize it's on my body. Oh my God, I didn't realize
he's going to stop the steal. We have lots of different. The bottom line is, we don't need any votes. We have all the votes. What we need is on election day, which unfortunately is now called
There's only one left,
election
ladies. I'm
period,
Joey.
because some of these things go 48 days. What the hell are they doing for 48 days? You know what they're doing? They're stealing the vote.
Nice.
But this guy,
dude, I was
the head
the guy
of
got
the Republican
he went
Party
the
in
he
North
like
Carolina,
just passed the cart, and I was crouched behind the ammo crate, and he just sprinted right on through.
It wasn't like other places that
I started chasing with a baseball bat, and he heard me sprinting behind him. But he might have just thought it was like his teammate. But then he turned around.
Pennsylvania, we were up like
just
by
got
hundreds
smacked.
of thousands of votes.
I was chasing him the whole way.
And then all of a sudden, wah! And we all know what happened. But it didn't happen in North Carolina, and it's not going to happen in Pennsylvania, and it's not going to happen in Georgia this time. It's not going to happen. RNC Chairman Michael Watley. Michael. Great job, Michael.
How did I get my bar?
That was like he had 600 lawyers working for him.
Do I?
And there was nobody tougher on Stop the Steal. And thank you also to our super volunteers, Mike O'Hare and Al Smith, Bob Smith, and Jessica Ware. They've been unbelievable, the job they've done from day one. And they've been with me. And they said, we've never seen enthusiasm like this time. The one said, Jessica said, you know, in 2016 it was good, really good. It was incredible. It was like a happening. 2020 was just as good and maybe even better, sir. This blows both of them away, and I think it's true. Because you know what? You look at this crowd. You look at this crowd, which you can't see the end of it, but you look at this crowd, and in all fairness, we're 6.5 months away from. That's a long time. Most of these candidates on
I can't believe what was that thing doing the whole time? They came down
have a crowd that would be their largest crowd, and they wouldn't have anywhere near the people that we have right now. We're 6.5 months away.
They were just goofing around.
I wish we could move the election to Tuesday. Is there anything we can do? I want to move the election to Tuesday.
had that one too. You were going around like the ends of the town.
You know, in the UK, they can pick their election. They say, we're going to have the election next week.
Nowhere near where the boss was.
I want to be able to do that. Would that be possible?
this guy like
from the
shot
very
us
first day
and
that we
killed
take
us
back
in,
the
like,
White House
Scupper.
from crooked Joe
And he
Biden,
killed
I
both of us
believe
from,
we're
like-
going to have the
like,
four
with a
greatest
suppressed
years
pistol,
in the
like,
history of our country.
50 meters headshots. And we're like, why was he? And it was,
In
he was
my
like
first
north
4
of Scupper.
years,
We're
I
like,
kept
the
my
only reason you're
promise
there
to
is if you just never
Pennsylvania, and
left
we
the
ended the
town.
disaster
And,
known as
the
NAFTA, the
TTV, his
worst
name, I'll
trade
back
deal
and
ever
watch.
made.
Dude had
and
sat in the
replaced
town
it
the
with the
entire
brand
time.
new
He never left
USMCA,
town.
that's Mexico, Canada, the best
Like-
trade deal they
Crazy.
Is
It was,
don't
and
you
it was like
think that
15 minutes into the game.
it is valid to attack Israel in that situation? Like, fuck you mean?
Blue 4-shot boon.
You're literally, by your logic, you are straight up stating that, yeah, Israel's doing a genocide.
And then we
It's
pop
fine. It's
stamina
bad.
shot?
It's terrible. But, like, also, you know,
Noisemaker.
they can fucking strike against
what would you
those
do?
who attack it.
I can.
Oh, I guess I know where you are anyway.
I was gonna say we have lightning marks.
No, but like,
Double
how much of
regen.
this is actually
I have
realistically
25 minutes
velocity
of
cause?
regen, 15 minutes of
Iran
stamina.
did not do that much after October 7. Iran retaliated
side?
only when its own soil was struck.
He's right in here.
Okay.
behind the gate.
Real close.
There,
Perhaps
so-
Israel should stop fucking striking
homie Canova,
any and
his
every
teammates
country
over
in the
here coming.
region in an effort
rest of them
to
are
basically
scattered
open
upstairs,
up a multiple front
downstairs.
war and draw America into the conflict.
Yeah,
There's
there's
like,
people
there's a
all
bunch of
over
people
this
here?
That is why
compound.
Israel did this.
Okay.
Attacks
There's a body
on,
here.
They're
on,
like,
on
they're
Israel.
all like separated.
A
The guy's
retaliation
right on
like
the
what
other side of this
Iran
wall.
did, or a response like what Iran did on civilian targets in Israel is
Hold on
just
to that for me,
beyond
buddy.
what is proportionate or conceivable. Yes, I was surprised.
I saw him.
I guess they
Yeah, he's
did
right
it
there.
because they thought that they, Israel is vulnerable and they can do it now, and maybe that Israel will not respond in a proper way. But I think what's more important, just to remember that President Biden told the Iranians not to do it, and they did it anyway. So I guess what Iran was defying was not only Israel, but in fact also the United States and the international community. And that's a big problem that we need to think about, and also
Like all the
to
top?
see how we react to it so this doesn't happen again.
A former Israeli National
maybe
Security
middle, maybe
Advisor, Eyal Hulata. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much. A very, very dangerous time in the Middle East right now. I want to go back to the White House right now. MJ Lee, our correspondent, is standing by. MJ, I'm told you have some news out of the White House involving a phone call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
That's right, Wolf. Our understanding right now is that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be speaking tonight. Of course, an incredibly crucial and important conversation, given that this is the U.S. and Israel talking as all of this is unfolding at the highest levels, and as the
Wait, so since Israel's doing a genocide, it's fine to genocide Israel? Israel's owned by Jewish fascists and need to be stopped, but all attack on Israeli civilians are fair? If you can find one single moment where I said those words, I will give you $1,000 US, okay? If you can find one single instance of me ever coming near any of these sentiments that you have just expressed in the chat, I will give you $1,000 American. You can DM me your PayPal afterwards. Okay? Don't try to clip me reading the fucking comment. Don't do that. That doesn't count.
Oh, you saw him right here.
AI deepfakes don't count either.
Trying to peek.
Don't try to fucking AI deepfake it either.
Dang, we both missed.
No,
Do you feel like you don't
I
have a
didn't hear
fucking
anybody die.
argument? That's why
That
you're
was
just
definitely a
making
headshot.
up stuff in your mind?
I did not hear anybody die.
He's saying that all countries should attack Israel? That's not what I'm saying at all.
No chance.
The fuck are you talking about? I've said the exact opposite a million
That
times
was
over,
lined up. How is it
especially
not a
as it
headshot?
pertains to
What?
Israeli
Two
civilians.
dead bodies, but it's not the one that
Oh,
shot.
dude, at a certain
There's one
point,
on
I
the
don't
other
know.
side of them.
I don't know what it is. It's just like, I don't think I'll ever
in
be able
the
to get
coming
to a lot
hours
of
and
people.
days. Again, as soon as we have a readout from the White House on President Biden's conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister, we will bring that to you. But it is hard to overstate, of course, the importance of that conversation, given the gravity of the situation right now. Wolf.
MJ, very quickly, earlier tonight, there was some speculation that maybe President Biden, would go before cameras and address the American people on what's going on between Israel and Iran right now. I take it that has gone away, right?
That is not our understanding, at least right now. But Wolf, I have to say the situation is certainly really fluid. The president did meet with his national security team in the Situation Room for at least a few hours. And when that meeting concluded a little while ago, a White House official was quick to say,
"Yeah, bro. I wonder how this previously 6 months subscribed, totally hour fucking ad break debating chatter. Wonder why you came back here now after fucking 2 years of not being in here. I wonder why you chose to come back here now and have this dramatic conclusion that you believe this is my assessment of the matter. Perhaps the reason why you feel that way is because you can't address any of the things I'm saying about Israel. So you have to find it in your mind. Because if I were to say it's okay, if I were to repeat what you just said and actually condone it, then yeah, I would be truly monstrous, right? So in your mind, you have to envision me as a monster. Because the truth that I speak here, yeah, well, that doesn't really suit your arguments. It's sad.
What is it?
I urge you to reconsider your stances. I urge you to see the humanity in people.
Lola Bunny.
How dare you?
Please.
MJ Lee, our senior White House correspondent. MJ, I know you're going to be busy. We'll stay in very close touch with you. Thank you very, very much. Right now, I want to bring in Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida. He's a key member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us. I know you're a strong supporter of Israel. What's your reaction to what Iran has now decided to do to launch these killer drones, as the Israeli military calls them, these cruise missiles, these other rockets directly from inside Iran towards Israel?
I killed the villain. No, thanks, Wolf. Thanks for having me. I'm literally at a bat mitzvah at the moment, which is what Iran is trying to destroy. Make no mistake about it. This is a unprecedented attack from Iran direct into Israel proper. It is beyond proportional based on their response. Hundreds of missiles into Israel, and by the way, not on a government or targeted site like Israel did, but on civilians and on holy sites. The images of Israel's defense systems.
Why do you talk shit about anyone who doesn't agree with you? It's pretty simple on this issue, okay? You might have disagreements on everything else, but on this issue,
oh, perfect. I just got a Spectre.
It's pretty simple. Israel is doing a genocide. That's it. Israel's doing a genocide on the Palestinian population. Israel is also trying to bring in the United States of America to the conflict and take it directly to Iran. And it's being done primarily by a dude who is demonstrably unpopular and very corrupt, and is doing that in his own self-interest because he wants to extend the war cabinet and he wants to continue pummeling Gaza. One, because he wants to preserve his legacy, and two, because he doesn't want the criminal punishments that are going to come as soon as he's no longer in charge.
Unacceptable, sir. I have to call you out. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States,
if you're still trying to defend Israel, it's pretty bad. Like it's hard for me not to feel like you're defending unspeakable things.
So if you want to save America,
I'm not saying you're right though. You are not right though, but people have different opinions. Yeah, dude. If people have different, brother. When a Nazi comes in here and talks about the Holocaust and acts like it didn't happen, I fucking shit on them and I ban them. Okay?
And you know what, sir?
So why would I have a different perspective when it comes to literally ongoing genocide right in front of our eyes?
Dan, I think you're in great shape. All of them are in great shape.
You just want inconsistency from me because you feel like it is a more acceptable opinion in your eyes. It is not for me. Okay, this is not a simple disagreement on what kind of ice cream flavor you think is the best. I think it's chocolate chip cookie dough. You might think it's Cherry Garcia. I disagree. I think you're wrong. Your opinion is morally repugnant for that take, but it doesn't matter. You say mint chocolate chip, I'll probably ban you.
He doesn't do a thing.
But you know, we may have our disagreements, but it's not that big of a deal. But when it comes to genocide, it is kind of a big deal. It's kind of the biggest deal.
In conclusion,
so it's not just like an honest and simple disagreement that we're having with chatters. We're talking about chatters who are trying to defend
on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people.
And this chatter, who has been chirping this entire day,
But
is
no
still
matter how
chirping,
hateful
and I still
and
haven't
corrupt
banned
the
him.
communists and
You're just proving
criminals
his
we're
point,
fighting
numbnut.
against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. Your God-given right. From Harrisburg to Pittsburgh, from Easton to Bethlehem, and from Johnstown to Allentown, we stand on the shoulders of American legends who poured out their blood, sweat, and tears for our rights and for our freedoms. And it's been a very rough period of time. I'll tell you what, for this country, it's never had. I don't think our country has ever been so low. But we're going to change it. We're going to get
Just
numbers
a war,
like
man. It's a war
nobody's
against
ever
children.
seen. I think we're going to swamp them. And this isn't
Munitions,
drain the swamp.
new
This is
barrage
we're going
missiles,
to
I think, are.
swamp them. We're also going to drain the
fuck.
swamp. It's a double
Oh, here we
swamp.
go. It rained a little
Pennsylvania is
bit.
where our
Of
founding
course, I'm gonna
fathers
lose
declared
fucking internet,
American
dude.
independence.
Great.
So much history. I mean, you have so much history here.
Ay,
Just think of it.
ay,
It's
ay,
where the
ay,
Army
of
weathered
course,
its brutal
dude.
winter.
Of
We're sort of
course.
weathering it right now, but I don't think. Theirs was much worse. It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter at Valley Forge, where General George Washington led his men on a daring mission
It's
across
back.
to Delaware.
It's back. It's back.
And where
It's
our
back.
Union
It's
was
back.
saved by the immortal heroes at
Classic.
Gettysburg. Gettysburg, what an unbelievable
Guys, it started
battle
raining
that was,
in
the
Los
Battle of
Angeles, so
Gettysburg. What
you
an
already know
unbelievable
what that means. That
battle.
means
It was
Look,
so much and
the
so
matter is
interesting and
concluded.
so
Israel
vicious
says,
and
no, it's
horrible
not.
and
The threat is still
so
ongoing.
beautiful in so many different ways. It represented.
I think it's quite clear just by the size and the scope of this attack that this was primarily aimed at enabling the Iranians to save face, to show that they did something, that they deliberately violated Israel's red line, because the Israelis said that they would view an attack from Iranian soil as something that would further escalate the situation. But they've also done it in a manner that clearly puts an end to it. If they really wanted to inflict far greater damage on Israel, there would have been a far large number of ballistic missiles as well as drones, not shot from Iran, but much closer to Israel in order to make sure that they would get there faster. They didn't choose to do this. They did something to be able to say that this is now concluded. And if Israel then decides to act again, then the Iranians will try to portray that as a deliberate escalation by the Israelis that further widens this conflict and essentially shift the blame back onto the Israelis. The question really is, will Biden do something here to put an end to the Israeli action? Remember, he said,
his legs disintegrated. Is that new?
Yeah. Will he ever say don't to the Israelis? He hasn't done that.
The legs actually break apart.
And what do you make then of the US response? I mean, as you say, Biden said don't. The Iranians went ahead anyway. What more should the Americans be doing now? Are they likely to calibrate the Israeli response?
The Israeli
to
Security
this
Cabinet
Iranian
authorized Prime Minister Netanyahu and Gallant and Benny Gantz to decide on the Israeli response. The Israeli War Cabinet convened tomorrow to discuss the issue. So Benjamin Netanyahu had a conversation with
Dude, I want to make an army.
Benny Boy had a conversation with Joseph Robinette Biden. The War Cabinet gave him the authorization alongside Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who's the one who said Palestinians are human animals. We're fighting human animals. Their water, electricity, and food must be shut. And Minister Benny Gantz, the liberal America's guy in the room, are going to decide on the Israeli response. On top of that, Israel also called for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council over the Iranian attack. They're going to do this, I suspect, and say, we have been brutally attacked by a foreign nation, and our sovereignty has been violated by the foreign nation of Iran, which is an adversary to many members of the Security Council with certain exceptions, and therefore we should have the legal right to retaliate in kind.
In fact,
that is precise. I suspect that is what they're going to ask for. Obviously, the UN Security Council is going to be like, fuck no, get the fuck out of here. And then they're going to turn around and simply say, we're doing it anyway because America's backing us. And also do propaganda and be like, see, they're obviously very anti-Semitic. They are obviously very anti-Semitic for not giving us the authorization. Obviously, this is retaliatory nature. However, do you think this was the smart move from Iran? I mean, Netanyahu's been trying to sabotage talks since they began, and while Haniya shows some restraint, Iran bit the bullet, literally. Israel is committing genocide and ethnic cleansing pogroms took place today. But do you really think this will help Palestinians now that the U.S. and Israel will commit?
That's insane, dude.
I don't know. I guess the one
I literally had
silver
10
lining in that
seconds where I just
circumstance would be
lined it
that
up on
like
his
they
head,
won't
and then
be
I
able
pulled the
to
trigger.
focus as much on Palestinians,
There's 3 of
on
them.
completing the ethnic cleansing on the Palestinian population,
fighting
including
fat
like
guy
the
that
invasion of
bleeding out.
Rafah, if they are trying to launch forward operations on Iranian soil. So there is that, but I don't believe that Iran retaliated against Israel because they care so much about the Palestinians.
One Spectre
I believe
kill?
Iran retaliated against Israel because it's a regional actor
gonna
that had
poison
to
out.
fucking put their foot
He
down,
melee me first.
or
I'm so
else
sad.
they felt as though Israel will continue increasing the pressure
He just
and
shot me directly in
violate
the
their
head with a
sovereignty
poison,
further.
crossbow.
I think that's the
don't
reason
necro
why
me.
they did that.
My
Not because
body's
they
in
care about the Palestinians or anything like that.
You could necro me if you could reach, but I don't think.
Oh, they're hard poisoning my
Now,
body.
having said that, there are pogroms in the West Bank that are not going to stop and will only increase. You are correct. Time without an
even though you're there,
No,
OWO.
they have no clue
What you're
next door.
talking about is the recent
just
ones that
revived their
happened
teammate
over the
over
course of the past
staircase.
couple of days, including
Yeah,
where
still
I
live.
believe an American, or not an American, a U.S. aid worker was shot.
Derringer.
Yeah, for trying to assist a wounded Palestinian person. Xenomorph, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
That guy's gonna run up to my body. He's gonna go up the staircase there.
Overall,
Oh,
though, I think the Iranian retaliation, there's a reason why the Iranian retaliation came in the way that it came. The Iranian retaliation only happened after Iranian sovereignty was violated under international law.
I think one might still be.
You think?
And I do believe that
Oh,
I do believe that Benjamin Netanyahu did that deliberately. I think his war cabinet
That's weird.
attacked and violated Iranian sovereignty, specifically so they would withstand some kind of retaliation, and then they would go back and even up the ante and directly attack Iran on Iranian soil, hopefully getting the United States, in their perspective, getting the United States to join the fight as well, drawing them in. What? Oh, that's a good one. Hassan, why is it so hard for you to admit that Iran is obviously the aggressor? They literally bombed civilian centers, didn't warn civilians, claimed to want to hit military targets, blockaded Israel, built a wall around. Oh, wait.
Poison clouds
Yeah.
for the can crossbow?
Yes.
Unless homie threw a freaking poison bomb on my body.
They made it as long as the poison bomb, I think.
Oh, that's so stupid. That's actually overpowered.
I thought you'd be finishing the Walking Dead. What
Crazy they don't
happened?
burn
Well,
you.
what happened is Iran retaliated against Israel.
Incredibly critical of the United Nations. In fact,
they're
this
long
same
gone.
Israeli ambassador to the UN has called for the
You gotta make a
Secretary
decision.
General
Go to jail
to
or not go to
resign in
jail.
shame
Dude,
because of
how close is
how
that against the
Israel
map?
thinks he is handling the situation in Gaza. So, but listen, Israel will use the UN for how
I would
it
choke it. You
wants
could
to
just- I
use the
wouldn't
UN
fucking
to its
psycho.
advantage, and you
Not
clearly
poison
see
bomb
that
your
they
body,
want
you
to
have to choke it.
elevate this situation, and they're saying that this is a violation of the UN Charter. Interestingly enough, though, in Iran's post on the social media platform X, Iran says their response is in line with the UN Charter, Article 51, which says any member state that is attacked, in the case of Iran, it was their diplomatic measure.
I don't think that, for the record,
No,
for
that's
people
way too
asking
far.
like, well,
Yeah, you
what's
do that way
Israel's
too
end
far.
game here? What's their end goal?
We'll just
How
have
do they
to get,
how do they
lawful.
feel as though
keep
they
saying,
can
I gotta get you, Joey,
bring
and set
Iran
up
the
a training
heel?
course for how to throw.
I don't think they're thinking about an end game.
I land my
I think that they just are not thinking about an end game at all. I think they just
Yeah,
You have
go
to
get
that trait.
lawful.
are going to continue
I have
trying
that
to pummel Iran
down.
and see where it goes.
Oh, you already have lawful?
No.
Oh, okay.
The cart's back at freaking. Oh.
What hit me?
Fascism is a
guy
death
sniping
cult.
you.
That's why the Nazis also spread themselves too thin. And by the way, make no mistake, Israel is more ascetic than
shot you from
the
very far
Nazis
away.
were as far as like conducting its genocidal operation in Gaza while simultaneously fighting against
Yeah,
fighting against
they're on their
Iran.
way back.
So That's why I said they probably don't
run.
have
You can't
the
get me-
same
don't even
capabilities
fight
of
here.
continuing their
Why would
ethnic
you?
cleansing
Just do
campaigns
nothing to
in
fight over.
Gaza.
You can go to the middle.
The
get Joey's
Nazis had
health
already
bar back.
put
There's no
all
reason to
of the
fight here.
people,
I'm already burnt out.
Jews, trade unionists, communists,
You can't get me
socialists,
even if you do win this.
Romani people, or Roma people,
They have no
LGBT
pressure on you.
people in concentration camps by that point, and they were already facilitating at least parts of the final solution. So for them, I mean, it's both fascist ideologies, and you're watching it unfold. Okay, you're watching fascism in action, fascism in display. The most realistic outcome is that, you know, it goes the way of Nazi Germany and continues to expand.
Oh.
Continues to open up new fronts.
Went to Darren, brought Nate up.
And yeah, we'll see where it
51
goes
of the
from
UN
there.
Charter.
Sorry.
Iran does have a right to respond to an attack on their territory. So the Secretary General saw I think probably saw a little bit of the writing on the wall of what potentially could be happening. What we are seeing happening right now, he's basically calling on all parties to restraint because he is really worried about a spillover effect from Israel's war on Gaza. And he's been talking about this for months now. Well, this spillover effect is very much happening. It's no longer a worry. Could it happen? It very much is happening.
Yeah,
right
it absolutely
now.
is. Gabe Elizondo live for us there at UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you.
Seraphim, can't wait for you to call Israel targeting Iranian law-size genocide because it fits your agenda. Are you comparing Israel with Nazi Germany? I'm comparing Zionism with Nazism. Yes, they are both fascist genocidal ideologies.
Dang, that is not an ideal
Yeah.
place for a cart.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, make no mistake. I'm not alone in this comparison. There are Holocaust scholars that also make this valid comparison. It is analogous. Israel is currently doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. Israel also is an apartheid state. Hopefully you will one day recognize that truth.
Yeah. I got lawful, and I'm going to go to Jared.
Israel being a fascist state, Zionism being equal to fascism is not my assessment alone. I'm not alone in that assessment at all. There are Israeli Knesset members who also agree. There are Israeli conscientious objectors to the IDF that also agree. So yeah.
It's like you went to Upper Ash Creek and check for statues. And
True. Whether you want to recognize it or not.
Hit the middle thing.
Dang, let's go. Nope, they're popping off in Darren.
Explosives, but the explosives have copper penetrating plates that are not just on the ends but also on the sides, and there's also around the side of the warhead metal fragment that's sort of in like a little band that can create damage. And so what you have is
now you Iranian fanboy is about to see. I am not a fanboy of the Iranian government. You are delusional. You are coping. But also, these sentiments were expressed against the Yemeni population as well.
Keep bringing that
and look what happened there.
Right now.
Everyone was like, the Houthis are going to fuck around and find out. It's like a country that was the genocide. Came from the throes of genocide and retaliated against the Israeli genocide as best as they could.
Oh, that was close.
And they still are continuing that to this day. America's bombing campaign did not work.
Yeah, fuck this. I'm popping the stamina.
How could you take the side of the Iran considering their treatment of women? Okay, dude. Come on, dude. Stop with this fucking top of the hour ad break debate. Okay? I hope you were trying to bait me into serving the top of the hour ad break. There's no shot that you legitimately think this. I don't make assessments on genocide based on the virtue of the people that are, you know. Yeah, there you go. Of course. Stop. Don't do this anymore. This is settler colonialism. Calling it fascism is not very accurate and waters down the term. Fascism historically came into power as a reaction to capitalism failing and communism becoming popular. It has always had a very directly anti-communist focus. No, Israel's not. Zionism in its current stage is not just settler colonialism.
That's
No, Zionism is definitely fascist. There is definitely an in-group.
That's crazy.
It's definitely ultra nationalist.
Fat man.
You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You're also wrong if you think that you're not going to see the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour. You will see it for sure. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Get our health bars back. I can't imagine.
So he has to come up huge if Leviathan chooses to fight that area. Door gets broken, second stays back. Paranoid are trying to slow down as much as he could. 20 seconds left, the Satchel's moving inside. 10's trying to do as much as he can towards the back of the site. Now the first contact, there's that first kill. Boombot in, instantly traded out. 12 seconds left in Aspas. A nuisance at this. Evan has support from King at the drop.
Placing swamp grenade.
But Sentinels are doing a little bit of Leviathan here. 3 players grouped up towards the staircase as they lose Celsius in the process of the rotate. Smokes are being thrown. The push, the engagement, second with the first blood. The offer coming out from
fighting you guys in the
Leviathan. These picks are coming through. Showstopper out for Aspas. John Cutie stays alive for a bit. But now you can definitely see here, going to be difficult for John Cutie to get inside the site and to try to get the defuse. Wall after wall, smoke after smoke. And as it comes down, Aspas gets another one for his troubles. And we continue on.
Switching sides.
Match point.
Wow. We go again. And this is becoming such a timid early round OT now for each one. Both teams are playing to win, but also to not lose, which pulls you back into sight, making the rounds even more tense because it looks like the site is open, but the defending team is playing more to retake and not lose a member, so they have full util. It is becoming such a different game right now for these takes, these holds. We're hardly seeing this C-mount pressure anymore because of the safety that's required in these rounds because they're coming down to the wire. 4-1 to start off round 36 here for Sentinels on attack to bring themselves back in for another OT.
They're trying to do by Lev. Yeah, grabbing orb here on the seaside. Zelsis is the one that picks it up. John Cutie, though, is going to get hurt. They just heard him jump spot. He does get the lineup. The snake bite on the ground, and he pushes Leviathan back. Pain shell, snake bite. He avoids all of it. And that will now engage Sentinels towards the seaside, and as he rotates across, gets picked up by Aspas. There's still util to delay. Big paranoia out for the attack. Lenzina swaps second from the air. Stays alive towards the back of the site. His teammate has fallen down. Buying some time as much as he can. Comes on the rotate. Wins another fight against Asi. Util now being thrown. Both from Tens and Celsius trying to keep things alive. Nanosword trying to push him back towards the pillar. But they have a 2 versus 4 now. All of them grouped up, back towards the spawn. The wall bank, one to fall. This might be it. Showstopper out. Aspas does not connect. Celsius trying to stay alive. Swarmed in by Leviathan. It took a while, but Leviathan will win Lotus.
And now, Sentinels find themselves defeated recently on Sunset. Leviathan having not played it since last year. Bring out that W. 36 rounds in.
I would go so far as to say America currently is a proto-fascist nation. I don't get this. It's true that independent of more messianic strands, Zionism's intentions were political in nature to find a homeland for Jews so they'll be safe. Independent of more messianic strands? Yes, Zionism's intentions were political in nature to find a homeland for Jews so they'll be safe. Except the homeland was built on top of a fraudulent idea, as you know as well as I do, which is that a land without people for a people without land. There were people there, and everyone obviously understood that those people had to be dealt with.
They're already across the river.
Israel's been dealing with those people for 75 years. This is one of the unfortunate consequences of such ways of dealing with the people. Israel has developed itself as an apartheid state as a consequence of that.
They realize that I'm gone. They're on where my body was.
Yeah.
Israel can either be a democratic nation
I hit him from that
or a Jewish
far away.
nation.
Yo,
it cannot be a
good
Jewish supremacist nation and a democratic one at the same time. Israel currently is not a democratic nation for this reason. That's why it's an apartheid. Press send too early. Oh, but it failed.
I don't think
they're checking for your body too.
Oh, they just
I
they
had to check
reset up
the
in town. They
bodies.
reset up in town. Watch.
Oh, they're back inside. They're out there. Yeah, they're at the extract.
Said that it conducted this
They're already on it. That's
strike, or
crazy.
strikes, I should say, on the strength of Article 51
The
of
Islamic
UN
Republic of
Charter.
Iran has
Talking about
launched
Article 51
retaliatory
over and over
airstrikes
again.
on
It's so
Israel.
funny to see Al
As we
Jazeera
speak,
being like, Iran
literally
is
right now,
attacking Israel
Shahed-style drones, hundreds, are raining
on
down
the basis
upon
of
Israel,
international
being
law.
intercepted, at least some, by air raids. There has been sirens all across. Air defense systems are firing. We have some video that I'm going to go ahead and play for everybody right now, and I'll continue to talk over it. So what you guys can see in front of you, this is video that has been put out by the Israeli media and as well as the Israeli government, so we feel comfortable sharing it with you. At the very least, what we can say is they claim that this is what is happening above their skies. This has now come, this extraordinary moment, after a dizzying last few hours. Some indications happened earlier today. President Biden was at his vacation house in Rehoboth Beach in Delaware. He flew back for an emergency meeting of his National Security Council. Almost immediately after he returned to the White House, the news became official, and they put out a statement. I'm going to go ahead and share that statement with all of you right now. Here's what we had, and this was given to us a few hours ago from the White House. They say Iran has begun an airborne attack against Israel. President Biden is being regularly updated on the situation. Here's the key line. President Biden has been clear. Our support for Israel's security is ironclad. The United States will stand with the people of Israel and will support their defense against these threats from Iran. What is very also important that everybody takes into mind here is this, that I'm going to go ahead and show everyone. The United States actually is engaging in shooting down some of these drones over either Iraqi or Syrian or Jordanian airspace. Here is the key message. This is from a U.S. defense official. In accordance with our ironclad commitment to Israel's security, U.S. forces in the region continue to shoot down Iranian-launched drones targeting Israel. Our forces remain postured to provide additional defensive support and to protect U.S. forces operating in the region. So there you have it. The United States is now officially engaged on Israel's behalf, shooting down these drones. Not the first time, remember, that we fired against Houthi ballistic missiles, which were headed towards Israel, but extraordinary nonetheless, because the U.S. has now officially entered this war in terms of Israel's defense. The big question is what is going to happen next. Now, what is very important for everybody to know is that this message that came out from the Iranians that actually happened after the strikes became official. So I have it here in front of me. This is from the Permanent Mission of Iran to the United Nations. Here's what they say. Iran's military action was in response to the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic premises in Damascus. This matter can now deemed concluded. Let's spend some time on that. That's very important. The matter can now be deemed concluded. However, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. So let's pay very close attention to that. The Iranians are saying, this is our response to you bombing our embassy in Damascus where an IRGC commander was killed. They're making clear, America, stay out of this. Now already, that line has been crossed. But what they're saying is, if we end it here, then that's it. But we are now receiving news that is actually coming out of Israel. Keep in mind that it is the middle of the night over here, but I'm sharing here a senior Israeli official. This is from Israeli media. They are saying, from a senior Israeli official, pledging an unprecedented response to Iran's attack and urges Israelis not to go to bed due to what is coming Iran's way. So this is a very, very dangerous moment for the world, everybody. I mean, just to do a little bit of analysis here, the Iranian response clearly was calibrated to give a ton of heads up to the U.S. and to Israel. It took hours for those drones to fly. They could have used cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and much more destructive technology. This is a show of force on their behalf, but also it was calibrated, as they put in their message. And it was one where they knew that the vast majority of the drones would be intercepted by their air defense systems. This wasn't really calibrated to be like a major and a stunning attack. They had a ton of heads up. The question now, right, does it end here? Or now are we on the escalation ladder? The United States military is now involved in this. We are shooting down drones on Israel's behalf. The Israeli military now, are they going to engage militarily directly against Iran? This would be unprecedented in terms of what is happening. And I deeply fear that this is the exact nightmare scenario that we've all been waiting for since October 7th. You know, it's been exactly almost 6 months now since the conflict. But really what we all saw when Israel struck that embassy in Damascus is that entered a new kind of phase of the conflict. And it entered a big decision matrix that we talked about with Dr. Trita Parsi on the show. And I know that Crystal and Emily talked about this as well. What is Iran's response going to be? Nobody knew. And now we do know. And now the question is how is the West going to respond to this? How is the U.S. going to respond to this? How is Israel going to respond to this? If Israel responds with overwhelming force and they directly strike targets in Iran, Tehran, for example, well, it is almost certain now at this point that the United States would be involved in this, given the fact that we literally shot down some of these drones and the military is now engaged here. The big question, and this is where my heart goes out to every U.S. service member, family, and serving in the Middle East right now, is that we have tens of thousands of service members who are all across the Middle East, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, as we all found out when 3 of our service members were killed. Bahrain, we have the U.S. Navy, the 5th Fleet. Warships have been flooding into the Persian Gulf, apparently, over the last 24 to 48 hours. What's even more extraordinary is that the U.S. Military Central Command commander was on the ground in Israel when the news broke that the Iranian drones were coming. Apparently, the general has departed, but just to give you an idea of how deeply involved the U.S. military is here in the response. There's also some major questions. What is Israel going to do, and are they going to tell us what they are going to do? All of the current reporting that we currently have indicates Israel did not clear its Damascus strike with the United States. But of course, we respond in their defense anyways. Are they going to clear and coordinate whatever the hell their response is going to be with us? And will we, as citizens, Americans, are we going to bear the responsibility to defend Israel? This could very well be the beginning of a new Middle Eastern conflict. Would be the third extraordinary, actually the fourth if you count Syria, extraordinarily of my lifetime. And I am only 31 years old. So it's a very sobering night here in Washington. The phones are definitely ringing across the hook, all across the entire world. There's been, major sirens and alerts going on in Jordan, in Iraq, and in Syria, all the inklings of a full-blown diplomatic crisis. We're going to stay on the story, everybody, and we'll monitor everything that continues to come out. And should anything break overnight, we'll give everybody an update on Sunday. And of course, we'll have a show for everybody on Monday as well. So again, I'll just close with thoughts for all of our service members who are in the Middle East right now, perhaps even engaged in the fight, as we speak, because this is one where the last time that we were there, a lot of people lost their lives. And this is one that I really hoped that we would never ever see again. But our leaders seem very intent, bipartisan consensus already so far. Lots of U.S. military, U.S. senators already calling for direct engagement with Iran. So the ground is set if they want it to be, and this very well could be the match that struck it all. We'll go see you guys later.
It's like a mega north.
Over to Tel Aviv. Thanks, Joseph, for that reporting from Tehran. Hamda Salhoud joining us from Tel Aviv. Hamda, what are you hearing on your end?
Samir, hi. There is active interceptions happening here in the skies over Tel Aviv. There are sirens ringing all over Israel. There are projectiles flying in the sky, but it is a little bit difficult to point out what it is. There are explosions happening right there up. Our cameraman is getting those shots for you, but there are sirens blaring all over Israel, and it looks like there is air defense that is also coming from the opposite direction as well. Where we're standing, we have not yet heard any sirens just yet, but there are flashing lights, as you can see. Active interceptions right now. Projectiles here falling from the sky behind these clouds. And quite an active situation. There have been a lot of updates from Israeli Home Front Command. It's calling on people to go to shelters in specific areas, but there are still a lot of other interceptors that are flying from what looks like the southern part of Tel Aviv here and behind this cloud, which is a little bit difficult to see. But again, these are more interceptors that are coming up and that are being intercepted in the skies right now actively. Sirens blaring out in Tel Aviv in several different locations and additionally all over the country. This is an active situation here. The Israeli army was warning of something like this happening, and in fact, we're preparing for it for several days, if not weeks. They said that they have new capabilities for not only air defense.
As it confronts this direct attack from Iran. AIPAC wants you to send your sons and daughters to die for Israel. Who launched this? It started this conflict with Iran when they attacked their consulate. When they attacked and murdered one of their top Iranian generals in Syria. This was Iran responding and providing deterrence for the West. This is what the West often say, that they're doing deterrence against Iran. How well has that worked? So what the West is doing and what liberals are doing.
Hey guys, look at this. This is interesting. Patirots News found this. Check this out. I don't know about these reports like this. So Patirots found this report from Itay Blumenthal, who said in Israel, drones that have not yet been intercepted are being prepared for the next hour of arrival. So I guess what that would mean is maybe there are still drones in the air. I could see that being the case. That's from Itay Blumenthal from Channel 11 Con News. So maybe there are still drones in the air that haven't been taken out yet. I don't know.
Dogs right in the front, of course there is.
Where? Oh, right here?
No idea.
That is so unfortunate.
That's not boss team, right? It's gotta be.
There was also this thing that I've seen like this, that there's like an interception outside the atmosphere.
Boss team's coming up. Dogs are going after boss team.
Supposedly.
Maybe not. Yeah, yeah. Just trying to get that Spectre damage.
So Manny Fabian posted this, for example. He said very unique footage showing an exo-atmospheric interception amid the Iranian ballistic missile attack. So I believe the ballistic missiles, they go outside the atmosphere and come back in. So this would be that they're intercepted outside the atmosphere, I believe the idea is. He says very unique footage showing an exo-atmospheric interception of an Iranian amid the Iranian ballistic missile attack, likely by the Arrow 3 air defense system.
I have a medkit right here. Oh, on my back, on my back. Where?
Behind you?
Yeah. Through the
I'm
wall.
just playing it again and again.
That sounded like it was.
It's really
south
interesting.
Of you guys.
Yeah, it was behind us.
That's a different team then.
Behind Nate, hard behind Nate. Turn around, turn around.
Yeah, I wouldn't make any noise at all. I would just wait till they fight the boss team.
But most of these are going to be, you know, kind of one-offs. I doubt you'll see something like, thank you, Lydia. Doubt you'll see something like massive multi-cell terror attack, but I certainly have been wrong before, and it is certainly more likely that we would have a massive multi-cell terror attack now after this has happened, especially since the United States has taken direct action against Iran. The Israeli...
No, from where?
Interesting. The Israeli army, in the meantime, just released a statement saying they will employ new humanitarian aid directives in Gaza. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but that doesn't have anything to do with this attack, most likely. It's something else they had going. Iran taught Israel an important lesson that we can destroy their nuclear facilities without any fear because we saw what they are capable of, and we intercepted 99% of it. This is from Hananya Naftali of Israel News.
He's right next
footage.
To
So parts of a cruise missile, a large cruise missile, like 3 feet in diameter cruise missile, really big one, were shot down over Jordan and fell in a Jordanian neighborhood outside Amman. Iran then declared that Jordan has positioned itself as a defender and supporter of Israel.
Where's this kill view on me? This
cannot
is yeah, it's fucking shit.
I am so annoyed that it melees every time.
Absolutely no fucking chance.
I got a headshot on that guy behind me real quick.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Every time I try to sprint and fire at the same time, it makes my guy like do like a lunge with the gun. I don't know how to disable that. I don't think I can disable that. So annoying. Well, that's Spectre damage.
Yeah, that was a fast fight.
Yeah, that first down on me, yeah, it was the same team trio, just the one dude circled around so hard.
Nope. Yeah.
In
We got today so
Israel.
far headshots. Fucking crazy.
So looks like we have a second wave of
Every time I play this game, I only died of
second
headshots.
wave of missiles and drones coming to Israel.
So you know
second wave,
He
guys.
fired one shot. It was a headshot. I crouch walked the entire
Renee
way
says,
around.
I love you. Oh, thank you, Renee.
And he killed me 40 meters.
So kind of you to say.
But just no chance. No chance he's even
And,
looking that direction. And it was like as you guys were shooting like crazy, he was looking back of the fucking con. No way.
End Times Bible Study.
Was it the bounty
says, much
team?
love
The
and
Dark
thanks
Side,
for
right?
all you do.
No, they didn't have the bounty.
They didn't have the bounty.
The bounties were up. They still had like 70%.
Yeah, check out the Roaming Prepper. He's a good guy. Roaming Prepper on YouTube.
It's the only reason I stuck behind
him.
him.
Also, check out some of my moderators. They have YouTube channels like Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival, God's Soldiers Watchmen. Check them out.
I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm off to bed as well, though. Been up since midnight.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
We'll see you guys.
Bye bye.
See you.
Israel act like this is not a Hassan. I've been misinformation incoming. How brain dead are you? Israel kills guy that helped plan 10-7. That right there is a defensive attack. That's really interesting you say that because Israel itself said that the IRGC had nothing to do with 10-7.
What?
So did you come up with that on your own? Did you even read that from a Hasbara troll operation? Like, where did you arrive at this conclusion? Fuck up. That's how you got to that information.
No, you.
Hassan, I've been misinformation incoming. Yeah, you're right. Misinformation was incoming. You were right. You signaled. You signaled that the misinformation was incoming. Everything is a fucking defensive attack, bro.
Not worth it.
Iran said he did, Lamau. Okay. So weird because Iran personally also said that Iran had nothing to do with October 7th. So did Israel, and so did the
Would you
United
rather have
States of
sat in the
America.
car staring at the road or stayed at home and watched 2 episodes of The Wire?
I would have sat here playing Hunter Destiny or something. Before we left, I was putting together Destiny builds.
Ridiculous.
I was telling John.
Bro, you called it beforehand. Why are you surprised? This coverage is disgusting. Like, imagine if
I've
Gaza
only
got
ever
this coverage.
touched,
This is one of missile bombardment. Gaza
all my
experienced
builds
thousands
are
of
like
these. Yes.
meta builds, because in normal activities and like normal raids, the enemies like aren't really enough of a problem to really need a build. You could just kind of kill them with your weapons, and like the add density's always not always there for like needing like a
What is this music?
build.
What the fuck?
But in the high level activity like Soul Falls Dungeon, Grandmaster Nightfalls, you basically
You know
need,
that
like,
Chowder's
meta
going to get his
build, or
point
else you're
proven
so
wrong and then
trolled.
immediately
You're
turn
really
around
gonna,
and say I'm
slow
spreading
yourself down.
misinformation? Yeah, he has
But
to
like
say
this
that.
is like the first activity where you can go all out on a build and use it to its full potential, just slaughtering ads as much as possible, and it's like still a challenge and still fun. But you don't have to do the meta build. You could do. So I'm making tons of different builds. I'm making like a warlock build where I throw turrets that shoot stasis crystals and they freezes enemies. And I'm working on it so I can just like keep chaining turrets back to back to back. And then I'm doing a warlock one just that poison gun that you see me use a lot with the arms that like extend the poison to all the enemies nearby.
There's a sense
And then
You're doing literally all the meta builds. Good job.
No, those aren't builds
the Osteo or whatever.
30,000 plus
like
Palestinians while openly stating that they're doing a genocide.
Well, for like low level ad clear, yeah, but it's like
Israel
you wouldn't use
strikes,
that build at
Beirut. Okay, a whole different country's blossoming city. Okay.
Yeah.
Israel's like, that's defensive, dog. Everyone's like, all right, I guess we got to shut the fuck up. Israel strikes the top dog in the region as far as their major foreign adversary.
When
a whole ass country with 100 million fucking population.
It gives,
okay,
it
a country that is outside of the influence of the Western world for decades. A country that has built its own defensive capabilities for damn near a century at this fucking point.
New player quest lines and stuff.
Defensive.
Just skip right.
That's not a violation of their sovereignty whatsoever.
And
that's just
you
a
can pick a
defensive
subclass
measure.
and it unlocks
It is
all
so
the
insane.
fragments,
it seems
aspects,
like Israel never does anything that's wrong. Well, sorry. Except for when they fucking murdered 7.
See, now this is smart.
That's right.
What? It's been 20 years, and they finally made one good decision in the game.
From the Western world, when they fucking
and it literally gives you the sunshot, which is like the best
humanitarian aid workers.
Like
when they
right
3-tap over a 2-kilometer span across 3 different vehicles, correctly marked with World Central Kitchen logos. That's the only fucking time Israel done a little bit of wrong. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of wrong.
Like the exotic
200 aid workers were massacred up until those last 7. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel seemingly always has a right to defend itself against Palestinian babies. Premature babies that were born and had to be placed in incubators. They had to fucking rot on hospital beds because Israel had a right to defend itself against them.
He didn't have,
grandmas walking out of the fucking Palestinian church
to be powerful.
Israel had a right to defend itself by using drone snipers. Don't say that's war, man. That's not war. It's ethnic cleansing. Israel does not have a right to defend itself in an offensive campaign.
I also wasn't
Gaza.
thinking.
As a belligerent occupier, Israel, under international law, does not have a right to defend itself by doing the things that it's doing. Okay? It does not. Just because mainstream media is not covering it correctly, it doesn't change that reality. Okay? It's so odd. Israel always happens to be on the right side of history. We just simply don't understand it. And guess what? That attitude was so prescient for so long that there's a tremendous amount of fucking arrogance. There's a tremendous amount of arrogance.
No, I think it's over.
From Israel.
Probably mess up there.
So much hubris that caused October 7 to begin with, thinking that they could maintain an apartheid without any kind of cost.
Like, is he just
okay?
Is what?
So comfortable, continuously oppressing.
Where's he
brutalizing, humiliating millions
Trump?
of Palestinians.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue.
And that very same arrogance is continuing for many defenders of Israel right now. Oh my God, here we have the #1 Iranian melter, John Bolton, on CNN. Let's hear what this fucking asshole has to say. I'm sure he's got some great takes.
Convene following these attacks. What's your assessment of what's going on right now?
Well, nothing's going to happen in the Security Council, that's for sure. I mean, what we had tonight was a massive failure of Israeli and American deterrence, massive failure, a 200 ballistic missile, cruise missile, drone failure. And I think, notwithstanding that there appears to be very little damage, fingers crossed until we get the final assessment. And thank God if the death toll is low or non-existent. And while we're at it, let's thank George W. Bush for getting out of the ABM Treaty of 1972, unleashing American missile defense capabilities. But once we see what the damage is, I think it's incumbent on Israel and the United States to reestablish deterrence in a major way. And I think that means, by definition, Israel's response, and there should be a response, should not be proportionate. It should be far stronger, because when deterrence fails, to reestablish it, you have to teach the adversary that any gain they may hope to get by any future attack will be more than outweighed.
Bro, this is his moment. Like, he's gonna fucking nut so hard he's gonna have a heart attack on television. This is like, he's wanted to melt Iran. He's wanted to glass Iran in perpetuity.
The Israeli
this is his life's goal.
To what Iran has now done.
Well, what Iran did tonight that I think was most significant was the firing of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles from its territory directly at Israel. Almost certainly at this point, none of those missiles contained a nuclear warhead. But you never can tell when the next firing, the next salvo of ballistic missiles might contain a nuclear warhead. So I think among the many targets Israel should consider, this is the opportunity to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program. And I hope President Biden is not trying to dissuade Prime Minister Netanyahu from doing that. And if he succeeds, and if at some future point the Ayatollahs are able to pull off what former Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon called a nuclear holocaust, history will know who to blame.
So it was, just to be precise, Ambassador Bolton, you're recommending that Israel launch an airstrike to try to destroy whatever nuclear capabilities the Iranians might have? Is that what I'm hearing?
Right. I think they should go after the nuclear fuel cycle activities that are well known. Their locations are well known. And I think that would be...
he's saying Israel should conduct military operations on Iranian soil.
Is not restrained by any concern about...
He's saying Israel should bomb Iranian soil directly.
It has, by its own admission, fired ballistic and cruise missiles.
Watching boxing, UFC, something on Saturday. WrestleMania weekend last week. So breaking news tonight. We are watching history, my friends. Let me show you this piece of history. I want to do this before I forget. So as we have this coordination of Hezbollah weakening the Iron Dome, Iran penetrating the Iron Dome, Ansarullah effectively defeating the Biden administration. You have Joe Biden begging for mercy. So you have this coordinated attack in a historic way we never seen before against Israel. And at the same time as all this shit is going on, fam, and I cannot emphasize this enough, as all this shit is going on, we have Palestinians in the West Bank that has begun tearing down the apartheid wall in Israel. Iran counterattack has inspired an entire damn uprising. Woo, bro, revolutionary energy is contagious, my friends. All the cowards that was afraid to engage against these Nazi Zionists, these Zionist terrorist scum, they're about to be woken up now, bro. This is the floodgates. This is like the Berlin Wall tearing down, but it's actually good. This is like the good version of that. This is probably one of the great, and One of my friends told me this. It's probably one of the greatest things we're gonna ever see. And I know I get super optimistic about this. I tell you guys, I'm a revolutionary optimist at heart. And I hope I'm not getting too optimistic on what's going on. But I need my white brothers and sisters to understand something. Moments like these is why colonized people live. This is what we fucking live for, bro. Black people, Palestinians, people who are victims of the Western Empire, we have been forced to witness our people die, struggle, and take L after L after L. And during those decades where nothing happened, it's nothing but pain. Do you guys know how fucking amazing it is to see this? Do you guys understand how fucking hype? It's a holiday on Black Twitter. It's a holiday on Resistance Twitter. It's a holiday on anti-imperialist Twitter. We don't get these wins often. This is a massive fucking win for liberation. And I will 100% admit to you guys right now, I may be blowing this out of proportion, but this is a massive, unbelievable win. As someone who followed this for years, doing segment after segment of telling you guys Palestinians are dying. This is a win. This is revolutionary optimism. We got to celebrate Palestinian resistance. We must cheer on the people who unite against evil. The entire world, we are propagandized in a lot of ways. Some ways are kind of good. And what I mean by that, because chill out, because we grow up like watching these very cheesy stories of the good conquering evil. I talk about it all the time. It's no secret that I'm a giant fan of Dragon Ball Z. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. And I'm going to explain this in one of the most unscientific ways I probably ever did before, but I want you guys to understand. Black people love Dragon Ball Z. You guys have no idea how much black people love Dragon Ball Z. The story of Dragon Ball Z was Saiyans, the race that was called Dirty Monkeys, being brutally oppressed by Frieza and their imperialist army. Frieza was an imperialist army that enslaved planets, brutalized these people. So ultimately, Dragon Ball Z is a story of liberation, the liberation of the Saiyan race against Frieza. Why am I bringing up this nerdy shit? I'm bringing this up because I'm telling you guys, boomers don't understand why young people are so against empire, why we're so against war criminals. They call us traitors. They generally don't understand why young people are the way we are. In a way, we have been brainwashed to root against empire. We have been brainwashed to root against evil. In the Israeli government, the fascist government of Israel, what they have done, especially, let alone all the years before this, but this is decades. 2022 was the deadliest year of Palestinians in the West Bank. Israel murdered record amount of Palestinians in the West Bank in 2022. We need to stop sugarcoating shit. Civility politics led to a genocide. Civility politics led to a genocide. So we need to stop sugarcoating shit. The Israelis are the modern Nazis. They're terrorists where pacifism will fail. We have witnessed pacifism fail, which led to this genocide. That's why the entire world is forming the spirit bomb right now in an attempt to take out, and I unapologetically want to see the defeat of Israel. They are terrorist scum. They have a concentration camp where there are Palestinians without trial that had their arms amputated because they was hogtied and there was handcuffs for a dangerously long time, to the point where their arms and limbs had to be amputated. There are Palestinians right now in concentration camps going through torture, the likes that we never heard before. They're being electrocuted, they're being burned. We are witnessing modern day Holocaust shit while people watching UFC 300. But you guys are talking about civility politics. You guys are talking about pacifism. Do you guys have any idea how torturous losing an arm due to numbness is? The reports I read will haunt me for the rest of my life.
I don't understand when the new strikes are going to happen. They keep saying there's new strikes happening, but they're not. Sorry, bro, I leave now. You don't have to leave.
And they lose feeling in their arm. So what happens when your arm goes numb for a very long time?
Hopefully you can clarify some of my questions, but I guess
I'm not a medical professional. There's just a vague understanding of it. So this process takes weeks for it to happen. But during that weeks, it's excruciating. It's one of the most painful things that people can go through.
Anyway,
losing
bro,
an
stop
arm
spamming
slowly
the Netanyahu foreign policy
numbness.
article about how Israel's problem is larger than Netanyahu.
And these people are being
you're getting some new information on the defense secretary's conversation.
And that's just one example. They've been
counterpart.
Burned,
just a short time ago,
there are
Defense Secretary
concentration
Lloyd
camps
Austin
in Israel right
spoke
now,
with his Israeli
but people are talking about civility
Minister of
politics.
Defense Yoav Gallant. The two have been in regular communication.
People talking about, oh man, come
over
on,
the past
man.
days,
No,
weeks,
we
and months,
need
but
this
obviously this is
fascist
a very
state
different
destroyed.
situation. And they got off the phone just a couple of hours
any means
ago.
necessary.
In that call, according to a U.S. official,
The atrocities I read about what they
Austin
did in
asked
Al-Shifa,
Gallant to update the
executing
US on what
patients
Israel's
in their
response
hospital
would be,
beds.
to notify
They
them
took
how
medical
and what that
professionals
response
and government
would look
employees
like.
who
This is
worked at the
obviously
hospital,
important. The US
lined them
and
up and
Israel-
executed them because they said they was agents of Hamas
Boo-hoo
because they
when
work
Israel
for the
strikes back
government.
says testicular torsions.
There was medical
Bro, why are you
professionals.
fantasizing about like a whole
People
different
guys,
other
these are
state
one of the
and how
things that
violent
we're
they're
living
going
through
to
right
be?
now. That people
I don't
are
even
going to talk
understand
about
when Americans fucking fantasize
in
about
history,
America being
and they're gonna
violent
be
to
like,
like
what the
some
fuck was
random
those people
fucking dudes
doing?
in Yemen. It's just like it genuinely is so
the atrocity in
strange.
Al-Shifa.
Like, you think this is helping you? You think killing a bunch of dudes in
anyway, let
Yemen
me
is going to
continue.
help you?
I'm gonna
Like, is
continue with
going to
some more super
advance
chats. I'll put this
your
in
life in any
Biden.
meaningful
Let's get some more super
capacity?
chats.
No,
We 35
dumbass.
minutes
Every
in, so
fucking dollar that
let's,
went to that
read,
bomb could have gone to fixing the fucking potholes down
I'm
the
gonna
street.
read some super chat. Damn, we got
Could
a
have
ton of this
helped
came in.
tackle the crisis
So
of
I gotta
homelessness
get
in this
to it 'cause
fucking
I can't go
country.
too
But no,
tonight.
some of you dumb
How
fucks
many
are
we got? Damn,
so
we got
excited
3,400
at the prospect
people
of
live
war.
right now. So
Straight
make sure you share the
peasant
stream.
brain, straight peasant
On
mentality.
multiple platforms.
My lord,
thank you for $2.
I will
Red
join the ranks, my
Vipers
lord,
in
your
the
army.
West Bank.
My lead.
I'm gonna give you guys
Your
live
army
updates
must
too.
be
I'm gonna go through
grand.
some. I'm gonna go through the feed after
It's
I get
like,
done.
bro,
showing you guys
what are
some
you
more
talking
receipts.
about? You're dying. You're dying. Okay.
So I'm gonna get some more.
You will
breaking
never be
news
able to
for you
own a
guys,
home.
like super breaking.
You will
news.
never be able to retire.
How are
And you're
neoliberals
sitting
going
there
to sell World War III
fantasizing about how
Biden?
hard
And this
Israel
is
is
a
going
tweet.
to
Let me
strike
read a tweet I
Iran.
sent out as well today. Because this is something I'm
Don't
never
get diabetes either. 'cause you ain't going to be able to afford insulin.
ever going to let.
And it's
the
crazy.
Bernie
It's like
supporters
it's just
that I
why?
went to
Why
war
is
with
this such
ever
major
live
cope?
down the fact that they try to cancel me, they attacked me in the most vicious ways because I stood up and I said there's
So many
no
people
way
on
in
the internet
hell
hyping
I
and
would
blazing
ever
so hard for
vote for
war
Joe
with Iran,
Biden.
but you know, as soon as a drone kills their neighbor, they cry.
I'll never
Like
forget the
everyone else,
arguments
this
I got
shit ain't a
with
game. It
Boston
won't be a
people,
spectacle when it's in your
with
front
all
yard.
these
Yeah,
Bernie,
it's just
Bernie
Israel
crap
won't do
people,
shit. No,
Ben
I think Israel
Dixon,
might do
all
shit.
these people that was trying to shame me into
I wouldn't
voting
say
for
Israel
Biden.
won't do shit.
Because they will say stuff like this. They were like, "Oh, Nick, you saying that Joe Biden's gonna start World War III?
Americans spent
Oh,
nearly
Nick,
$1
you're
billion
so
on
dramatic.
interceptors
You're so
tonight."
dramatic. You think Jim Crow Joe is gonna
That's
start
right,
a
baby.
genocide? You think he's gonna start a World War III? Trump is gonna start World War III. That's what they used to say. They used
Israel,
to tell
strong
us
nation.
that
Israel
Donald
big.
Trump
Israel powerful.
was going to
Israel
start
mighty
World War
military.
III.
Israel ain't
It was Joe
shit
Biden
without our
who started
fucking tax dollars.
kicking off World War III. What pisses me the most off about these Bernie
That's your fucking
lesser two
student
evil
loans,
people,
dumb
the
fuck.
Sam Cedars,
That's your
the
fucking
TYT,
healthcare, stupid.
the Vosses in them,
Hell yeah,
they would
brother.
never admit they was wrong. There was no harm reduction. The lesser two evils ideology led to genocide.
Cousin to join the military and go get his dick blown
Your
out
ideology
in
of
Iran.
harm reduction was
That's right. I have nothing to live
incorrect.
for.
What pisses me off is
Why?
how many of these people ever came out and admit they
Netanyahu
was
wants to
wrong.
avoid
These same
criminal
people
liability. You stupid
shame
fuck.
us, not just
You
me.
do. Many
They
of you
shame you guys
fucking
too. I know
American
it.
baboons do deserve that. I
They
honestly.
shame all of us
You
and said we
do.
had to vote for Biden
You're
for
so
harm.
fucking stupid.
reduction. Now we have a genocide.
Fucking Americans,
now we have
goddamn.
possibly World War III, because as we mentioned on RBN many times before, World War I and World War II didn't come out of nowhere. It was a series of escalations and major events that led to World War II. To the point where you have AIPAC, you have Biden and them openly saying that, yeah, we need to get ready to help out Israel.
To such a conflict.
I also say here,
I mean, it's possible. Look, I think the ambassador made solid points, which is Iran has shown a willingness and a capability to attack Israel. We know they're very close to a nuclear weapon. And I remember all my time in Congress being promised by every administration that if Iran actually does get very close to a nuclear weapon, that will be prevented. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. We're at that moment now. So while I'm not sitting here saying that maybe the right response on this is to attack the nuclear program, the question is, we are on the edge of
we're so fucking stupid, dude. We're so fucking dumb, dude.
Or we won't, and we may have to do something about that. Us and Israel, probably largely on Israel. So is it the best response on this attack? I don't know. I'll leave that up to the Israelis. But I can tell you what certainly needs to happen, I think, is going after Iran's, but this is a very directly proportionate response, is going after Iran's ability to make the exact drones they sent against Israel and that they're supplying. This is a side benefit that they're supplying to Russia to attack Ukraine with.
All right, stand by for a moment, Adam. Jeremy Diamond, our correspondent, is
this
in
is
northern
ridiculous.
Israel
YouTube
right now,
does not allow
and
me
there's
to
some
super chat.
very intense developments unfolding where you are, Jeremy. Tell our viewers.
Absolutely. I'm glad he figured it out there. Thank you for 599 Marcus. There's a lot of weird stuff going on our channel.
And in just the past hour, there were 25 projectiles that were fired from Lebanon towards the Golan Heights. My team and I, as we arrived here, we actually were able to hear what sounded like multiple interceptions of those projectiles. The Israeli military is not specifying whether those were drones or missiles in this case, but we do understand that these were fired from Lebanon. Earlier this evening, of course, this area in northern Israel did get projectiles, again, unclear if drones or missiles that were fired from Iran as part of that large-scale attack that Iran carried out on northern Israel as well as in southern Israel. We also understand that Hezbollah claimed responsibility for firing multiple missiles, multiple rockets earlier this evening in the direction of the Golan Heights as well. And so this is what's critical about this part of northern Israel, is that this is really the intersection both of this proxy battle that Iran and Israel have been fighting for months now, as Hezbollah and Israel have been trading fire across the Israeli-Lebanese border for months now, since the beginning of this war, but also now the site of Iran's latest response and Iran's first attack against Israeli soil. Now, we do not have any reports of any of those drones or missiles that were fired by Iran actually hitting targets here in northern Israel. No reports of any hits on the ground. It appears that the majority of those projectiles were intercepted either here in Israeli airspace. We do have video of some of those intercepts happening over the Golan Heights, but also across the border in Syria. There were also multiple interceptions that were reported there as well.
And those interceptions, I think, were largely done by the United States air defense system that's been working together with the Israelis to prevent these Iranian drones and these rockets and missiles, cruise missiles and others from coming into Israel. The U.S. is deeply involved in that. Jim Shudo has a follow-up question for you, Jeremy. Go ahead, Jim.
Jeremy, I wonder, because that cross-border fire both from the Lebanese side of the border to the Syrian side of the border has been going on for some time, going back to October 7th, in fact, predating October 7th. Is the pace tonight at all increasing? Because, of course, the question has been, would Hezbollah get involved in any significant way, open up a northern front in this war, or is this more in line with what we've seen in recent weeks and months?
From MC, Thank you for holding.
Yeah, you know, Jim, it's a great question, and it is really hard to tell at this point. I mean, you know, Hezbollah and Iran certainly do speak. They do coordinate their military activities. Hezbollah is one of Iran's most significant proxies in this region. But whether or not the barrage of rockets that we saw from Hezbollah earlier was coordinated with this Iranian attack on Israel is hard to tell. And actually, I'm seeing what looked like some interceptions in the
everybody's
other
melting down.
direction here. I'm not hearing any sirens or the sounds of that, but I did just see some flashes in the air. And,
Bro, this is about to
I
get
would just
fucking
note that
lasered.
this area, I mean, they are used to having these
Big homie's about to get fucking lasered by a Hezbollah drone over here.
From Lebanon.
He's like, I don't hear any fucking sirens. I'm sure it's fine.
Are used to the sound of jets, and as I can hear jets just continuously flying overhead. And yep, I just heard the booms from what I thought were potential interceptions, and so the delay there. I don't know if you can hear that on my microphone, but those definitely sound like interceptions. The light obviously travels faster than sound, so you can see those first. And now I'm hearing that's the third boom that we just heard. It must be at some distance, so there is a possibility that that could actually be intercepted in Syria rather than in the Golan Heights. I'm just checking my phone to see. Yep, there were some siren alerts in northern Israel.
That the United States in the West is allowing Israel to attack the sovereignty
not too far from our position, actually, maybe a distance of 10 kilometers or so.
Hanging the threat
what's also
of World War
interesting is that the
above
home front
everyone's
command
heads
here in
who wouldn't
Israel
do anything
actually,
about it.
before this latest barrage
This
that we
is
had over the past hour, they had actually told residents in both northern Israel as well as southern Israel who had earlier been instructed to stay near shelters that they could return to normal, indicating that that large-scale attack from Iran, that the threat for now at least was over. And yet what we are seeing instead is more rockets being fired from Lebanon, likely by Hezbollah, indicating that this is going to continue on as it has for months now, as you were just mentioning, Jim.
So it's Wolf again, Jeremy. I just want to be precise right now. So in addition to Iran launching all these drones and rockets and missiles towards Israel, it now looks like their proxy in southern Lebanon, Hezbollah, is beginning to do the same thing. At least 25 projectiles have been fired from Lebanon by Hezbollah, not the Lebanese military, the Lebanese government, Hezbollah forces, this Iranian proxy in southern Lebanon towards Israel. So it looks like they're getting involved directly in this Iran attack against Israel. But is that what I understand?
Because
and this was
no way to
and this was not the only barrage that we saw coming from Lebanon tonight. Earlier in the day, Hezbollah said that it had fired multiple rockets in the direction of an Israeli military base in the Golan Heights, where it has directed rockets in the past as well. Again, the question that Jim raises is a good one in terms of how much is this part of that Iranian response? How much of this is part of what we have seen over the course of months now, which is Hezbollah firing rockets into the Golan Heights, into northern Israel? That part is what's tricky to distinguish here. You know, there's no indication that, you know, even as Iran may have indicated earlier tonight that this was its response to those strikes in Syria, that the response was over as far as it was concerned. There's no indication that that means that Hezbollah is going to stop firing rockets into northern Israel, nor does it mean that Israel is going to stop conducting airstrikes into southern Lebanon, which we have also seen at a similar clip over the course of the last 6 months.
Don't worry, I can do.
All right, Jeremy, just be careful over there. We'll stay in very close touch with you. Jeremy Diamond is in northern Israel. It looks like Hezbollah is beginning to launch a lot of rockets and missiles towards Israel from southern Lebanon. We'll watch that unfold.
I still can't get over how Bibi denied Ukraine the Iron Dome. Why? I understand he hates Muslims, but why deny Ukraine aid to defend them against Iran's ally? It makes no sense. What the fuck? Chatter about to find out some very fun
you guys know about 2/3 of
new things about who Israel is also aligned with, both economically, strategically, politically.
Say, well, you support a one-state
solution. The other country
you
in this equation
to the river,
is
to
Russia.
The sea. So you mean
His
you want a genocide of all Israelis? No, we tell your bitch ass to go back to Poland.
Well, Vladimir Putin is, always talking a big game about how he loves Palestine, how he loves defending Palestinian rights.
That Israel had
Israel would be like half of the nation it is currently
They all
without
Europeans.
the Russian dual nationals.
That's why they're not allowed to take DNA tests.
Last Sunday.
What?
Yeah, Israel has ties with Russia, and Russia provides cover for Israeli airstrikes in Syria against Iran.
The way that every single Arab live among in the Middle East, among their
true.
neighbors.
We were all on.
Because Muslims, Jewish people, Christians,
Putin stands for Palestinian emancipation, of course.
If there's
yeah,
not
sure, dude.
criminal occupation,
sure.
Just like they do in Syria. Just like they do in Palestine, where there's Palestinian
Every
Christians,
fucking actor on that side of the goddamn planet is playing both sides.
Tucker
okay?
Carlson and people on the
Turkey,
right just
Russia,
now realize
Netanyahu.
that there are Palestinian Christians.
Come on,
Palestinian
guys.
Christians live in harmony with Palestinian Muslims. Meanwhile, you got the Zionist Jews bombing the shit out.
The biggest purchaser of Iranian petroleum is China. It's why we passed the SHIP Act through the House in November.
Since I got a new
and I'm
audience
calling on
watching me tonight,
Senator
I'm gonna explain
Schumer
this to you
to pass
Christian
this
Zionism
through the Senate immediately.
Is American
we have to
Christians
crack down
sending
on their
taxpayer
funding
money
source. $88 billion in increased Iranian petroleum sales since Joe Biden took office because they have weakened the sanctions against Iran. We have to crack down on this. So I'm deeply concerned about how this entire situation could explode and how Israel is going to defend itself on multiple fronts.
Yeah, very quickly, Congressman, before I let you go, what is a bigger threat to the population of Israel right now? These rockets, these missiles, these drones coming in from Iran, or potentially what Hezbollah is doing, the thousands of rockets and missiles they have in South Lebanon, which could not only hit northern Israel.
Well, China take advantage of the
Haifa,
situation and attack Hong Kong. Why the fuck would China attack its own, like its own part of its own state? Like, what do you mean? Did you mean Taiwan? And in which case, the answer would probably still be the same. China is taking the best approach to the equation, which is kicking their feet up on the table and just going like this. America is making a mess of the situation, embarrassing itself on the global stage, showing its ass to everybody else that is a trade partner to China. They don't have to do shit.
Out Iran's nuclear capabilities. This is a grave threat. The world is in the most precarious place since World War II. We cannot be a bunch of Neville Chamberlains in this moment. We must be Winston Churchill, victory at all costs. Israel must defend themselves. And to all of my colleagues in Congress who have been calling for ceasefire for the past many months, that have been seeking regime change in Israel, enough. Get behind the Israeli government, work together to ensure the free world is victorious, because if not,
the free world,
the consequences will be dire across the globe.
Congressman Lawler, my colleague and friend Jim Sciutto is here. He has a quick follow-up for you.
It's so awesome, bro. When we're talking about foreign policy, like CNN and Fox News are on a competition on who will be more violent. You know what I mean?
Do you call on him now to do so this week?
Look, I believe very strongly we need to get aid to Israel, to Ukraine, and to Taiwan. It's why I've introduced Defending Borders, Defending Democracies, which would provide $66 billion in lethal aid, as well as border security here in the United States. We have to recognize the threat at our own southern border. But let me be very clear about this. House Republicans passed aid to Israel back in November of last year. Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats sat on that for months, refusing to take up that supplemental aid package for Israel. We obviously have to work together to get this done. So yes, I'm calling on Speaker Johnson to bring a bill to the floor this week. I'm calling on Chuck Schumer and the White House to work with House Republicans. We are in a divided government. We have to work together. There has to be compromise. We need to help Israel. We need to help Ukraine. We need to help Taiwan, and we need to secure our own borders. The world is under attack, and we all have a responsibility and an obligation to get this done.
Congressman Mike Lawler, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue this conversation down the road, and we'll have much more of our special coverage.
Why do these people get microphones? Bro, he's on the fucking, I think he's on the Foreign Intelligence Committee, I think. He's a Republican. It's Mike Lawler. This person doesn't just have a microphone. He's not some random guy. He is a politician with actual, on the Foreign Affairs Committee, sorry, not the Senate Intelligence Committee, Foreign Affairs Committee. He has like direct power in the legislation. There are about 1.2 million Jews from former Soviets, if I recall correctly. Their politics are very interesting, especially with respect to stuff like the settlements. There's a significant Russian population in the settlements like Ariel. Much of the alignment is purely geopolitical. Yeah, the only Soviet Jewish person I know is incredibly aggro in pushing Z. It's a friend of mine's grandmother. She's dope. Someone I know, and their grandmother, who used to be a doctor in the USSR, and she pushes Z so fucking hard, bro. Oh my God. It's awesome. Pushing Z is crazy. Bro, it's a doctor pushing Z. Pushing Z means like you're pro Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, no, she also is like very pro USSR. It's awesome. That part's awesome. Anyway, how does that even make sense? It's finally daytime for us, and I can see so many missile trails over the sky. I'm aware of the genocide that Israel is doing and how they want the Israel state, but why is Iran involved in this? Because Israel struck Iranian soil by hitting an Iranian embassy compound in Damascus last week. And then the international community said nothing. Like, nothing at all. And Iran was like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we will defend ourselves.
Air raid sirens sounded in more than 720 locations for hours overnight, and rockets were intercepted across the country. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. Israel's military has told residents the attack is now over.
Together with our allies and partners.
All right, I guess there's no more extra attacks. Iran said if the UN condemned that attack, this might not have happened, I believe. Pretty astonishing video from earlier. Bro, this is craziness. Actually crazy. I thought pushing Z was being pro-Zelensky. What? No. No, it's the opposite. Pushing Z is when you push the top of the hour ad break button and then tell everybody that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. In this video, the missiles are targeting the air defense systems, by the way. Yeah. You should push the subscription button at the top of the hour so you subscribe and no longer see ads at the top of the hour. That's what you should be pushing.
Winning condition to work around the map. That pick is huge because that's going to pull rotates away, which allows John Cutie to potentially find a timing. Already towards yellow. Common's leaning across to find info himself, and he's covering yellow. Now gets caught, but still manages to flick back to get the kill. Potential double pump. Tens now making a lot of noise towards the A side. Throws a knife, actually hits potentially two, but one made it back alive. That was King actually not hit by the knife, which allows here Sentinels to start moving forward. Okay.
They have wingman delay. This is going to stop wingman. They're going to have to scatter again. Volley? Oh! Little bro lives.
Free plant. Now that pit that was actually gambled towards that A site from Tenz's knife. They don't have that to use for the retake for Leviathan. Will come down to the trades. A double swing towards the spawn. It's a 1-for-1.
Still gets one.
Com trying to move back forward with his teammates. Recon dart towards the back. Flash will not do anything
double
as it was thrown inside the orb. Yeah, double ping to get the kill. Lockdown now available for the retake. Tenz has to find a timing. Oh, easy kill. Lockdown destroyed. And also fragment onto the spike. It's not even halfway.
One enemy remaining.
Tex gets picked off.
One enemy
and
remaining.
now King is alone, but now sticking onto it. It's close. But Sentinels will still get the round.
How scrappy these rounds are being put together with glue and gum right now, as they are just going one way or the other at the last second. It's taken everything from these teams, and Lev are gonna call the timeout. Incredible that Aspas was able to start with over 200 damage across Sentinels at the back there, not dropping one player though, as the damage got distributed. Still have the strength to get through, get the sight. And wow, imagine if the Molly was activated earlier too. So many things in that round that can be played, but Sentinels winning the timing game.
Or if the
deployment and whatnot. So yeah, of course, they remember it fondly. There is concern among top U.S. officials that Israel could do something quickly in response to Iran's attacks without thinking through potential fallout afterward, according to a senior administration official and a senior defense official. Well, you should have thought about it beforehand, man. I think it might be too late. There's concern among... The concern stems in part from the administration's views on the approach Israel has taken to its war against Hamas, as well as the attack in Damascus. President Joe Biden has privately expressed concern that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to drag the U.S. more deeply into a broader conflict, according to three people familiar with with his comments. What will Hutch say now that Joe Biden is in agreement with me? Maybe he'll change his position now because he has to literally follow after the Democratic Party says things. Not that it fucking matters. His concerns don't mean anything because he's still going to follow through on it, I think. Yeah. He's always like, man, I'm so privately concerned about this genocide. And it's like, okay, well, are you going to do something about it publicly? Not really. I am privately concerned, though. Privately, I'm getting very angry. Privately, I'm about to say something. I'm about to say something real mean. Okay? I'm about to have a come to Jesus moment. Privately. He's going to say the gamer word. And just you wait, dude. He's going to say the gamer word, and then Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be like, I know so many more slurs than you, old man. They're going to have a slur off. Watch out, guys. Imagine if he got publicly concerned for a moment. Oof. Oof. Things would be real different. Oh, yeah, here. I wanted to show you this fucking defensive marvel, honestly. It is really a defensive marvel. Man, we have no idea how to comprehend the terror of war from the West. We have no idea. Apart from the 3 that got in, of course, yeah. No, dude, that's the whole point of launching 500 drones, chat. Some of them are not going to be intercepted. So the Iron Dome has what, like a 90% successful interception capability. That means 10% still get through. And I think the numbers probably tonight are a little lower. They said 99% of attacks they stop, but I don't believe that. No, tonight they said 99, but I still don't believe that. Isn't it very sus that Iran didn't hit anything? No, I believe they hit a military base. We'll find out more about the actual impact. Yeah, these were the Arrow 2-3 though, which have a higher interception rate. We'll find out more about the actual impact. And it wasn't just the Iron Dome that was operating. You had Arrow 2 and 3, which were for larger missiles. And not only that, but you had American forces, coalition forces also intercepting literally over Jordan and over Syria, I think. So it wasn't just the Israeli defenses that were accomplishing this impressive feat. Here, this is the video of the airbase being targeted. This was an awesome moment. Crowd chanting Genocide Joe.
Is our big problem. Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe! Genocide Joe!
They're not wrong. Bro, what are you saying? God, the conservative brain rot is so severe. Bro, what do you mean Genocide Joe? Like we say that and that's fine, but you can't say that. You're MAGA. What do you think Trump's stance is on Israel doing a genocide? It's so fucking...
They're not wrong. They're not wrong. He's done everything wrong. Think he is our...
Bro, I don't know. I just... I don't know how these guys operate. Like, I don't know what they're on. This level of mental illness is crazy. I run into Zoomers who are unironically like this. They say Biden is doing a genocide and support Trump. It actually hurts my soul how fucking stupid people can be, especially on this issue. Dude, they're legit lobotomized? Yeah. It's a negative epithet. They're recuperating to say Biden is genociding Israel? No. 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 You're wrong. I promise you those guys aren't saying Genocide Joe because they think Biden is genociding Israel.
Felt
no.
that it needed to defend itself against the threats coming from Israel that have been continuing for many years. Since October 7th until now, in Syria alone,
Hassan, you are wrong in everything.
Have killed 18 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And not only that, since 2010, At least 6 nuclear scientists in Iran have been assassinated. One of them survived the assassination attempt, but all of those attacks Iran has blamed Israel for in an attempt to deter or delay Iran's nuclear program. This certainly will be an event that Iranians will be talking about as they wake up to the news. What we do know is that the 2 airports in Tehran, the capital, the domestic one and the international one, Mehrabad Airport and Imam Khomeini Airport, have canceled or delayed all flights, possibly in preparation for any kind of a retaliatory attack that could be carried out by Israel in the coming hours. And the Revolutionary Guard have also issued warnings to the United States and those countries that have helped Israel defend itself against the attack that was carried out by Iran earlier on Saturday, saying that they will also be paying the price for their assistance they've been providing to Israel. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
I thought I was having a bad time with this
Iraq,
news.
Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. It comes after earlier reports of interference with the GPS navigation systems. Well, this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now, and you can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding. Well, Iraq is one of those countries that has shut its airspace. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is still with us. He joins us live from the Iraqi capital. Mohammed, things seem to have quietened down in Israel for now. Just tell us what's been happening there in the Iraqi capital.
Well, Darren, what's...
All right, morning is happening. I'm really tired, and I apologize for not playing Walking Dead. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm not gonna go to sleep. It's early, but I need to fucking chill out. Drake's diss track tomorrow, and also Walking Dead tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna go finish Fallout. Fallout, crawl out to the Fallout, baby. Na, na, na. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed that, I guess. I will continue to provide this kind of coverage as best as I can. And that's it. That's it for tonight. I'm so fucking tired. Holy shit. I don't know why. It just stripped me a little bit. But yeah, unfortunately, no gaming occurred tonight, but gaming will occur tomorrow. All right. Love you all. Peace in the Middle East. Tomorrow's another day. Sunday Fun Day might be delayed again, depending on the backlash and what Israel chooses to do. But we're back. Peace.
Washington has made it quite clear that it wants to see a change in Israeli strategy. When it comes to Iran, I don't think there is much daylight between the United States and Israel. I don't think that the U.S. is going to tell Israel not to respond. We know from history that when Israel gets struck like this, it does respond. So I think we will see some kind of Israeli retaliation. That having been said, there is a situation of mutual deterrence here, and that's because the Israelis know that Hezbollah has lots of missiles. Iran has lots more missiles. These missiles could overwhelm Israel's air defense system. So this is a dangerous game that Iran is playing, but I do believe that there is mutual deterrence that will weigh on both sides.
All right, sir. Another thing that I wanted some clarity on was Iran. It's put out another statement saying how the UN and others, in fact, did not react or didn't do anything in the 13 days since the attack in Damascus on the 1st of April. It's also said that reacting to the condemnation that's come in, the reactions that have been pouring in, Iran says that certain countries' condemnation of Iran's exercise of its legitimate right to suggest reversal of roles, equating the victim with the criminal. Now, how do you assess the statement?
Well, it was a provocative act by Israel to hit a site that is associated with an Iranian diplomatic outpost. That is widely seen around the world as an inappropriate, unacceptable act. That having been said, I think the world knows well that Iran is the puppet master behind a lot of trouble in the Middle East. Iran is the supporter of Hamas that made possible that terrible attack on October 7th. Iran supports militias in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Yemen, all of which are trying to stir up trouble in the region. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of sympathy around the world for Iran. I think there's a great deal of concern, as your correspondent just said, that this act by Iran could trigger a wider regional war.
Right. Well, Susan, coming back to you now, what we're seeing, in fact, we've been seeing a slew of justification statements. They've tried to really put forth a reason as to why they reacted in the manner in which they did. I'm talking about Iran here, of course. What's your assessment of this? As you mentioned earlier, it was a risk to first carry out an attack from Iranian soil. And now we're seeing this effort to just try and justify and put forth its point after carrying out these attacks.
Yeah, well, a lot of what Iran did was for domestic consumption. And the other question that needs to be asked, and a lot of President Biden's critics are asking and criticizing him for, is why did Iran feel so comfortable and emboldened to carry out an attack like this at this point in time? His critics would argue that it's because President Biden has not been firm enough when it comes to dealing with Iran, whether wanting to go back to the Iran nuclear deal or unfreezing Iranian assets, or also, not supporting those sanctions at the United Nations as well. So, there is a lot of talk about that, and we have to see as to how far the United States is willing to step in and try to defuse this situation. I would guess that it would, in an election year, it would be to the benefit of President Biden and his administration, of course, to really try to do that. The last thing that this administration wants is to deal with another conflict and a foreign policy issue. But also we have to see whether or not, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would adhere to those calls by President Biden to really take a step back and not retaliate the way that they want to against Iran. I mean, this is a very big deal. If Israel doesn't retaliate or takes a step back, then really the question remains how far Iran would go once again in trying to do something like this, which was, again, very unprecedented.
All right. Susan, Mr. Kapchan, thank you so much for joining us on World DNA with the latest and, of course, sir, with your insights on this. We'll, of course, continue to track the developments as and when they come in. Now, the attack by Iran on Israel in response to the airstrike of the Iranian embassy in Damascus on the 1st of April, it's evoked strong global reactions. UN Chief Antonio Guterres, while also strongly condemning the attack on Israel, has called for an immediate cessation of hostilities, warning that neither the region nor the world can afford another war. The United Nations Security Council, it's called an emergency meeting scheduled to be held at 8 p.m. GMT today to discuss Iran's attack on Israel. The meeting comes at the behest of Gilad Erdan, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, who's requested the Council designate the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. US President Joe Biden has taken to social media platform X, stating that he has met with his national security team for an update on Iran's strike, doubling down on the United States' ironclad commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and potential proxies in the region. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has unequivocally condemned the strike, terming the Iranian regime's actions a disregard for peace and stability. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has termed the act unjustifiable and highly irresponsible. Scholz has warned Iran that it further raises the risk of escalation and that Germany stands with Israel and is in conversation with its G7 partners and allies as this develops. Rishi Sunak, who also strongly condemned the strike as reckless and risking inflaming tensions and destabilizing the region, Sunak has gone further to state that this attack once again demonstrates Iran's intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. Much like his counterpart, British Prime Minister has also doubled down on UK's support for Israel's security, along with regional partners such as Jordan and Iraq. Josep Borrell, the European Union's chief of foreign policy, has condemned Iran's attack as unacceptable and an unprecedented escalation that poses a grave threat to regional security. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, whose administration is planning to recognize Palestinian statehood by July, has also expressed deepest concerns over the attack. Sanchez has clarified that Spain is in contact with its embassies in the region, which will continue to provide support for Spanish citizens as the situation develops. Norway, which in recent days has been embroiled in a diplomatic standoff with Israel over the death of a Norwegian World Central Kitchen aid worker in Gaza, has also vocally condemned the attack. As tensions escalate between Iran and Israel after Tehran's Operation True Promise in response to the killing of an Iranian Revolutionary Guards leader in Syria, here are the 9 missiles from Iran's arsenal that are capable of reaching and striking Israel. Let's break this down for you. The Sejal Quran, Shah Ahmad, Shahab 3 Qadr, Pave Kabiska, and Fatah 2 and Hajj Qasim Tehran. It's claimed that these ballistic missile speeds ranging.
And so, as of like 40 minutes ago, Netanyahu and Biden was talking on the phone, essentially planning World War III. That's essentially how you report that. You have Netanyahu and Joe Biden that's on the phone right now. Israeli military officials right now are meeting, and they are currently planning World War III. That is what's going on. So yeah, that's more common. Let's go to the timeline. Oh shit, this is important. The United States Security Council will hold an emergency meeting on Sunday afternoon to discuss Iran's attack on Israel. Where was the emergency meeting about Israel's illegal attack in Damascus? Oh my God. Bro, the UN has been completely made illegitimate. Obviously, Israel taking a giant L. Obviously, the Palestinian people are taking a giant L because of the trauma they're going through. But probably no one has taken a bigger L to their legitimacy than the United Nations and international law in general. Like, what is the point of the UN? They've been exposed completely. And I just see, you see this contradiction that I can see in real time? Here they say the attack is a severe and dangerous escalation. So fam, how can these two thoughts exist at once? The first thought that they said earlier was that the damage was limited. Israel did a great job defending against Iran because of the United States' assistance. So they said Iran attack flopped, but they also want you to believe that this attack is severe and worthy of a dangerous escalation. How can both things be true at once? Based on what I believe, I thought Iran was going to do way worse. I'm talking about like suicide bombs, mass civilian deaths. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what Iran did was very measured. But now the UN and the West is pretending that Iran, with their measured attack on military infrastructure, is a crazy, dangerous escalation, even though Israel launched an attack on civilian infrastructure at a consulate in Syria, assassinating an Iranian. It's literally one of the most vagrant and worst violations of international law there is. I see a few of these comments. Oh boy, you guys think I'm not enjoying some of these Cope and Seed comments? Yes, I take great joy in seeing these colonizing scum get what they deserve. Mind every single one of these Zionists and shambles in my comment section. Do you know that? Excuse me. Do you know that polls in Israel show that Israelis wanted their government to bomb Palestinians more? As in the United States, you guys are blaming Netanyahu. Netanyahu did what he did because if he didn't, Israelis would have hung him by a tree. It is not the fault. Well, he has blame, but it's not the fault of Netanyahu. Netanyahu is reacting to his fascist populace. Every single Israeli adult is a fascist colonizer. Every single Israeli is forced to join the IDF. Israel has a mandatory military service program. If you don't join the IDF, they'll throw your ass in prison. If you are not forced to engage in genocidal apartheid, they will throw your ass in prison in Israel. So they are all forced to become terrorists when they become adults. So since all of them become a member of the IDF, since all of them are colonizing occupiers, there's no such thing as an innocent civilian Israeli that is an adult. Do you guys understand? People who are colonized have the legal right to self-defense against people who are doing the colonizing. Every single Israeli adult, and I say adult for a reason, because every single child that lives in Israel is an unwilling participant in apartheid and colonialism. And their parents in the state are using the children who cannot consent to an apartheid state as a human shield. Israelis are using Israeli children who cannot consent to be a colonizer as a human shield, not Hamas. Every single adult that signs up for the IDF and don't take prison time is a terrorist and is a legitimate target. And every single motherfucker who's ever served in the IDF, I am more than happy to see what they get. I cut myself off for YouTube's sake. You guys think I haven't seen some of these coping comics? I can do this all day, motherfuckers. I will never, ever apologize, ever, for offending a Zionist. You guys are scum, the likes we have never seen since the Nazis. If you're a Zionist and you're watching my stream and you're upset, good. I want you to fear us. I want you to hate us. I hate your guts. I want to see the complete dismantling of your state. And this is going to all the comments I've been seeing, these Zionists who've been coping. I want to see, actually, I got to calm down because YouTube, I might get in trouble. You guys don't deserve to exist. And I will unapologetically cheer on and celebrate any victory of the Palestinian resistance. You guys had your chance with liberals. Social democrats and pacifists won the day for decades. They believe in pacifism. They believed in the state of Israel. You guys lost them. Everybody believed in the two-state solution at one point. I explained before I really read into the issue. That I was like, man, I thought the two-state solution sounded good before I read into the issue. Everyone wanted to support Israel because it was brainwashed. Despite the head start that you Zionists got, you guys lost everybody. That was you guys. We tried the moderate way. We tried the pacifist way. The Zionists won't listen to pacifism. They are fascists. And how do you stop a fascist? You guys thought this, you guys, the Zionist trolls, you guys thought you was get. Bro, I love fucking triggering you bitch ass motherfuckers. Genocidal maniacs. Keep leaving the comments and open our channel. I love seeing the code, my friends. You guys lost. You got fucking Trump supporters calling you guys out for genocide. It is over. It is over, my friends. There is literally no reason for us to ever protect their feelings anymore. Glory to the resistance. Godspeed to Iran. So that's my response to all the Israeli bots in the comment section today. A blanket response. How do you like it? Let's finish some for more updates. Actually, I'm gonna go to the timeline because I'm gonna wrap up. Let's go to timeline. See what the timeline's saying. I'm gonna go to the number one trend. Here's just my timeline in general, which is crazy. This is our boy Nico talking about the Iron Dome. Seth Sabe, we had on the show. Here, Max Blumenthal. Wolf Blitzer is leading CNN's coverage tonight. Guest after guest is a tool of his former. Oh my God! Wait until we do propaganda report on Monday. Just wait until we do propaganda report with Nick and CJ and Scott Ritter. I cannot wait to see what the fucking cope we are hearing on corporate media is right now. Wolf Blitzer is leading CNN's coverage tonight. Guest after guest is a tool of his former employer at AIPAC, each one clamoring for the United States to attack Iran on Israel's benefit. Oh my God, guys, I got a lot of research to do when I get offline tonight. I'm taking tomorrow off because I did two streams today, but I'll be back with CJ, with Scott Ritter. I'm already missing a significant amount on UFC 300 because of what the hell's going on tonight. So Wolf Blitzer and CNN, according to Max Blumenthal, is losing their fucking shit, and they should. Honestly, they all should. Look, here's Ryan Grimm. Everyone is responding to this video that had me geeked. I literally lost my composure. I lost my composure live on stream, literally seeing
with
this.
the new wave of
Ryan Grimm, his reaction, Trump takes it in, seems to like it, or at least likes that the crowd likes it, and they're not wrong. So here's Ryan Grimm sharing this video. Again, for the people who joined the stream pretty recently.
Big problem.
Bro, we are seeing the craziest images today. The images of seeing the apartheid wall falling down. One of the craziest images we've seen. This scene of MAGA accusing Israel of genocide, making fun of Genocide Joe. Just this is why we do this shit, man. This is it. It doesn't get better than this. And I say this as someone who covered this for years, man. Never in a million years imagine this fucking crowd that looked like this doing this. So at this point, we had to end the stream. If you guys want to have fun with me, I'm just showing you guys some. I'm literally doing this because I would do this if I get off stream right now. I'm literally just interested. Look at this. Look at the fucking MAGA people. Look at these right wingers trying to drag us into war. Here's Joe Walsh. An attack on Israel is an attack on America. And we have another ratio on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We have another ratio. 9,000 comments compared to only 6,000 bot boosted likes. And I'm seeing all this stuff for the first time. This is very unprofessional on the stream, but we just having fun now. It's Saturday night. I'm literally just curious too. We got literally 4,200 people watching across all platforms right now. It's popping right now. Let's see what people are saying. Anya, who's at the gray zone, she was on Sabby not too long ago. She been ratioing these Zionists left and right. She told Joe to suit up. So essentially, all these people saying that attack on Israel is attack on America, sign the fuck up. Or show me evidence that your child signed up or something. Here's just a thought we had on the show earlier a few weeks ago. Are you going to send your kids in the military to fight them? This is why I find working class parents who send their children to fight for the wars of the ruling class, when even the ruling class wouldn't do that for wars that they support, you are the dumbest motherfucker of all time. If you're sending your child to fight for wars that even the ruling class are not doing, and they support this shit. Israel, fuck off. No one likes you. Oh, Jesus Christ. We are seeing a shift that is so insane. I don't know who is this person. I don't know. Like we can't judge this person based on the profile. Free Palestine, First Amendment, Second Amendment. You guys, I told you guys, people. It's not just left right shit no more, bro. The people that are stuck in 2014, like the Bernie Sanders progressive, bro, they are fucking clowns, bro. Politics right now is completely unrecognizable than it was just 5 years ago. Tucker Carlson calling out Israel. We're seeing massive revolutionary thought, the likes we've never seen before, man. Here's some more breaking. Biden and Netanyahu phone talk to diffuse tensions. That is absolutely not what they're doing. That's interesting. Let's see if that's true. And that is no, wait. That is not true. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. We see. The Biden Netanyahu call ended, and the American president asked the prime minister not to respond to the Iranian attack. Quote, question me now, quote me later. Question me now, quote me later. I promise you he didn't say that. This gives me big Biden is frustrated with Benjamin Netanyahu energy. This phone call was United States and Israel planning World War III. They're saying this for PR. Biden is saying this because he knows his ass will get fucking destroyed if he allowed this war to escalate. He's going to escalate it, but he's going to give the image that he's against it. But I'm open to the other interpretation of this. I am telling you guys right now, just question me now. You can doubt my analysis, but then quote me later, because I promise you, there is no way that Biden did that. War with Iran is exactly what Biden wanted. That is what the establishment wanted. That is what Israel dragged into. Do you guys really believe that Netanyahu and Biden was talking, and Biden was like, hey, man, come on, chill out. And then Netanyahu was like, oh, I got you, bro. Yeah, we're going to let this go. Do you guys think that happened? I don't. Question me now, quote me later. Let's go to the number one. Look, I ran the trending number one over UFC 300, which is pretty crazy. What the fuck is going on in UFC 300 anyway, bro? I'm missing a fucking banger. What the hell is going on? They can't. I'm gonna get demonetized. Actually, I need to calm down. I'm gonna get demonetized on UFC shit. Biden voters are in my mention blaming Trump for the current Iran events in the year of our Lord 2024. We've seen that video. I think we covered everything I want to cover tonight. I'll read this one. Reminder for those who just started watching the news today, essentially. Israeli forces bombed Iranian consulate a few days ago, and tonight Iran decided to respond. Israel will continue playing the victim as it's been doing the past 75 years. What's this? Official statement from the Iranian permanent mission to UN regarding the attack from Iran to Israel. So this is 13. Also, Iran is calling out the UN. I think I get what they're saying here. This is what Iran is saying in response to the UN criticizing their attack. Iran's invocation of Article 51 of the UN Charter occurred following a 13-day period marked by the Security Council's inaction and silence. Boom! Boom! Hot off the press. So I just showed you guys a receipt of the UN saying, oh my God, Iran's attack is horrible. The response from Iran is, dude, we are following the UN Charter. We are defending ourselves as outlined by the UN Charter, and we are doing what we are doing because the UN Security Council was silent on Israel's illegal attack for 13 days. So essentially what they're saying is because of the UN's complicity with Israel's illegal terrorist behavior. And because of the Security Council wouldn't condemn Israel and do anything about it, Iran saying, because of you, we are doing this. That is brilliant. Obviously, the media is not going to cover this. RBN and a few independent media outlets going to cover what Iran is saying. But, bro, China's going to cover this. Russia's going to cover this. India's going to cover this. The Global South is going to cover what both sides say. And I promise you, the same way the United States lost the support of the majority of the global population, it was because of moments like these. They hear both sides, and they hear that the United States is full of shit, while Iran and Russia be spitting. This is a great point. We are getting breaking news. You getting breaking live reaction coverage from your boy. This is not planned. This is not scripted out. I'm telling you guys what the fuck is going on at a second's notice. After years of studying theory, anti-imperialist theory, I see through the lies of the West unlike I never did before. Just like that. Man, Iran, that's a great response from Iran. So I read again. I would end the stream on that. I think I'm gonna get the super chats. I got a ton of super chats, and I'm gonna dude, this is the perfect way to end it. Monday, Scott Ritter joined us, bro. Monday stream is a can't miss because Scott Ritter is already going ham on the timeline, and then we're gonna have Sunday. We're gonna have Sunday to digest what happened that day. So we're gonna have essentially 2 days to digest what the fuck's going on. We're gonna meet on Nick and CJ with Scott Ritter. That is gonna be a can't miss show, guys. I already get a preview of what Scott's gonna say based on what he's tweeting. And fam, Monday is gonna be a banger. I legitimately can't wait. The reason why I'm screaming to the mic, I'm sorry for my unprofessional delivery today, but this is an unplanned stream, and you guys are seeing my legitimate reaction to everything. I'm sorry that I might have been screaming sometimes, might have been slurring, but bro, I'm legitimately super fucking like this is crazy. I think excited the wrong word. Like it's just overwhelming everything that's happening right now. You know what I mean? So let me finish the statement. Iran, because of the invocation of Article 51 of the UN Charter, occurred following a 13-day period marked by the Security Council's inaction and silence, coupled with its failure to condemn. So they called out the UN Security Council for failing to condemn Israel's illegal action as they now melting down. Oh my, bro, the UN has taken so much fucking L's this year, man. It's incredible. Certain countries' precipitous condemnation of Iran's exercise of its legitimate right suggests a reversal of roles, equating the victim with the criminal. Bro, Israel is going to get fucking dismantled in the court of public opinion over the next few days. Already seen statements from other countries, like from Nigeria and other people support outside of the Western influence supporting Iran here. You're going to have Iran hammering Israel. You're going to have Iran, Russia, and China. They're going to all be hammering Israel on the international stage. You want to know what's not going to happen, though? CNN and MSNBC is going to ignore all of this. There's going to be a blackout over all of this. But despite that, despite the fact that around 95% of Americans is not going to get this coverage, they're not going to know what's going on, the rest of the world will. And it's going to empower the axis of resistance. We're witnessing legendary, historic shit tonight, friends. As I said earlier, there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happens. And this is one of those weeks. So, let's get super chats. Holy crap. This is our boy. This is our boy. You know, we quote revolutionaries out here. So I have this quote up as I read super chats. I don't want a big screen because my lighting is terrible. So I'm gonna keep this base quote from based ass Lenin. What the hell did I even leave off on super chats? I read this one. Big shout out to them for a super sticker. Thank for the $4.99, Janice. There has been an unconfirmed report that Tel Aviv was hit in black house in Israel due to cyber attacks. Had to find more sources doing the same. Thank you for your citizen journalism, Janice. I appreciate the breaking information. I did not hear about that, so I appreciate the information. Big shout out to Obro Cobb, bro. I appreciate all the support tonight for the stream. Like, bro, this stream was huge. About 1.3K on YouTube, 4,300 across all platforms right now. So at least I can sleep well at night, even though I missed probably one of the greatest cards in UFC history in UFC 300. At least I gave some good information to my community, to the RBN community. So I'm proud about that. So I'm glad you guys enjoying the show. And you left this super chat approximately 58 minutes ago. So I hope you're happy, my friend. Dan said, "Go longer, please." Nigga, I live to serve, my friend. You're on fire right now. Thank you. I did go longer. I ended up going 58 minutes longer after this super chat came in. Thanks for the $5. I'm watching delayed. First time seeing any of your stuff, bro. Hope you guys like this and subscribe. This was a hype. This was a crazy stream, man. I usually, for people who watch this for the first time, I usually have a outline. I usually have a structured show. Tonight, I literally went live unplanned. This is not why I usually go live. I was just going through as many receipts and trying to explain what the fuck is going on. Because if I wasn't live, I would be obsessing over this anyway. My mindset was, even though I wasn't prepared to go live, shit, I was going to do nothing but follow this shit anyway. So I might as well follow it live. You know what I mean? Maybe I should do more streams like this. You know what I mean? Thank for the $2. Nick, you just said today Joe Biden would start World War III. Do you guys remember the hotspot video I made a month ago where I said I think we're in World War III, but a lot of people don't know it yet? Big shout out to our boys at Hotspot. Big shout out to Bryce. Thank you for $4.99. Keep it up, Nick. Big shout out to Bryce. I recognize that name. Friend of the community. I'm getting tired. I am getting tired. You guys can probably tell. I told you guys when I get tired, I slur my words a little bit more. Thank you for $30. RBN does amazing critical analysis and reporting. Keep up the good work. Thank you for being you. Thank you guys for watching and then watching my content. It means a lot. Thank you. Man, my nose getting stuffy, dude. I'm fucking tired, man. My boy's doing bad right now. Thank you for $9.99, Martin. Bringing the heat. Nothing in the stream, absolutely nothing in the stream was playing, my friends. You guys know my schedule. I don't go live on Saturday afternoon or Saturday evenings. Nothing in the stream was playing, guys. Everything in the stream was my legitimate reaction. The same way I was geeking out before the stream. I was texting my friends. I was in my hotspot group. I was talking to Nico. I was talking to all my RBN comrades. The same energy you see on the stream is essentially what I was doing before I went live. So I was like, fuck it, I might as well go live and cover this shit. You know what I mean? So I'm glad you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you for the $9.99. Hello from Cuba. What's poppin', Andres? Viva Fidel, Viva la Revolucion. I'm not a Spanish speaker, so I'm a butcher that. So I appreciate that. I'm not a good linguist, I should say. I appreciate the super chat. I don't want to butcher that in front of everyone here. Fuck. Someone said do it more often. I love the improv. Yeah, this show was 100% improv. The show I did earlier with Misty was improv as well, because if you watch the show, the server, the software I used to play,
is that actually true?
So maybe
There's no shot. There was not anywhere near that. There's definitely a couple thousand people though. But.
Yeah.
Iran was talked about on my online game before the strikes hit, so you know shit is blowing up in the world. Yeah. Every country around the world is talking about this right now. Everybody. This is crazy. Zelensky, I'm assuming that should say Zelensky, I think. Zelensky should be terrified tonight. whatever tiny fraction of the 60 billion they are supposed to get is now going to be fired into Iran. Now, that's a great point. There's so many dynamics of this story that I couldn't even scratch the surface of in a 2-hour stream. I plan to go live for only 30 minutes to 45 minutes talking about this story, end up doing a 2-hour stream, and we are just scratching the surface of what this means for geopolitics. And I promise you guys, I've been delivering banger after banger after banger, but next week, Nick at Night, you guys saw Nico House say he's coming back on next week. I can't wait to see what Nico says. I'm gonna reach out to my boy Q Anthony Ali. Bro, I'm hitting everyone up. I might as well help do this and this too. I might hit them up. I'm hitting everyone up. Next week is about to be lit, fam. My homie Do Distance is gonna drop by probably in the next week or two. I'm gonna get Nico, bro. This is from Voltron moment. I need to hear what everyone think about this shit. Another friend, I need to get Lucy back on. Big shout out to Lucy. I need to hear what Lucy thinks about this as well. I had Lucy on our show as well. Blue Moon Red Wine. Same people wondering why I was obsessed with this. This was the global breaking point, and that's why. Absolutely, I've been following Lucy for a while. Like everyone in my circle, like Lucy, Fiorella, all these anti-imperialist commentators. There's a reason why we centered and focused on Israel-Palestine, because it was obvious shit like this was gonna pop off really soon. Also, the fact that it's this fucking crazy apartheid regime. Fuck, dude, I still got a ton of super chats left. Appreciate the support. I need to blow my nose, man. I'm getting stuffy. Thank for the 199 Cobra. Let's go. No peace for G.I. Joe. Absolutely. Thank for the $20 ARJ. The UN has no credibility in order to order Iran to de-escalate its retaliatory strikes on the Zionist entity state while allowing their apartheid occupation violate another country's sovereignty and ongoing atrocities. Great comment by ARJ. My commentary is not unique, as you guys hear. Like, just the absurdity of what the West is asking of Iran is, I think, is an observation that everyone can make. They're fooling no one but the most colonized, brainwashed empire simps in human history. Thank for 666 super chat. Now the colonizers know one iota of the constant fear and terror Palestinians face every single day. Like, there's going to be a lot of Western chauvinists. Honestly, a lot of white people who watch the stream. You guys saw a few of them who's uncomfortable with the energy I'm showing. But our people, Palestinians, and this is something, if you're white, you just won't understand it. I'm sorry. We watch our people get brutalized. We read the trauma that we go through, and it never ends, man. There's never any relief. And never any W's. Just L and just horrible story. So you guys have no idea the jubilation we feel when we see revolutionary victories. They're very rare. They are very rare, but when it happens, it hits like the finest of cracks. Like, you can't. There's no word for it. Like when resistant movements are actually successful, it's just glorious, for lack of a better term. Thanks for the $2. Aspen Fallen, guided by the beauty of our missiles. I get it now. Well said. And I'm you gotta know I love my white allies, man. I love you guys, because you guys are obviously basically watch our channel. But I just gotta tell you guys our perspective. Like, a lot of people don't get it, man. You're just not gonna get it. If the trauma, I still remember, like, bro, when you read about slavery as a black kid growing up, bro, I was crying, bro. Like, you guys don't know how this shit impacts us. Seeing what go on in the Congo, seeing the police state beat the fuck out of us. I see you guys talk about it, and you guys talk about it with like a degree of separation. Like, you guys talk about it the same way like David Attenborough talks about animals in the nature documentary. The separation is so weird. We feel that shit to our soul. And I love all our white comrades who understand, like, in our comments here. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's move on. I got a few more super chats. You guys worked me today, but I do appreciate all the support, so it's worth it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for $4.99. Best day this year. If you're in the United States, Canada, Germany, or UK, find the Zionist neighborhoods to protest Jersey and put posters in local grocery stores. Great suggestion for actions from Helpful Harm. For all the new viewers tonight, hope you guys enjoy the show. Please subscribe. I see a lot of new names in the super chat, so I hope you guys enjoy the show. Then for $5, P. Walker, French naval vessel pushed from Red Sea from Houthi attacks and ran out of expensive ammo. L after L by the West. Thank you for the $5, Matt. Thank you for watching, my friend. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the $2, Marvin. You think false flag, CIA, Mossad, and US, UK occur now? Definitely wouldn't rule it out. 2 more super chats. I fucking did it. I'll turn the stream out probably 3 hours to 2 hours, just like that, with no planning. You guys know what I do. Nick and Night. Always gotta bring the bangers for my friends, my family here. Then $5 Geo. That translates to from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I'm gonna learn another language here soon, my friends. I'm gonna learn 2. I plan on learning Spanish and Portuguese. That's my goal in the next few years. I want to learn Portuguese because I want to move to Brazil and train jiu-jitsu maybe for a year. So I would love to learn a language. So I know I struggle with a lot of words right now, but I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna learn more of these. I'm gonna learn a foreign language. You know what I mean? And you guys gonna be fucking pronouncing these motherfuckers perfectly. Anyway, thank you for $4.99. Ayo Hillary. Keep up the amazing work, Nick. Absolutely. I appreciate the super chat. A lot of support tonight, man. I appreciate the massive showing tonight. Very important. Crazy developments tonight. Absolutely crazy developments tonight. I'm gonna just plug the show on Monday. Thank you for the last super chat, see here, Walker. Just don't miss the show I'm doing with Scott Ritter on Monday. So I'm gonna have tomorrow off, I guess, to rest. We did a 2-a-day today. I had my friend Misty on earlier for Nick at noon. Did a 2-hour show tonight to cover what's going on in Iran and Israel. And I'm so geeked for Monday to cover the updates because we're gonna have about 36 hours or so of content by Monday, and we're gonna have our boy Scott Ritter break this down with me and CJ. So I might even have to hit Roma, bro. I need to get Roma on stream this week, bro. I might have to I had to call everyone up this week. But anyway, hope you guys enjoyed as always. I keep letting up to end the stream because I don't have any exit videos or anything like that for you guys. Have a great rest of your night. I'm tired. I'm gonna watch the fights. Enjoy your weekend. Take care.
Por parte de Irán, y bueno, estamos viendo ahora que esto ha ocurrido con estos más de 100 drones que se han lanzado en dirección a Israel y con misiles cruceros, que es algo bastante más contundente, pero por otra parte Estados Unidos ha anunciado que ayudará a la defensa de Israel. Y estos drones toman horas en llegar a los objetivos.
Of aid supplies now that the ceasefire is over. Has anybody said anything to you about whether or not they will end?
It's going to be very difficult, Rob, I have to say. I mean, there'll be people working around the clock as we speak in another area here in the south working that exactly thing out. We had convoys across the UN plant. I know UNRWA was getting fuel. Fuel is water. Fuel is those desalination plants. Of course, the United Nations was able to pre-position aid, so important to get it in through the Rafah Gate, get it ready for those hundreds of thousands of people who so desperately need it. So we've got much more in the next 7 days. That's Herculean effort by people here, Herculean effort by Palestinians who work for the United Nations, Rob, who have lost homes and family members and still every day come in to try and support their fellow citizens. But again, this was never going to be enough. If this was the idea, we'd be allowed aid for 7 days, and then the killing would start again. Then humanity has shut its eyes. Now, we cannot believe that is the case, and we will continue to persevere. But under these conditions, with attacks so close, as I say, to this functioning hospital, as a Palestinian colleague said, our nightmare just got that much more difficult.
Describe to us the kind of psychological toll that this must be having on the medical teams and the people who are working.
Hey guys, this is Watron 101. It has begun. It has started. I knew that something was going to happen between now and April the 22nd, and here it is. Israel, they take down these M's as the big I, and they are also, explosions heard all over Israel right now. This is an hour ago. I saw another report that this is huge, guys. This is really, really big. This is the Gog of Magog war. This is a battle for the Temple Mount. It's a battle for Jerusalem, just like the Bible said. And here we are. Here we are. It has started. It has begun. And you can come over here. Sirens and explosions.
There's one simple sugar hack anyone can do to balance glucose levels almost overnight. Did you know that type 2...
and say, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this, but you want to fight, you better believe you've got one.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
It's Saturday, April 13th, 2024. I'm your host, Alex Jones. It's 1:08 Central Standard Time, and they've just launched Mario Nafal and his crew, a X Spaces, with a lot of great guests like Jack Posobiec and others that are going to be joining us here today to discuss the FBI and CIA targeting Americans, censoring Americans, surveilling Americans, persecuting Americans, including President Trump.
Aligned with all these people in destroying the truly journalism made by independent.
Are a predatory central IMF World Bank. They're the ones.
Are you saying the IMF is going into these countries and telling them to shut down their industries?
They're tiding aid to these policies. Look at U.S. aid.
Well, let me explain what they do. Let me explain. The IMF and World Bank are on record. You know, the IMF in Europe, the World Bank in the United States, they're all interconnected, International Bank of Settlements. They went in the 60s and 70s, take Nigeria. They give them a $500 million loan, pay off the politicians not to pay it back, and today Nigeria owns like 60-something billion and just on interest payments, and then the IMF and World Bank told those countries, do lockdowns or we'll pull back your loan forgiveness. They use it for control. They're deindustrializing those nations, and we're facing a corporate world government, a fascist world government that uses communist tactics to control people, and that's what WEF and Klaus Schwab and the New World Order is. So the idea of, oh, freedom and international love and all this crap, they're not bringing that. It's UN peacekeepers going into Africa.
If it's a wire organization, it picks it up very quickly.
Yeah, for those that don't know,
okay.
we're putting on screen the Times of Israel, Reuters, everything is announcing the attack has begun. So it's now mainstream news. So I'm going to ask the question, why aren't the AWACS and all the U.S. and Israeli spy planes, they have stuff that can go in and shoot these little slow drones down all day long. Why are we not hearing about that?
So that's my question. My question to Colonel is, Colonel, with Mario and various others have mentioned that there's 50 to 100 drones over Iraqi airspace. It's going to take a while to get to even Israel. The main source of this is Axios, and then obviously many other people are reporting from it. First, two questions. One is Alex right that this could be some kind of like psyop? Or this? And the second question is, if it is legitimate, why can't it just be shut down before he even gets to Israel, or when he gets to Israel? It's only like a 50 to 100 drones. I'd like to know that. Go ahead, Colonel.
Yeah, so both are good questions, right? I think it's too early to tell if Alex is right or wrong. I can't answer that. But what I can tell you is, like, if you want to shoot him down now, and you're Israel, you're going to waste some really long-range missiles, right? And really capable and very expensive missiles on drones that are not very expensive, right? So you have an Iron Dome system that actually that is relatively inexpensive per cost of shot. So you may as well start building your track solution, building your air defense picture, fusing all that together, and then use your lowest cost systems. Because if, and I'm saying if because I don't know, right? If Israel truly, if Iran is intending to truly saturate their airspace with other ballistic missiles and other systems all at the same time, right?
You're saying this attack could be a diversion.
Longer range missiles.
You're saying this could be a diversion.
The harder to shoot things, the ballistic things that are going to be coming. I think it would be a waste of effort.
Exactly what I said at the beginning.
If I could. Just one person at a time, please. Go ahead, Colonel.
The last thing that I wanted to say, and this is more a general thing, I'm getting comments from some of my friends who work in CENTCOM and AFCENT, and they're all getting recalled right now to come back into the headquarters. So I wouldn't say that this is that we're. I think it's on, right? I think it's fair to say at this point that it's on.
Well, I think that's a great point.
Question, and I know we have people on the ground in Lebanon, in Israel, in Iraq, and obviously in Iran. Amir is here as well. Colonel, I want to take it a step further. I know we're just focusing on news here, not too much speculation, but just a quick question. How do you expect Israel to respond to this? This is the first time in history that Iran attacks Israeli soil, and correct me if I have this wrong.
I I can't answer the second part, right? I'm not a very good historian guy on Israel. I apologize about that. Or Europe.
It is
Europe
the first time.
and Afghanistan. So, to answer your first question, I think if you're Israel, right, I think the first thing you want to do is ensure that you survive that first wave of attack, right? It would be foolish at this point to actually try and take the offensive, start scrambling jets, start pushing things out, start shooting long-range things back. I think that's there'll be time for that.
Iraq.
Right?
So Colonel, Iraq's Kataib Hezbollah. So this is
Oh,
Hezbollah
wow, I
in
thought you were
Iraq, not
explaining
the
this.
Lebanese Hezbollah, has declared the start of
Right here,
operations
right.
against Israel. This is by the Iraq Kataib.
Pretty sure Jared
Hezbollah's Iraq's Kataib, or however you say Iraq
Figured.
Resistance. Iraq Resistance also, which is a different group as far as I understand. Iraq Resistance also has declared war against Israel. There are two
He
groups,
needs to
aren't they?
communicate with
The
his teammates.
Hezbollah Kataib, Iraq's Kataib Hezbollah, and Iraq
Communicate
Resistance.
at his
Are they
teammates.
two separate groups?
Yeah,
Hala,
they
Hadi.
need to be told.
There's also one umbrella called Iraqi Resistance, but Hezbollah, Iraq are part of them anyway. There's different groups, but they're all under one.
You need to be muted so you
their
can talk
defense
to your
systems are now
teammates and yell
working
at them
on
in
allowing
Destiny.
any
Yeah.
drone that passes to go towards Israeli positions, so they're not going to shoot them down. The Syrian army is now on high alert as well.
Okay, let me go to someone on the ground. Amir, I know you're in Iran, so I want to go to you and get an update from Iran. What's the latest?
Saying the Pentagon. Someone is saying the Pentagon has confirmed this. Can anybody see what the Pentagon is saying? This is just Twitter reports, by the way. That the Pentagon has now
We'll check that. We'll check that, Hala. We'll check that. I just want to go to Amir. Amir, you are in Iran, and obviously we're speculating what's going on. But what's the news coming out of Iran? Are they saying that they've launched the attack, or would love to hear what's going on the ground there? Go ahead.
Hey, brother. Can you hear me? Is my voice good?
Yes.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, I just told Mario, our power just went out in Tehran. I don't know if it's Israel attacking our house or our neighborhood. I really think if that's the case, it's just crazy. I'm hyped up for this. Basically, Pentagon just confirmed the Iranian attack, and yes,
Sorry, just on the first one, you said sorry, Amir, you said the electricity is down in Tehran or just your house?
Yes. No, in our whole neighborhood. I think it's some cyber thing. Yes, that's why. That's why I was asking for my voice. So basically, for yesterday and the days before, I think Hezbollah and Iran, they are just testing the Israeli defense systems, and I'm just seeing unconfirmed reports about the Israeli defense systems being hacked. So it takes a couple of hours for the drones to reach Israel, but actually Iran has attacked Israel before, like in 7 years ago when General Soleimani ordered an attack after General Hamedani got killed in Syria. He attacked the Golan Heights. So, Iran drone attacking Israel won't be a shock after October 7th. There's still no missile attacks. So, drones, I know they're effective, and especially Iranian drones, the Shahed drones, we all saw what they did in Ukraine. But right now, even at this point that everything is just so hyped up, I'm waiting for more things to happen. And right now, Iran is doing its retaliation step by step. They started with some Hezbollah attacks, and then they seized an Israeli ship. And right now, they are attacking Israel with drones. And the Tehran airport is closed, and airspaces are getting closed. And we should wait for the targets of the drones, because it just differs if they are.
But Amir, just a quick question. Amir, just a quick question on that. But what are they saying in Iranian news? Are they saying?
Sorry, guys, sorry, 2 seconds. Sorry, there's a second wave of drones that just came in. Noya, you were just saying that in the back channels. Noya?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I had to go back from the back channels to the mic. It seems like it. But I still don't have any information about it. I only know that I have been seen in Kramcha. Sorry, this is how we say it in Hebrew, in Iran. So they came out from a different location apparently, but also long distance.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So also long-range UAVs, probably one of the Shaheds, maybe the 365. Guys, I'm really guessing these will not even manage to get Israel airspace. To be honest, like Alex was saying earlier, I mean, I don't think they will even wait to see if the air defense system would test that. And also, I do agree with Amir, and I said it also in the beginning, it's usually the strategic protocol of them, of like sending the UAVs, and then shortly before the UAVs are coming to the Israeli area, they launch like a missile, which needs only like a couple of minutes or some of them even just seconds to get to Israel. And then the air defense system is so overwhelmed, according to theories, that some of them maybe be able to go through. And I think this is the initial intent here.
If I could just go to Mr. Just 2 seconds. Anything with breaking news, I do want to go to Mr. Jones right after, but is there any other news focus on that before we just speculate again?
I also say this too.
I can just finish this. Sorry.
Yeah. Amir, just 2 seconds. We'll go back. Amir, just 2 seconds. We'll go back to you. Go ahead, Chief. What updates do you have?
Yeah, so first per Reuters, right? So they're confirming the second wave of drones. And it says 2 Iraqi sources per Reuters are saying that they spotted dozens of drones flying from Iran in the direction of Israel. And I just saw from War Monitor just now, Iranian media, ballistic missiles are expected to be launched towards Israel at dawn today. That's from War Monitor.
Yep.
So that's the only source that just came up. So like it's just a second.
I do have here Sabarain News.
He didn't source it though.
Yeah, I've got the source. Sabarain News, we do have a special speaker coming up, just 2 seconds, guys. But Sabarain News just is saying that a missile bash is expected to be launched shortly and minutes before the Iranian UAVs reach the target. Not sure what.
This could be exactly what some.
Actually about to go eat some food. Enjoy. But then I will be on if you guys want to play something.
This is my take, right? This is just my take. I think that on October 7th, Hamas gave Netanyahu a gift, right? It was the answer that or it was the example that he always wanted to be able to go in and take care of Hamas. I think Iran, in his mind, maybe I'm wrong, I think that he's going to look at this as this is the gift from Iran that I now can finally go get rid of this cancer and this tumor that's been bothering me forever.
So we do have just FYI Bitcoin that could indicate the impact this could have on the markets. Bitcoin just dropped about 9% instantly after this news broke. So Bitcoin's now down 8% almost. Obviously the stock markets are all closed. So we don't know how that will react to this. The Iraqi airspace has been closed to all civilian airspace. So a lot of the aircraft rerouting over Turkey currently, that's according to Aurora Intel. Israeli Channel 12, okay, the news is coming in too fast. The IDF's now carrying out a massive attack in the heart of Lebanon. Okay, where is Hadi? Hadi, did you see that? Hadi. Okay, not a good time for you to disconnect. I do need someone in Lebanon. And there seems to be a massive attack in Lebanon.
Yeah, well, I cannot, just briefly here, I cannot.
Yeah, I can see it from here.
I can get someone from Lebanon, Nari, if you want. I'll see.
Yeah, so we had James on. We have a lot of our regular speakers that were requesting earlier. Our regular speakers in Lebanon, please request until Hadi's mic works so he can update us. But I do have an update here from Channel 12. There's a massive attack in the heart of Lebanon. Iran confirms it's attacking Israel with dozens of drones and missiles. That's been confirmed. Axios receives information from Israel officials that hundreds of drones are heading towards Israel. Iranian state TV, the Revolutionary Guards began intensive launching operations of drones towards targets in the occupied Palestinian territory, so Israel. Egypt is closing its airspace. That just came in now as well. And then we have, let me see if any speakers, so jump in with anyone that has updates. Emir, any updates on Iran? Let me try to get someone from Lebanon.
I've got one as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Emir, then Piotr.
All right, folks, we're doing live coverage at 3:48, 50 seconds.
Alex, we can hear you. Oh, let me mute you. Oh, good, I muted you. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
No, it's just space has dropped for us. Listen, I'm here watching. We're simulcasting this at Infowars.com/show. This is so historic. This is so dangerous. I cannot overstate how incredibly dangerous this is. This is out of control, and I'll be here throughout the night. I'm going to leave the studio now. We're going to end our simulcast at Infowars.com/show and reloop it. But I will be staying on the spaces. If you want me, let me know.
Guys, hold on 2 seconds. Guys. I do need more sources for this. Putin said if the United States makes the slightest attack on Iran's soil in support of Israel, we will also enter the battle in support of Iran.
World War III.
I haven't seen that.
I'm going to go home.
It's not surprising, Mario. About
Hold on. Before we, okay, guys, before you say it's not surprising, can you just ease up? I do want to confirm the sources. I want the source of this, Brian from the back channels or anyone else has seen this, because is this real? Yeah, I don't. The back channels have sent it through. I'm asking for a source.
It's a Telegram group, but yeah, we're just looking for the source.
Look, I would caveat that by saying that I don't think the Americans would
need. Hold on, guys. 2 seconds. I need, if anyone has that source, because it's just been sent through in a Telegram group, so the team has sent it through in our back channels, but hasn't been confirmed. So Russia said U.S. hits Iran, it will hit back. I need the fucking source. Sorry, I need the source, guys. So anyone that has a source, because this is extremely, extremely concerning. If that's the case.
Yeah, this is World War III.
Let me go back to the hands. Chief, go ahead. Any updates on your end?
So I saw from Intel Slava talking about sounds of missiles in the city of Hamadan in Iran. There's about a third wave of attacks being reported, and there's also sightings or a video from Israeli aircraft bombing the southern regions of Lebanon. So there is going to be there is Israel doing some sort of operation or some sort of strike in Lebanon right now. I want to bring that up to you guys. Yeah.
So I've got reports clarified from the Reuters that the Iraqis have closed their airspace. I've seen something from Saudi Arabia about airspace as well, but I can't confirm that, so don't write that down. And the other thing I was just going to add is on the potential...
Oh, yeah, go ahead and fade it down. It is 3:51 and 7 seconds. And I'm going to go pray. I'm going to spend time with my family tonight. And we'll post stuff to X while we're still able to. But this is World War III, folks, and I felt it. You've seen it. I'm not saying it's about to start today, but this is all the craziness. War with Russia, war with Iran, the open borders. This is the New World Order making their move. And like I said hours ago, I said if Iran is launching an attack, it ain't 50 drones. It's going to be full out. U.S. now sending troops, aircraft carriers. Is it true Putin says any attack on Iran is an attack on... I mean, this is how full nuclear war starts. And we're a cursed nation. We've sold out to Satan. We've killed 70 million babies. It's a crisis, folks. It's an absolute crisis. So I'm going to end this live transmission. And I'm going to reloop it at Infowars.com/show and man.video. If you want to see any of the financial news and world news and our predictions we did today. And then I'll go live from home on my phone if I need to tonight with this, because this is so historic. I want the crew to stay on standby because this is history happening right now. And, you know, we're about to see total insanity unfold. And I'm going to stay on the X spaces with these guys, and I'll be popping back in tonight. I know that Elon was set to come on, so was Bolsonaro. That just got canceled for this. So we're going to be here covering this live at Infowars.com and at Real Alex Jones. But people get this normalcy bias that we all have freedom, everything's great forever. This is Iran attacking Israel. This is all hell breaking loose. This has never happened before. This is incredible. So we're going to end this live transmission. We're going to start looping it on the InfoWars feed, but look for updates at Infowars.com and Real Alex Jones and on the spaces that's there. So great job, the crew coming in today. I hope we're still here tomorrow, because that's how dangerous this is. All right, thank you all for your support. God bless and good luck. So what I really want to ask you to do is pray for myself and the crew and my family. That's number one. I want that. I need that. It's your prayer that's doing it. That's why this surfaced. That's why this happened. I need the prayer. Then I need you to take the articles, the videos, the posts we make at Real Alex Jones, recopy them, share them, post them yourself, do whatever. Just get it out there. And I need you to go to InfoWarsStore.com, and I need you to get great products you already need. There's a bunch of sales going. DNA Force Plus is so good for your entire body. Flushes out your mitochondria and your cells with the PQQ, the CoQ10, the ELV ATP, the organic reishi, the astragalus membralis root, and even more for 50% off. Haven't done that in a while. That's amazing. Discover the power of triiodine, deep earth crystal iodine X3, 40% off. Body's ultimate turmeric formula, 40% off. And Turbo Force, 10-hour clean energy, is 40% off at InfoWarsStore.com. Turbo Force. We'll be right back.
it looks like something's smoking on top of the bridge. Or maybe these are just low clouds. Well, it looks like there's a fire right here. Oh, there is a fire right here. Maybe. That looks like a fire.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me now. Excellent. Thank you so much for joining me, and apologies, there was a problem with the previous live stream. Thank you so much for joining me for this live stream that had to be changed in the last second because of the recent updates. And before we go into anything really, before we speak, before we analyze, before we give you all of the details of what's happening, this is what happens when you let rabid, psychopathic, genocidal maniacs do whatever they wish with impunity. Whatever's happening now isn't the fault of Iran.
On August 10th, 1991, investigative journalist Danny Casolaro was found dead from an apparent suicide inside of the Martinsburg Sheraton in West Virginia. Danny had traveled to West Virginia to meet a source about a mysterious group he called the Octopus. In the weeks leading up to his death, Danny received multiple threats on his life and even warned his brother that if anything should happen to him, not to believe it was an accident. Yet only a few days
Welcome to Savvy Sab's podcast. I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. My special guest today is JT Chapman. He is the creator of Second Thought. JT, thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely.
At a local TV station, and I was like, this is not
7 days of actual cutting, I would say. And then the other week is spent on all the peripheral stuff, writing, editing, thumbnail, stuff like that.
right. And that leads me to this video that you created recently. It's getting a lot of buzz. It's called The Most Dangerous Thing in the Western Hemisphere. I've seen a number of people share this, and I want to go to this particular timestamp here when you're talking about MLK and how to protest, because this brought back memories for me, and it makes me think about how liberals in particular can be.
The thing that always concretizes that fact for me is this comic by the white moderate cartoonist Charles Brooks. King talking to a reporter with the city destroyed in the background and some white people lying on the ground, and King saying, "I plan to lead another non-violent march tomorrow." This is exactly what we see today. Liberals get uncomfortable and suddenly they're not for equal rights anymore. Or more accurately, they still say they are, but they just have some concerns about optics. That's not how you're supposed to protest. Why can't everyone just protest peacefully? Why? So you can ignore it? The entire point of protest is to be disruptive.
This piece, this point right here, I think the whole video is really great, but this particular piece right here it really was moving to me because as an activist, I've seen this time and time again. Every time we try to organize something, there's criticism in reference to how we decided to protest, when we decided to do it. It's not the right time, it's not the right day, it's not the right method. And it's usually, a lot of times, it is coming from liberals. And I'm just like, what is the deal? We look back at people like MLK, and a lot of liberals praise the way that MLK chose to protest, in a nonviolent way. But at that point in time, the civil rights movement wasn't even popular in this country. So even Dr. King was getting criticism. And I want to hear your take about that in reference to organizing and activism in this country. The need for liberals to, it's almost like the lesser two evils again, right? Where liberals, they say they agree with those issues, particularly when it comes to social justice, but they're usually the main ones to criticize the way we're doing it. Whereas I feel like people on the right will criticize the action overall, like, why are you doing it? But I feel like liberals will approve of the action, but they'll critique and criticize the fact that you did it in the way that you did.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Malcolm X with his fox and wolf analogy. You see the wolf, you know what he's up to. That's the right wingers, and then with the liberals, it's the fox. You see his teeth, but he presents himself in such a way that you think that he's smiling, and that's very, very true to this day. The liberals will always say that they support you or your movement, but hey, maybe just tone it down a little bit. I mean, it's just bad optics. You're making yourself look bad, frankly. It's like, So what is the proper way to protest to these people? Well, the proper way to protest to them would be to do a legally organized protest that follows all the rules established by the system you're protesting against in such a way that everybody can ignore it, which defeats the whole purpose of protest, right? The whole idea is to be disruptive, to get people to look at what's going on and to grapple with it, to make things slightly inconvenient so that it's brought into the public consciousness in a way that can't be ignored. And it's like Dr. King said, right? They're always being admonished to wait for a more convenient season. And that's exactly what the liberals do. They're like, okay, well, not right now. Wait till Biden's in office. Wait till the next Democrat's in office, whatever. Then you can try to push them left. It's the same story as far back as you want to look.
Yeah, and you even see that with the pro-Palestinian protests. I saw that with the BLM protests, and with the pro-Palestinian protests, it's you're not using the right slogan. That was also said during the BLM protests. And I also found out recently there were actually disputes about this during the civil rights movement as well, in reference to, are we using the right slogan? It just seems like these are just things that are thrown in to distract people and to disrupt the actual action from happening in the first place.
Yeah, and a lot of that, is well-intentioned liberals who are like, well, I don't want to scare my grandma. Well, what if we use this kind of language instead? But then there's we've always had a problem with infiltration on the left, and there's this this pamphlet that's going around that every once in a while that shows the explicit steps that federal informants and moles were encouraged to take to slow things down, to throw a stick in the spokes. And that's one of them, is to debate over frivolous little things like, okay, what's the best slogan here? What about this particular word? I'm not sure. Before we move on to the next point in the agenda, let's talk about this some more, just to really grind things to a halt, quibble over minutia, stuff like that. And that is, it's bad to assume everybody's a Fed, but it's also important to recognize that there, in every organization, there are some people who only exist to make things more difficult, to make it nearly impossible for us to organize effectively.
I also have noticed, at least over the past couple years, a lot of these movements have been co-opted by the Democratic Party. I saw that with BLM. I even see that now with the pro-Palestinian protests, where we do have people like Kamala Harris calling for what the media said was a ceasefire. It actually wasn't. She was calling for a temporary pause, which Joe Biden had already called for. So this wasn't like a big thing, but they made it a big thing. I'm noticing now that term ceasefire has been co-opted by the Democratic Party, and they've watered it down like they've done before when they co-opt certain movements.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The clip with Kamala Harris, where she says that we want a ceasefire, specific, pause right there for a second, just so she knows that the media can get the clip of that and ignore the rest of the sentence, which is, for X amount of time, blah, 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 with all the stipulations attached. Okay, that's clever. Very sneaky. But yeah, it's the same thing with like defund the police. That was another one that was kind of co-opted. It was abolish the police, and then it became defund the police, and then accountability, stuff like that. Same thing is happening with ceasefire, whether they're trying to do for a humanitarian pause or a brief ceasefire. And the Palestinian people have been adamant, no, we're not asking for a brief humanitarian pause so we can release hostages and then you can continue butchering us. We are demanding a permanent ceasefire and an end to the illegal occupation. And so the way we use language is very important. It's critical that we understand how the demands for a ceasefire coming out of Palestine are different from the
One other thing about the mystery of Ingersoll Lockwood, I was really happy to hear you mention Michael Lammy or Michelle Lammy. I mean, I know he's not an American, but he wrote a book that's very interesting to me. I know this because I have a relationship with his publisher, and they said, well, he doesn't speak English, so you're not going to get that interview. But the book is titled The Secret Message of Jules Verne, Decoding His Masonic, Rosicrucian, and Occult Writings.
Yeah.
Well, obviously you read it.
But I think it is worth spending some time on the life and career of Joe Biden, because basically his career in American politics is uniquely awful in almost every way. And to prepare for this, I went back to one of my Bibles, one of these tomes that I thumb through from time to time when I'm feeling down. I need to connect with some of the wisdom of people who have come before me. I'm speaking, of course, about Alexander Coburn's A Colossal Wreck, a road trip through political scandal, corruption, and American culture. And I knew Alex would have some good words about Joe Biden. And I'd like to start by doing a very rare anti-reading series. By anti-reading series, I mean I'm going to read you something that's actually good. This was written in
That's
August
weird, dude.
23rd, 2008, around the time Joe Biden became Obama's running mate. Change and hope are not words one associates with Senator Joe Biden. A man so ripely symbolic of everything that is unchanging and hopeless about our political system that a computer simulation of the corporate political paradigm, Senator in Congress, would turn out Biden in a nanosecond. The first duty of any senator from Delaware is to do the bidding of the banks and the large corporations that use the tiny state as a Dropbox and legal sanctuary. Biden has never failed his masters in his primary task. Find any bill that sticks it to the ordinary folk on behalf of the money power, and you'll likely detect Biden's hand at work. The Bankruptcy Act of 2005 was just one example. In concert with his fellow corporate serf, Senator Tom Carper, Biden blocked all efforts to hinder bankrupt corporations from fleeing their real locations to the legal sanctuary of Delaware. Since Obama is himself a corporate serf, and from day one in the U.S. Senate has been attentive to the same masters that employ Biden, the ticket is well balanced. The seesaw with Obama at one end and Biden at the other dead level on the fulcrum of the corporate capital. Another shining moment in Biden's progress in the current presidential term was his conduct in the hearings on Judge Alito's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. From the opening moments of the Judiciary Committee's session in January 2006, it became clear that Alito faced no serious opposition. On that first ludicrous morning, Senator Pat Leahy sank his head into his hands, shaking it in unbelieving despair as Biden blathered out a self-serving and inane monologue lasting a full 20 minutes before he even asked Alito one question. In his allotted half hour, Biden managed to pose only 5 questions, all of them ineptly phrased. He did pose 2 questions about Alito's membership of a racist society at Princeton, but had already undercut them in his monologue by calling Alito a man of integrity, not once but twice, and further trivialized the interrogation by reaching under the dais to pull out a Princeton cap and put it on.
Oh my God.
A Delaware newspaper made deadly fun of him for his awful performance, eliciting the revealing confession from Biden that I made a mistake. I should have gone straight to my question. I was trying to put him at ease. Biden is a notorious flapjaw. His vanity deludes him into believing that every word that drops from his mouth is minted in the golden currency of Pericles. Vanity is the most conspicuous characteristic of U.S. senators en bloc, nourished by deferential acolytes often expressed in loudest sexual advances to staffers, interns, and the like. Why did Obama choose Biden? One important constituency for Biden was no doubt the Israel lobby inside the Democratic Party. Obama, no matter how fervent his proclamations of support for Israel, has always been viewed with some suspicion by the lobby.
Wonder why.
For half the lifespan of the state of Israel, Biden has been its unswerving acolyte in the U.S. Senate. That was Alexander Coburn writing on August 23rd, 2008 about Senator Joe Biden.
You know what's the freakiest thing about Biden? Genuine, unnerving, weird thing about him that makes him feel like a lot of these guys just like, you're a lizard man. He always bragged about the fact that he's one of the poorest senators, right? Like, he never had a lot of money. He's got like a 6-figure net worth. They made a lot of that in 2008.
What a fucking loser.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like he was an absolute crook and corporate bagman for all the insurance companies and credit card companies that run Delaware. And he didn't even get he didn't get a boat out of it or anything. What kind of freak is like, yes, I will be your I will be your Renfield in the Senate. And no, thanks. Your gratitude is all I need.
To be fair, though, your money goes really far in Delaware.
That's true.
Yeah. Do you know?
I just want to ride the train. I don't need a boat.
You know how much like a crooked Cook County alderman makes? Like, they're just caked up.
But that's
Michael Madigan is just fucking dumping out stacks.
But because this Biden, it's the power. And it's the press. That's what he doesn't give a shit.
He's a true believer. It's actually more disturbing than someone that's just purely corrupt.
He should have been a YouTuber. He should have been. He has the personality of a Jake Paul. He has the same shit personality. But I love that Alito thing is great. Don't you hate it when you try to play good cop, bad cop, and you're like, oh, I just did good cop, good cop.
I'm kind of astounded they fucking left him on the Judiciary Committee after the Anita Hill fucking hearing.
Are you shocked?
Shameful. No, I'm not. But it's
Democrats.
It's breathtaking how badly he fucked that up.
Let's go over that. His role in the Judiciary Committee. He was instrumental in stopping Bork from getting on the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, that was kind of a layup. You just look at that guy's weird flesh beard, and
Yeah.
you're just like, no. However, his performance during the Clarence Thomas hearings are world historically awful, and probably the most important thing he did as head of that committee at the time, controlled by fucking Democrats, was not allow any of the other accusers than Anita Hill, and there was at least two others who were willing to testify about Clarence Thomas. Would not let them, and then his cross-examination of Anita Hill was also horrible. Definitely like
very hostile.
Treated her as a hostile witness for sure. Clarence Thomas will be on the Supreme Court for another 30 years thanks to Joe Biden. Let's talk a little bit.
Nanobots.
Let's talk a little bit. You talk about he is a consummate bagman for the banking industry and being from the state of Delaware. He voted for something called the Regal-Neal Banking Efficiency Act in 1994, which allowed commercial banks to do business over state lines. And then he also voted for the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, Financial Services Modernization Act of 1999, which famously overturned Glass-Steagall, which separated commercial from investment banking.
That worked out well.
So, 2008 economic crash, he had his hands in that as well. Probably more famous, if you're familiar with Biden now, because he's taking more heat for it. He shouldn't be taking a lot of heat for the bank bailout in 2008, as well as all of these, financial modernization acts as well. But he is taking a little heat now because of his history with the crime bills and being being bad cop, finally being bad cop, but basically just to America's swollen underclass of people who sold like a dime bag of crack and got 30 years fucking time.
Guys, I remembered to do it, but at the wrong time. He's the father of the crack powder cocaine disparity, sentencing disparity.
Yeah, it was, everyone was so excited about it too. The Heritage Foundation, for example, gave him a ringing endorsement for his role in the crime.
This is now from a Jacobin article by Branko Marcetic. One episode in particular sums up Biden's record. In September 1989, George H.W. Bush delivered a speech outlining his national drug control strategy, in which he called for harsher punishments for drug dealers, nearly $1.5 billion towards drug-related law enforcement, and more prisons, more jails, more courts, more prosecutors at every level throughout the country. At the time, the Heritage Foundation gushed that it constituted the largest increase in resources for law enforcement in the nation's history, and it's now remembered as a key moment in the escalation of the war on drugs. For Biden, however, it was a half measure. Quite frankly, the president's plan is not tough enough, bold enough, or imaginative enough to meet the crisis at hand, Biden said in a televised response to Bush's speech. In a nutshell, the president's plan does not include enough police officers to catch the violent thugs, enough prosecutors to convict them, enough judges to sentence them, or enough prison cells to put them away for a long time.
Is that creative? Is that imaginative enough? Where are the trebuchets to launch them into brick walls? Where are the giant human-sized mouse traps where you put crack in the middle and then they slap into their spines?
Listen to this. Biden was already a tough on crime evangelist before this speech, of course. In the 1980s, Biden worked with his, quote, old buddy, arch segregationist Strom Thurmond to pass several bills that fundamentally reshaped the American criminal justice system in the direction of more incarceration. They, along with Ted Kennedy, had worked on earlier unsuccessful proposals that raised maximum penalties, removed a directive requiring the U.S. Sentencing Commission to take into account prison capacity, and created the cabinet-level drug czar position. In 1984, they passed the Comprehensive Crime Control Act, which, among other things, abolished parole, imposed a less generous cap on good time sentence reductions, and allowed the Sentencing Commission to issue more punitive guidelines. Just following up that little hyperlink about his good buddy Strom Thurmond, I came across this anecdote. Joe Biden delivered Strom Thurmond's eulogy at Strom's own request. Saying of it, he says, "Some of you knew my relationship with Strom. Did I ever think when I got here I would become friends with Strom Thurmond? He stood for everything. I got started because of civil rights. Yet, on his 100th birthday, again, evil people never fucking die. Yet on his 100th birthday, shortly thereafter, on his deathbed, I got a phone call from his wife, Nancy. She said, 'I'm standing here at the nurse's station, Joe, with the doctor. Just left Strom.
He keeps eyeing the nurse.
He asked me to call you. He wants a favor.' I said, 'Of course, Nancy, whatever he wants.' He said, 'He'd like you to do his eulogy.' Well, I never thought, never in my wildest dreams, that this place, these walls, the honor that resides, would put me in a position where a man whose career was one of the most interesting in modern American history asked me to be his eulogist?
By the way, he says that his career started in civil rights. That's kind of true. One of his big issues when he ran for Senate in the 1970s was opposing busing. So he is correct that civil rights did, in a way, get him into politics.
I want to return now to Mr. Coburn again, because wouldn't you know it, he has written quite a few wonderful paragraphs about Mr. Biden. And this will bring us back once again to the issue of the Israel lobby. Alexander Coburn, writing in July 10th, 2009, after he's become vice president, writes, appropriately, it was on the topic of Israel as vice president, Biden first tossed aside unmanly prudence. Even given the zeal of almost every member of the U.S. Congress to satisfy the Israel lobby, Biden has always been conspicuous for his slavish posture towards the holy state. Accepting Obama's offer of the vice presidential nomination last summer, he announced emphatically that he would not have considered accepting the invitation if he had entertained the slightest suspicion that Obama was not 100% in Israel's corner. In fact, the Israel lobby did entertain these unworthy suspicions, which is why it pushed strongly for Biden as V. It wasn't far into Obama's first months in the White House that the lobby began to feel that even though Obama's chief of staff is Rahm Emanuel, their suspicions were justified. The president dared to mention in public the plight of the right of Palestinians to some form of state. He said that the settlements on the West Bank had to stop. True, he didn't say anything categorical about the actually existing illegal settlements. He seemed too eager to parley with Iran, too demure on the topic of its nuclear program. On July 5th, George Stephanopoulos interviewed Biden in Baghdad for his Sunday morning talk show on the ABC network and promptly put the question, if the Israelis decide Iran is an existential threat, and they have to take out the nuclear program militarily, the United States will not stand in the way? Biden lunged for the driver's wheel and swerved U.S. government policy in a whole new direction. We cannot dictate to another sovereign nation what they can and cannot do when they make a determination. If they make a determination, they're existentially threatened and their survival is threatened by another country. The White House spent the next 2 days categorically denying that it was giving via Biden Israel the go-ahead to make a unilateral attack on Iran. The United States is absolutely not flashing Israel a green light to attack Iran, U.S. President Barack Obama told CNN in Moscow on July 7th. Then, in the same Stephanopoulos interview, Biden sucker-punched Obama again, addressing the failure of Obama's stimulus program to halt the surge in unemployment and prompt recovery, a failure that has the president tumbling in the polls. In devising this program, Biden confided to Stephanopoulos the Obama administration had misread the extent of the economic catastrophe it inherited. The truth is, we and everyone else misread the economy. The figures we worked off in January were the consensus figures and most of the blue chip indexes out there. So once again, back to Biden and his wonderful views on foreign policy and on banking.
The Onion, remember?
Yeah.
He's like cool grandpa. He's like washing a Trans Am in front of the White House. That's adorable.
Yeah, dude, and he's just so, dude, when him and Obama would get out there and they would just, like, Obama would be the straight man because he was the ultimate boss, and Biden would be like, yo, I'm like a fucking line break joke from Weird Twitter. Check me out. Pretty good.
I do have a soft spot, I have to confess, for Joe Biden because, like me, he overuses the word literally. And so I feel
also like a
kinship.
YouTuber.
Yeah, I feel a kinship to him on that.
I mean, Matt, you hate YouTube, but like all of them being centralized there, Jake and Logan Paul, everyone else in Team 10, Shane Dawson, they can just do that for the rest of their lives and not become shitty center-right politicians.
That's true, until Logan Paul becomes president of the neo-American imperium.
Well, I've been in
years.
Logan Paul's ear. I attempt to become the Rasputin of Team 10.
I wish you luck.
Sorry, one last quote from Coburn here. He says, no one thinks Biden is running the country, and maybe this is the core of Obama's Biden problem. Almost all politicians are narcissists, and Biden, more than most, is narcissistically vulnerable. It's why he so often got into trouble for lying about his achievements. It's why, as a senator, he couldn't stop talking.
Yeah, and then he got so buffaloed by Obama as his friend that he allowed him to talk him out of running for president in 2016.
Honestly, you guys
when he probably could have beaten Hillary and definitely would have beaten Trump, which is what his pitch is now for 2020 is we can just do 2016 all over again. And that it'll be exactly the same, and then those 70,000 white people in the Midwest who flipped and led to Trump's election, they would vote for me. And he's right that probably would have happened in 2016, but things are different now.
Yeah, but how fun is it going to be to watch him figure out during a debate or a speech that his window has closed?
It's going to be funny because it's pretty clear that like there's no appetite for. I mean, when he goes out
No
there and
one's
says,
thirsting for Biden.
Yeah, when he goes out there and says millennials are a bunch of pussies and should stop whining so much. I mean, what the food is that even for? I mean,
well, Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah,
he's no last drag.
No.
He can't even fucking touch Amy Two Targaryen.
Yeah, no, I mean that's just a small sample of his career. But if we just go through it again, slavishly devoted to Israel and anything they do, they want to launch a preemptive nuclear strike on Iran. He says, "Go for it,
live your truth."
He big supporter of the Iraq War initially, before then of course becoming a critic and saying, "Oh, it was incompetently executed." Of course, bank deregulation and just generally being a courtesan to the credit card industry and every other corrupt corporation that has a mailbox in Delaware that allows them to evade taxation or regulation.
Insanely tough on crime.
Psychotic prison sentences for tiny amounts of drugs. Violent thugs, super predators. I mean, honestly, he makes Kamala look almost good in that regard. I mean, then again, she was in the front lines carrying out.
Yeah, she was actually throwing them in jail using the laws that he passed.
So there you go. Who's worse?
They're working together. It's the army.
We played a good game though. Played a good game.
Joseph P. Biden.
R.
No, Joseph P. Biden.
Okay.
Just like Joseph P. Kennedy. I don't know. I'm making it up.
It's Robinette.
Robinette.
His middle name is
You can't make a funnier
Robinette.
joke than his
Holy
real
shit, he
middle
rated
name.
me.
Joseph Robin.
Yo.
Star Biden.
Oh my
That's
god,
his name down
appreciate
there.
the raid.
Okay. Now,
What's
here's
up?
the thing about Joe Biden.
He's cool.
I think a case can be made
50 years
that his
leader
brain
lifespan,
is
and you
almost
put
as
Venerable
gelatinous
on top
as
of
Donald Trump's is at this point.
Yeah, no, he is.
Absolutely.
He's
But there's something
clearly
weird with, like,
prion riddled.
His
There's no question.
rambling, just putting headed answers
Yeah,
to
it's all
shit. Like
minerals.
he's doing almost no public events. He's only speaking in front of the
That's
fucking,
actually
millionaires
better.
club in New York or
Especially
whatever.
if you don't.
But I think we should start
if
there,
you're
and I
not
want
gonna
to
have
begin
other
now with
races,
some comments he
in
made
your empire,
at the New York
you can
Billionaires
completely ignore
Society.
food. Like,
This
you
is
can have no
from
farms at
Bloomberg by Jennifer Epstein. Biden tells elite donors he doesn't want to, quote, demonize the rich. I mean, why would you demonize like actual
You simply
demons?
have no use for it.
If you call a demon by its name, they lose their power.
Yeah, they spin around in a circle and zip back into hell. You can't have that.
So let's hear what former Vice President Joe Biden had to say to Baphomet
big debuff
and
is,
various others at the New York's
their
Carlisle
growth
Hotel.
is,
So it says here, he told affluent donors Tuesday that he wanted their support, perhaps unlike some other Democratic presidential candidates, won't be making them political targets because of their wealth. Quote, remember, I got in trouble with some people on my team on the Democratic side because I said,
like I always have,
what I've found
growth
is rich
designs.
people are just as patriotic as poor people. Not a joke. I mean, we may not want to demonize anyone who's made money.
be
Biden
a
told
big
about
debuff.
100 well-dressed donors at the Carlisle Hotel on New York's Upper East Side, where the hors d'oeuvres included lobster, chicken satay, and crudités. I always like when they give you a little flavor about what the spread is like at
Yeah.
events like this.
That is honestly all I actually care about. So I'm glad they tell me.
Because
Like a snack.
a lobster, that seems like, but crudité, that's like the most basic.
Well, why do you end
That's
with
just
Yeah.
a word for vegetables,
Yeah, if you're
right?
gonna list three, why would you end with crudité?
I like lobster, chicken satay, good, but like crudité, come on. Where's that little like the Wagyu beef?
Wagyu
on the
beef
little
slider.
cracker? Wagyu beef slider, or no, just like the roast beef on those little crackers with a little horseradish dressing. Yeah, we'll pop those in. Maybe some tuna, something like
You gotta
that.
have some sort of hamachi.
Some sort of yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But whatever. These
Carpaccio much?
But come on, these people may be rich, but they're fucking
Yeah,
they're
so
cheapskates.
there's
They got
the
no class.
We're the devils on horseback.
There's the whole thing
We're-
about political dinners. Is the joke is like you're paying $10,000 for a plate, and it's just they call it the rubber chicken circuit for a reason.
Wait,
They
no.
skimp on the
Was
actual
it the,
food.
it
You're
was
just
the
there
Katzen
to
that we had
make a
when they were
deal
at us,
for
right?
your fucking oil pipeline child zoo.
yeah,
whatever you're trying to get built.
So
he
that
goes,
happened too.
Truth of the matter is, you all know in your gut what has to be done, Biden said.
people.
I said, what do these people in this audience know in their gut has to be done? That is a terrifying thought.
I do like, however, that Biden is clearly not listening to his team and going totally off script, and he's going to do that this entire time, and I really look forward to it.
Well, we're gonna get to him going off script.
This is liquor before beer Biden.
Yeah. It's almost like every time he's run for president before, he's eaten complete shit.
So annoying.
Well, he goes on to say, we can disagree in the margins, but the truth of the matter is it's all within our wheelhouse and nobody has to be punished. No one's standard of living would change. Nothing would fundamentally change, he said. Read that again. Nothing would fundamentally change. He said. This is, this sums up both the appeal and the horror of Joe Biden potentially being the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
No one is at
smooth
fault.
sailing, because what could possibly happen?
You know what I mean? It's insane to me that this would be your message in 2020.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's hard for me to gainsay what him just saying. Nobody's to blame. There are no enemies. Nothing will fundamentally change other than Donald Trump won't be president anymore. And I got to say, that may be a very attractive message to a lot of people out there. I fucking hope not. But
I think if he said back to normal, which is what he meant to say, he could reel in some people. But nothing will change implies that at this very moment, we are going to continue indefinitely.
Well, listen, it says former Clinton...
Return to normalcy. It was good enough for Warren G. Harding.
Former Clinton Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin and former Deputy Treasury Secretary Roger Altman were among the attendees at the event. Invoking Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders' goal of a political, quote, revolution, Biden suggested that he would be the antidote by making marginal changes that would improve the lives of working and middle-class Americans without slapping onerous taxes on the rich. When you have income inequality as large as we have in the United States today, it brews and ferments political discord and basic revolution, he said.
Oh, he's up on that brewing and fermentation.
He's having an IPA. Also, perhaps hinting at President Donald Trump, he continued, it allows demagogues to step in and blame what's wrong in voters' lives on the other. See, the thing is, it says this is hinting at Donald Trump. He's also hinting at Bernie Sanders.
Of course, yes.
Because when he said, you're not the other, Biden told the assembled group, which included former Treasury Secretary Robert fucking Rubin, one of 5 people on earth probably most individually responsible for the financial crash that 80% of this country has still not actually recovered from.
Mm-hmm.
You're not the other, Biden told the assembled group, most of whom were wearing suits. I need you very badly. I need you.
Biden says to nation's billionaires, you up?
Biden has the Drake horny watch, and he's like, I long for your nipple in my mouth. Congratulations to the Toronto
Those
Raptors,
billionaire
by the way.
pussies be popping.
Okay, so I read you that how it was quoted in Bloomberg though, but I want to read just the unedited comments of this is just this is unedited, this is Joe Biden's closing statement at this huge fundraising dinner at the Carlisle on the Upper East Side. Just listen to this and try to tell me his brain is not working with Trump level powers. By the way, remember I got in trouble with some of the people on my team on the Democratic side because I said, what I found is rich people are just as patriotic as poor people. Not a joke. I mean, we may not want to demonize anybody who has made money. The truth of the matter is, you all know in your gut what has to be done. We can disagree in the margins, but the truth of the matter is, it's within all our wheelhouse and nobody has to be punished. No one's standard of living will change.
Wait, I actually can't hear you.
No one's standard of living would change.
It's like you can't hear us at all. Hello?
Okay, wait. Hello? Okay, I hear you. Were you guys talking to me?
Yes.
You guys just went silent. I was like, what the fuck?
Did you not hear it over your thing, or you just didn't hear us at all?
No, my SteelSeries GG thing keeps every time my headset disconnects, it automatically changes Discord's playback output.
I don't know. It seems really convenient that it automatically mutes us.
I don't know, man.
Because when
tough luck.
No.
Maybe next.
What have you guys been talking about me? Good things? Okay, as long as it's good things.
No, we were talking about stuff to play.
Oh, okay.
Jared said you weren't here, but I thought you were.
The chair's been muted.
He's back and forth with his
Oh.
job. To unlock a clove, did you pay Radianite or whatever, or the Valorant dollars?
No.
How did you unlock the new champ then?
I have if you have like the Xbox Game Pass and you link it to Riot, you get it free. You get all the agents free instantly when they come out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's kind of wild.
It actually is really good.
What is?
Justin giving Microsoft and Riot more money.
Always. What I do.
Century.
If you're down there, you're staying down there. If you're up there, you're staying up there.
Because when we have income equality as large as we have in the United States today, it brews and ferments political discord and basic revolution. Not a joke. Not a joke. I'm not inaudible. Revolution, but not a joke. It allows demagogues to step in and say the reason where we are is because of the other. The other. You're not the other. I need you very badly. I hope if I win the nomination, I won't let you down. I promise you. I have a bad reputation. I always say what I mean. The problem is sometimes I say all that I mean. All right. Another thing he mentioned that's pure Joe Biden that I'm sure should play well. Joseph R. Biden Jr. defending himself on Tuesday night against this is from the New York Times. On Tuesday night, against suggestions that he is, quote, too old-fashioned for today's Democratic Party, invoked two Southern segregationist senators by name as he fondly recalled the civility of the Senate in the 1970s and 80s.
Biden touch.
Speaking at a fundraiser at the Carlisle Hotel, Mr. Biden, 76, stressed the need to be able to reach consensus under our system and cast his decades in the Senate as a time of relative comity. His remarks come as some in the party say that Mr. Biden is too focused on overtures to the right as he seeks the Democratic presidential nomination. At the event, Mr. Biden noted that he served with the late Senators James O. Eastland of Mississippi and Herman Talmadge of Georgia, both Democrats who were staunch opponents of desegregation. Mr. Eastland was the powerful chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee when Mr. Biden entered the chamber in 1973.
Entered the 36th chamber.
I was in a caucus with James O. Eastland, Mr. Biden said, slipping briefly into a Southern accent. According to
He's like sipping a sarsaparilla.
Wait a minute. He went off stage to put on a seersucker suit? What's happening here? He's fanning himself with a Panama hat?
This Biden is wilted.
According to a pool report from the fundraiser, he said, quote, he never called me boy. He always called me son.
Does he know who that is, boy?
Yeah.
Does he know what that is referring to?
Yeah.
He's a white man. That wouldn't be in the
I
cards.
don't
Which game was that?
You know what? He doesn't know what's going on.
Oh wait, that was,
I looked this up, and the guy James O. Eastland.
Match
there are
found.
some unbelievable quotes from this guy about I can't even read it on the show, but I'll just say they include the phrases inferior race. The right of any white man to kill by gun, bow and arrow, rock, or knife anyone who threatens white supremacy. So,
bow and arrow?
Yeah.
He would be canceled nowadays, to say the least.
Yeah.
He called Mr. Talmadge one of the meanest guys I ever knew. Go down all the list of these guys. Well, guess what, Mr. Biden continued. At least there was some civility. We got things done. We didn't agree.
What things?
We didn't agree.
Please name a thing that you got done with the psycho-segregationists.
We didn't agree on much of anything. We got things done. We got it finished. I guess he means segregation, but certainly not with these guys.
Finished?
He goes, but today, you look at the other side, and you're the enemy, not the opposition, the enemy. We don't talk to each other anymore.
Oh, no. I didn't know it could come
and
out.
then this just came in right before I got here. And it says here, this is from CNN, Biden had been previously warned by advisors not to use Eastland as an example of someone he could work with.
He's going off script. He shoots from the hip.
Despite many sharp disagreements, two people familiar with the matter said Wednesday,
they can't win if they can't see.
Less problematic example. One person close to Biden told CNN.
He also have to accept when everyone tells him that no one is burning toasts. We don't know what he's talking about. There's no one burning toast around him.
So, like, here's the thing about Biden. It just seems to me like he said, it's just going to Joe being Joe the whole time, and he knows that he has the support of basically all of the upper echelons of the Democratic Party apparatus. You know, he's their guy. He's promising what they want to hear to the donors and everything, which is, again, no one will be punished. There are no enemies. You're all good with us. Nothing will fundamentally change. Most importantly, not your quality of life. You won't have to stop buying yachts or
certainly not
swimming and, you know,
you won't have to release any of your slaves.
The child zoo will remain open. The standard of the children in the child zoo will remain the same. It will be high quality. They'll fed. They'll be well fed and well taken care of. They'll have good child habitats. They're natural for them. They won't just be in cages.
No.
I mean, the illegal immigrant ones, they'll be in cages for sure. But
the child zoo, they'll be able to run around.
Have a nice.
Well, you can't let the meat can't get stringy.
Oh my God, I can't see anything.
So tightly encased.
I just, like I said, before I leave Biden, I just like Nando found these two clips of when Biden, I guess, was more lucid than he is now. This is when he was still sharp, and I just really want to play Joe Biden on raves. Because he's got a problem with them. So this is Joe Biden.
I would be passing new ordinances relating to stiff criminal penalties for anyone who held a rave. The promoter, the guy who owned the building. I would put the son of a gun in jail. I would change the law. Right here. There's no doubt about where these raves are. In the middle of the desert. Arrest the promoter. Find a rationale unrelated to drugs. Keeping an unsafe, for example. I'm the guy who authored the crack house legislation. We can use the crack house legislation to tear down these buildings.
These buildings in the desert.
He wants to see a perp walk with a guy holding glow sticks and a cat in a hat. Like, that's what he wants more than anything.
Mug shots with guys with pacifiers.
Wait, just one more clip of Joe Biden talking about raves.
In rare cases, under the law that exists federally, you can literally bulldoze down their business. I'm looking forward to the first time I see it happen. Great big bulldozer, just bulldoze it down. Literally, not figuratively.
Doesn't he know those warehouses are the last vestiges of American manufacturing left in this country?
That he got denied entry to a club somewhere. That's the only thing they could explain.
He got turned away from Berghain.
Yeah,
he got turned away from Berghain.
How can
just
you
like
have
we
this
did?
much just vituperative hatred for just a bunch of people, like staring at their hands while listening to drum and bass?
Not only that, Virgil reminded me of this. Like, in addition, like in that clip, you hear Joe Biden say, "I authored the crack house legislation. I made it illegal for these to just raise buildings with people inside of them if they're selling drugs." No, in addition to all of Joe Biden's other horrendous, hyper acceleration of the war on drugs, he passed what Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush wanted to do. So, after crack ceased to be, a terror for middle-class families in America, a few kids died of ecstasy overdoses, and, Joe was back at it with this rave bullshit. And Virgil actually reminded me that part of one of these rave acts that he passed, and again, you heard his own voice, he said, charge the promoters, make up something unrelated to drugs, just charge them.
Throw pacifiers on the ground.
Well, yeah.
Doesn't this guy not realize that if funky beats are outlawed, only outlaws will have funky beats?
Here's how anti-funky beats this rave act that Joe Biden had his fucking filthy fingers in was that if you ran a party in which you did any harm mitigation to deal with someone who maybe OD'd
or like testing
or
to make sure
testing
it's pure.
or make sure it's not poison or whatever then you would be held liable for the selling of drugs in that thing, and they would throw the fucking book at you.
Yeah.
You could get hit with
That's the smartest possible approach.
Yeah,
to drug
exactly.
policy.
Like anything that might actually prevent people from ODing on drugs, which is what all these fucking middle class parents
If
are
you
also
put them
afraid
in
of.
jail, no one will do them anymore. That's just how it works. We know that by now.
Yeah, that's Joe Biden. And I just like to point this out, though. I bring up the rave stuff. Again, thanks to Nando for sourcing these. It's just in stark contrast to our girl Marianne.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And just, she wakes up every day, goes to a sober rave. Doesn't need drugs, but she is pro funky beat.
high on life.
Right.
She's high on
And
life.
orbs.
The orbs are pulsating, positive energy. Joe Biden is like, if Joe Biden sees an orb, he's like, bulldoze it.
Yeah.
Shoot
He's
it immediately.
Basically, imagine it like Marianne and her sober ride. That's like sort of Smurf Village, and Biden is dark. trying to destroy all the pleasant fun that all of the community-minded Smurfs are having.
Just, I guess my last thought on Joseph R. Robinette Biden. Again, it's like early. It seems like he's leading some polls. I mean, who the fuck knows what's going to happen? Like I said, I must exit from making confident predictions about anything that's going to happen. But it is so hard for me. Like this guy has been on the wrong side of literally every issue that matters to every single constituency that makes up the Democratic primary voting electorate.
Yeah.
It's inconceivable to me.
Cutting entitlements, war on drugs, mass incarceration, war in Iraq, everything.
I mean, the only thing he's got going for him is that he put it on stage when we were on Dublin, that pathetic friendship bracelet with Barack Obama, where he's just like, hey, I'm the guy you like, I'm friends with him.
I'm BFF.
And I don't know. I mean, like, I guess if you want to take this guy down, I mean, go with fucking Obama's record, too. I mean, it's hard for me to say what...
Either, the thing is.
It's hard for me to...
That's the thing about Democratic primary voters.
I watched all of the Harris-Biden-Booker debate.
30 seconds left.
I was just screaming at the TV the whole time. And then I woke up the next morning to read like the media rundowns of like their analysis of, who won the debate. Now, folks, I don't use this term lightly, but when I say I've never felt more gaslit in my life, like this is really what that means. Because I watched that debate and I was like, Joe Biden is as senile as
Oh, absolutely.
He was a doddering, stuttering mess the entire debate. He couldn't get a fucking word out.
Yeah.
He kept like cutting himself off and saying things like, anyway. And then I read the rundown, and every single pundit used the words strong and energetic to describe Biden's experience. And I'm like, this is gaslighting. We all watched the same fucking thing. I know everyone glommed onto the thing. I want you to visit Joe /.Biden.co biz 30.
No, it would have made more sense if he'd done that. He just listed numbers. He said, go to Joe 3088.
And that was like...
He was listening to Suicide Hotline. He was raising awareness, and you guys are making fun of it. Joe Biden looked young. He looked energetic. He looked with it when he turned to Pete Buttigieg and said, "Oh, honey, bringing all that, and got a 15 beer, huh? You got all that. And the chips come with you, honey. All right, have a great day." He looked ready to lead. He showed like the opposite of Donald Trump, as far as just executive experience and like grace. When he turned to every single woman at the audience at once and said, "Hey, honey, so I didn't know they still had parades for gals like you, huh?" And no one knew what the fuck he was talking about, and it was awesome. It was everything.
God, part of me really does want to see him get the nomination, just to see those debates between these two sundowning grandpas bouncing off of each other like they escaped from a rest home, and we're all supposed to watch and be like, "Yeah, this society is going to be for sure."
Joe Biden is going to destroy Donald Trump.
This on my screen.
His cataracts confuse him for like Becky Quick or whoever the fuck is on CNN at the first debates, and he just kisses Donald Trump on the forehead and rubs the small of his back and goes, all right, sweetheart, you got a limit on 10 broken hearts tonight, all right? And Donald Trump walks away confused, and he's like, goes in on Condé Nast Media Properties. And then Joe Biden takes off his shirt and says, you fancy yourself a tough guy, let's do some push-ups, okay? And then they just both fall down on the floor because they both pulled their backs. And that's like, this is the most pivotal election of our lives when that happens. And then they both, Donald Trump talks about how he stopped a mass shooter in Central Park in 1972 by getting out of his limo and throwing his briefcase at him. Hey, that's not good stuff. And Joe Biden says that there was a similar situation where a guy tried to mass shoot the only building in Delaware, and Joe Biden threw a softball at him. It actually did a baseball-style change-up, so the shooter thought it was coming at him slowly, and then it just knocked him out. And then he goes, and there was a hot dog stand there, too, and you know what? Yeah, you kids today, you put avocados and all that stuff in the hot dogs, but oh boy, back then,
what kind of word
you just needed your mustard and your ketchup.
and a beautiful girl with you. But we won't talk about that. All right, sweetheart in the front row. Wow, you got the bow. Did you come with the bow still on, sweetie? All right, great. And that's the I'm donating. I'm maxing out to both of those candidates because I think
Trump and Biden spent 20 minutes during the first debate talking about whether it's okay to put ketchup on a hot dog. But no, we were talking about this last night. Like, if it's Biden and Trump in the general, those debates will have to be held before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right before their nap. And before their blood sugar crashes.
In the middle of the debate, a nurse is going to come out and give them their medication.
Will everyone, before these debates commence, will everyone rise for the Empire Carpets jingle? Played at max volume in the background of a phone call for some reason. And the phone call is about how to access your own email.
They cut to Biden and he's eating out of a Jello cup. They have a 20-minute discussion about how to program a VCR. I mean, that's not even an exaggeration considering how much Trump loves to talk about TiVo. It's great, it's TiVo. You go beep, 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 and then you watch it faster. It's TiVo, folks. We love it.
Yeah, and Bombardiers is the one.
And then Biden's like, that's TiVo. That's pretty great. You get to rewind it. It's a miracle.
So you gals in the audience, I'd like to maybe watch you on slow-mo. Just kidding.
I'd like to imagine Trump TiVos all his programs, but does it so that he can rewatch the commercials. He doesn't fast forward through them. He rewinds them, and he's like,
I can't believe the Sprint guy switched. Very unfair, treacherous.
You know what? It's the beautiful general, the auto insurance general.
You know what? Look at how strong he is. He's so handsome. Central Casting General, look at him.
Shaquille O'Neal, that's a big guy.
He's big. He's big.
Some of these generals even, volunteer the time outside of the army to help people get auto insurance. What Trump tweet I love because it shows that he was senile like fucking 7
Guys,
years
let's
ago.
lock in.
This is
Let's
the one
lock
where he's
in.
like,
Let's win this.
Who's paying for this tedious Smokey Bear commercial?
Enough of this. I think it's the only time in his life he has used the word tedious. It was to describe a Smokey the Bear.
Who did he hear that from? That's like who did he talk to that said tedious?
Yeah.
And he actually used it correctly.
Yeah, no, somebody said it to him 20 minutes before that, and it was just stuck in his head just by accident used it correctly.
But that was
he actually thought it meant great. He's like, this is a tedious he's looking at a bear ad. It's amazing.
But that one's so good because
Bro, chill. Yo, that thing is so creepy.
Does it sound like a gremlin to you?
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Okay, Yoru, right here, right now. We'll see who's the better shot.
Fine, but I'll keep score.
Reloading.
English.
Boy, shut up.
They told you. Don't worry, Justin. The whole team had B-side.
Okay, I got A, man. Guess I'll hold mid because someone has to. Oh, I guess you got it, Seth, right? Or John? Yeah, they're there.
Enemy spotted B.
No peeking.
Ow.
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
No peeking. Here. One
Oh,
enemy
right there.
remaining.
Holy shit. I didn't know that.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
No peeking.
Good job, Seth.
Sorry, Justin. I thought you knew.
No, I had no clue.
You walked around the corner looking the wrong way, and I was like, "What?" And then you jumped. I was like,
Where's he
"Oh, well."
looking? That's funny.
It was like just slow motion enough for me to say why, but not be able to call out.
Boonga boonga. I like men.
Yeah.
No.
There's B again.
Oh my god, he actually does. There's a vandal on his body.
Don't.
Drop in a smoke.
He died.
Drop in a smoke.
Strawberry cheesecake.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no. Oh no.
Get back.
I don't know, I got mine.
Don't get blood on that jacket.
What do you mean, oh no? I hit a lot of bullets.
Not anything on you. You unloaded the whole clip into him, and he lived. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh no. But I guess the reload is fast enough. I switched to the whoever else was with you to see.
Uh-oh.
Right here.
Are they A?
Yeah, they're pretty like on me.
I know exactly where you are.
That's right.
Watch your eyes.
Spike
There's one right, Seth, right. Or John. Sorry.
Strawberry cheesecake.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Where's the last one?
Yeah, you're the last. He's the last one.
Like,
Drop in a smoke.
I can't see the tripwire.
What's up, brother?
He's in the smoke, I bet.
Nice.
Good job.
Drop in a smoke.
Yeah.
Drop it if you're a real man.
Pick it up if you're a real man. Pick it up if you're a real man.
Yo.
I didn't even get the vandal. I saved. Oh, I did get the
Oh,
vandal.
you did. Okay, that's worth.
Don't be spending too many brain cells fixing them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
John, I was thinking about it anyway. You gave me the little push.
Push you over the edge.
Guessing it's a.
Yeah, a little bit. They're kind of all over. No, I mean they're gonna take. They're on it. So.
Alright. Refreshing.
Spike planted.
Dropping a smoke. Yeah, catch.
A double headshot while blinded.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking.
Oh no.
Cheers. Suppressing. Good. Gun here. Gun here. New fact.
So
new
I did
tactics,
blind
keep
her?
it fresh, yeah?
I blinded 3, and she headshot you.
It's twice. She had a what do you call it? Bulldog.
Hip fire, double headshot while blind. You know, I can't do much more than that. It was the perfect blind. It detonated over the wall, hit 3 of them, and not you. Maybe it should have hit you though. Maybe that would have saved you.
Mine.
They don't like me.
No peeking.
Nowhere to run.
Have one of these. Dropping a smoke.
Enemy spotted.
I know exactly where you are.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
Spike down A.
That was their best. Huh. Alright.
Gun here.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes, they're fun losing.
need this.
Dropping a smoke.
Yeah, I get sniped now. Target spotted. And also they just went mid.
Fine.
The hunt begins.
Okay.
Have one of these. Back like I never left. I'm back for good.
Right past you, Justin. Right past you.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike's B.
No peeking.
Decoy.
I worked up an appetite on that one.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Allies blinded 1, enemies blinded 4. It's exactly like this game.
Get on with it.
I'm surprised they don't just wait for me to throw the knife and then push B.
Yeah.
I shot somebody.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Here.
Flawless.
Gun here.
Good job, you guys.
Gun here.
I mean, this
Bye,
is
stuff.
great.
Ching. Little skrrr.
We're gonna have to. We don't have a fourth though.
That's why I told you to give them one, you know.
I need a drop.
It's the only round they won. I didn't realize that. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you hadn't picked up the other bomb, they could have too.
Okay, fair.
Strawberry cheesecake.
Alright, muckers.
Cheetos.
Off we go.
Strawberry cheesecake. She better did that.
No peeking. Gecko down.
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke. Sorry.
One
What?
enemy remaining.
What?
Right here.
I want a refund.
Thank you.
Done.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanted me to drop it?
It's okay. Good clutch. Good clutch. I was gonna say you know what to do, but I didn't want to alert Justin.
No, I knew. I wouldn't have let him defuse it if I didn't. I didn't know.
Nah. I'm not a degenerate. I don't do things like that. Yeah, exactly.
You know what?
Right
I don't
here.
need shields. What do I need shields for?
Gun here. Gun here. Right here. Barrier deployed.
Oh, I thought they were there.
Thought they were too. I thought I heard them.
76 right here.
I know exactly where you are.
No peeking.
Bunch of guys B.
Oh, they should play with it.
Nathan, my ult is ready.
Spike down B.
Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
4 in the dark.
He's on A for some reason.
Ace.
Last player standing.
When I have bomb, well,
He's on A, FYI. I don't know why.
No peeking.
$30 seconds left.
it's closed.
$10 seconds left.
On site. I mean, they don't have time, but you get the ace.
Nice.
Yous don't get a reset button.
Why didn't it say ace?
Please.
Because you won before the round ended.
Feels bad.
Not a real ace.
Not a real ace. Need another one. Run it back.
What's up, brother?
I need help.
No.
Drop in a smoke. Back like I never left.
Cutting through.
No No peeking.
Last player standing.
Wow.
Spike
There was one
planted.
behind you.
Yeah, there's one right here though.
An actual loss.
Allies blinded 2, enemies blinded 3.
This reminds me of this one time where I
Phoenix blinded me right as I was about to shoot the Reyna into suicide.
Bro is possessed.
It seems like A-side might be struggling a bit. It's just...
I know, I'm running over to B. I don't want it to be my fault again.
dropping a smoke.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Ready. Easy, man.
Get him, get him.
There can only be one hero. Emergency reset.
Last round before the switch.
Buy the best gear before it's too late. Who needs equipment?
I need a trophy. Everyone with money.
Sacks.
Nice.
I'm here to stay. Right here.
Spike down A.
The hunt begins.
Dropping a smoke.
Come on, let's go!
Dropping a smoke. Reeling them in.
Spike planted. One enemy.
The other one's back.
remaining.
Back.
Last player standing.
She's in the smoke now.
Clutch.
Good try.
I got mine. Times 2. John got his.
Switching sides.
I got mine.
Yeah.
There's no
These
need for the
creatures,
enemy to
these little
suffer.
gremlin monsters.
Kill them fast.
Got hit.
Ut på tur, aldrig sur. Dropping smokes.
Reloading.
Yeah. That's a kill.
Spike down B.
One's here too somewhere.
I think you guys killed all the ones on the site.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Good try.
I got mine.
I got mine.
I think John got 2.
John got his.
Dead.
No peeking.
Alright, so.
Human brains are hard to replace.
I need them to know that, Todd.
Which one of them did I kill with my the grenade?
Oh, last round?
No.
This round. Beginning of the round when I netted.
You netted a teammate?
I netted 3 teammates.
Nope.
Oh, I was not
on,
here.
on purpose.
Wow, what?
One suppressed. Target sighted.
Yeah.
No peeking. No peeking.
Target spotted B. Spike down B.
Reloading. I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
52.
Spike planted. Ultimate ready. Can I trade my hovers in for invincibility? Much prefer that.
Zuko better watch their backs. I need a drop.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nope. Nah. With me. You dafty. Refreshing.
Slow, Justin, slow.
I know exactly where.
Well,
My ult is right here. No peeking.
Guys.
I'm hit.
One enemy remaining.
Plant the spike.
make sure they can't see us. Ah.
Drop in a smoke. Planted.
Nice. He's got a Spectre. Left, Justin.
Pick something nice to kill them with.
And my
It's the
grenade
least we
hit
can do.
Omen 30. And you 8.
Try not to die.
Shut them down. One suppressed.
Drop in a smoke.
The triple R is here somewhere.
Time to jump.
You dafty.
Grenade.
Fake teleport.
No peeking.
Embarrassing. My own
Reloading.
Reload ready.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
You can't heal though.
Drop in a smoke.
What?
I never
What
let you.
bullshit?
I have no idea
What
about that one.
bullshit?
Match
Think I'll
point.
stay?
One more win. I'm gonna
Saw
get
me
out
throw
the
the
drink,
vid.
lads.
Break video.
I need a drop. Thanks.
I actually bought it.
I love this part.
Barrier deployed.
No peeking.
Come on, let's go.
The hunt begins.
Reloading. One suppressed.
Put down.
Caution.
Drop the smoke. Woo! Refreshing.
That's done.
One enemy remaining.
Just a wee flesh wound.
Attackers win.
I'll walk it off.
Bomb. Well done.
That's not smurfing. I don't know.
How it be?
What'd you say?
So that's how it be.
I mean, I thought it was going to be a shutout.
We kept disrupting.
Justin always is better when he's tired. I have noticed.
In unranked.
He dips a little bit and then he starts popping off.
He puts on payphone.
That's when he switches to the cheats.
Or you said you wouldn't tell them about the cheats.
Whoops. My bad.
Match found.
Guys, hey, what's up?
I've got all the time in the world.
Look, a new duelist champion for me to run it down with.
So, like, those blue things on the Air Omen's face are eyes, right? So he has three. Or is the middle one a mouth? Are they all mouths? Cool.
Reloading.
Hey, let's win, guys. Win, win, win. Let's go, go, go.
How do you make your character say things? How much fun is that?
There's like a wheel of I think
Yeah,
you have to
looks
bind
like-
it though. I think I don't know what it is by default.
Coming through mid?
Yeah.
You guys
bit.
know.
Yeah, to A.
Spike down A.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
Destabilizing.
No peeking.
Try again.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, you guys are cracked.
That's playing ISO. Oh, wow.
Where's the spike? Oh.
Oh no.
No peeking.
Smoke's down.
Yeah, I just unlocked him. And I said, look, another duelist. A new duelist for me to run it down on.
The sun is so bright. Don't worry. I'll kill him.
If they came B, I was gonna throw my vulnerable and then just round the corner, pipping with the frenzy.
Watch and learn.
And it's gonna be glorious.
It's okay, guys. I'll hold that.
Okay, well, we're counting on you.
Still in sight. Mini
No.
There's a vandal on my body. There's a vandal on my body.
This is the correct play, John.
Gun here.
Drop in a smoke.
That's the real
Spike
correct
down
play
mid.
is.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
Not ready yet.
She might be over the wall.
There.
Yeah, she's above. Yeah.
You were barely worth the effort.
That's what training gets you.
Are they just gonna go mid every time?
Oh, I guess.
Right here.
They're up top in tube. I hear them up top. Like here.
Right here.
Enemy spotted A.
They ran down hall already.
Drop in a smoke. There.
There's a bunch over there.
Right here.
They're still on top.
Multiple enemies A.
One drop down, Dawson.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted A.
Is that them on the gate?
Yeah, that's their gate. They open door.
No peeking.
My ult is ready. Don't distract.
Have one of these.
One enemy remaining.
Okay,
Not die today.
fair enough.
Imagine getting headshot,
They're losing heart.
then getting ulted into ISO ult. It's just getting headshot by a sniper. Okay, surely this time, right?
I'm squirm. Hi. Bye.
Nice.
Enemy spotted B. Who else?
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike is B.
Flawless.
Nice job.
One of those was blind through smoke.
Gun here.
Breathe. Then commit.
I'm a little worried about what we've done to our elo.
What are you guys playing? Are you guys playing comp or unranked?
Unranked.
Yeah, this is something.
I hit her 140. It's crazy.
Blocking movement. No peeking.
Spike planted.
Making cover. Breaking them.
Enemy spotted A.
Breaking them.
No peeking.
Focusing.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Not me. Somebody on her though. What?
That was so wild.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves?
Did they just rush the mid or where'd they go this time?
I don't know.
They came through A both the normal way and through mid.
I was gonna find out, but it's not. It's not.
Joke's over! You're dead!
No distraction.
Wait, if I ult Phoenix ult, what happens?
You take. I don't know. Actually, a good question, I guess.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Okay. Well.
Alright.
Oh, damn, nice.
Call of Duty time.
I ulted the Phoenix ult, and then he just disappeared and went back to his ult, and then I was just stuck in
My
it.
ult is ready.
Oh, damn.
They are mistaken.
Man, the one time they did it, and they were all there, so I didn't want to push.
Just trip their neon while she's running. Drop in a smoke.
Spike down A.
Back like I never left.
Yeah.
That was close.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A. That's a lot of them. My ult's ready.
No more doubts. We're ready.
buy you, John. I can buy you.
I'm good.
Look at. Okay, I was gonna say, look at my credits.
All right, I'll let you know if I run out of money.
Or if you want to not.
Roll for initiative.
I'm bipping, Justin. I'm bipping.
No peeking.
Spike down mid.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy down.
You had your fun.
Attacker spotted.
My turn.
Got on my body.
They're all in there. They're all in there.
Down B. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
No peeking.
Spike planted.
Show me a target.
Oh shit! Still got him. He takes damage if he falls off.
Thank you.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, that was so close. That was almost a 6.
You're all more important than words on a brief.
That's crazy.
For each other.
I don't know, man. What? I don't know. Also, almost all of them were headshots.
Dang.
I have credits. For you, hermanita.
Doesn't I can buy you?
I'm okay.
Drop in a smoke.
Do we hear anything?
Yeah, they're here. They're all here. Full here. Full here.
No peeking. Target spotted A.
No distraction.
One up.
Last player standing.
Gun on my body. Deadlock in front of you.
Drop in a smoke.
You got this.
Yeah, I totally do. Okay. Yep.
That's...
I didn't bring a snack. Did anyone bring a snack?
Right here.
They're hall. I hear a bunch all hall, all hall.
Spike down A.
Over there. Smoke's down.
They jumped down the back.
Enemy spotted A.
No peeking.
Still in sight. Still in sight. We need it.
You will not kill my allies.
They will cover.
Pull them to their graves. Reeling them in.
Well,
Your story ends here.
Last player standing.
Oh,
behind
spawn.
us?
Yeah. And also to your right.
One enemy remaining.
I got. It's time.
My ult is ready.
Might learn something.
I also got 2.
Did I have a drop? Thank you.
You buy me now, Seth?
Serious face.
Just kidding.
Yeah, what do you want?
No.
Oh no. First time they've done that.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Back like I never left! Right here.
Enemy spotted A.
I'm back for good. Refreshing.
There's one. Oh, both halls. John, push it.
Yeah, I know. So close.
Last player standing.
Are you shitting me?
Thirty seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last round in the half.
Halftime. Don't save a thing.
Oh, are we just out?
I guess. Everyone FFs.
Attackers win.
What was that you're saying about what happened to our elo? We're right where we belong.
Seth was smurf in that game though.
I
Seth
don't
was
know, man. I was like 7-1, then I died a couple times. Then
I mean, aced.
I aced, but we didn't win the round.
Yeah, that happens.
I killed 2. One of you died. I killed another one. Another one died. I killed another one. Another one of you died. I killed another one. Another one died. Then I died. Oh, phase rest that round.
Headphone battery's dying.
Match found.
Kind of missed the one with 3 sites. I feel like I like that one better than this one.
The old 3-site one with like
Yeah.
the long C.
Yep.
Yeah. It's nice.
I've got all the time in the world.
Gen G versus T1. Finale.
But you just watch League now?
Yeah, why?
Scrub.
That wind gun
What's
is
wrong
so
with watching the
jumpy,
LCK?
so annoying. My poor tripwires.
Could I have a drop?
No, that's not what I meant.
Heard one footstep here.
No peeking. Target down.
Oh, man.
One enemy remaining.
Right
Oops,
here.
Saw them. Both BFF and get good teammates.
Focus on their stage. Few resurrections.
That was a fluke.
Come on then.
Someone's there. Right there. Target down. Not today, Fade.
What? Okay, I shot it.
Right
I mean,
here.
C's wide open.
Enemy A. Caught one. I stopped their raise. Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Right there. Right there. Plant the spike.
Plant the spike.
Just as my playlist ends.
Hey, if we can do it once, we can do it again.
Give me spike. Yeah. Not very.
On my way. On my way. Enemy attacker spawn. Sit down.
Enemy B.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike
Okay.
down, attacker spawn.
We won't talk about
I
that.
have retrieved the spike.
Last player standing.
Oh my.
A collapse
Pew pew.
headshot with a marshal.
One enemy remaining.
Damn. She was on.
Oh my bad. Last one week.
I got the spike.
He was back here, but
Priorities.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
now if he dies, he can res, right?
Ult is ready.
Nice.
Dies for that or
Oh
what?
no, Justin.
Blink
Kills
catch
his
up.
teabag.
Stay alert.
Don't worry, I have most of their team stun locked sniping on A. Do I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it?
Do what? Do what? Do what? Do what? All?
Do I do it? Or poor life choices are being made.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke. Back like I never left.
It really wanted to.
Setting a wall for you.
Okay. Wasn't quite what I was planning. Nice. Okay. You're welcome, son.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Show me a target.
Do what I can.
Did they plan for me? Yeah, kind of.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Can't use this yet.
Where will they go this time? Reloading.
I was 100% gonna knife her.
West, keep your guard up. Dizzy's up top.
Making cover.
Well, that was. Oh look.
Reloading.
Breaking them.
Spike wings.
Wait, he's backside.
No,
he's just bagging.
Drop in a smoke. Refreshing.
My Op Spectre too.
Brick wall.
You hear that? Yeah. Behind you, Justin.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no.
Can I trade my powers in for invincibility?
Wouldn't work for me. Good job.
Much on my mark.
They're usually distracted once I
Right
reveal
here.
them. Make sure you take advantage. Weapon here. Weapon here.
I want to alt jet and dance.
Lead the way, Sage.
Drop in a smoke.
And no distraction.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Right there.
Right here.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wing. Got one. Reloading.
No peeking.
Didn't know it killed you both.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh.
I will see you again. Vibe check. We feeling good? Hope so. Hope so.
Defenders win.
Lame. It kind of sucks for them, I guess, because they're just getting elo, right?
Yeah.
Well, they probably think we're Smurfs or something, for some reason.
Yeah.
I mean, are they wrong? We're like Smurf team.
That game.
They've
That
been
game.
forged in iron.
Yeah,
They're
it's not
stronger than
consistent.
steel.
They all like rushed our spawn that last round.
Match found.
I've got all the time in the world.
There should be a random button in this game.
Says the guy who's one trick.
One trick, yeah.
Both right now.
I guess. One trick controller.
And what's a random button so he can seize what the game wants him to play and then say, no, I'll play this.
I mean, they had a random button in League for how many years? I feel like it's so toxic in that game, but at least they like be okay in this game.
Are you telling me this game needs an error version?
Yes.
Didn't they have something with like really fast abilities or something?
I think they did, but I think it kind of sucked because it just gets the normal game is kind of crazy sometimes with abilities.
Like when we took all 5 smokes and
Yeah.
What are you doing, Sam?
Dude, what's up, homie?
What'd you say?
Said playing the show.
What is that?
MLB.
Finally back out in the field. Let's go. There's so many new toys I want to try out.
Reloading. Reloading.
So wait, you can right click with only 1 bullet left?
Reloading.
Does it only shoot 1 then? Oh,
Reloading. Reloading.
Same if you have 2 bullets, it looks like. Use 2.
Oh.
They thought of everything, Seth.
They got
right.
me.
They're very thorough.
Another one left.
Drop in a smoke. Spike carrier's down.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
I got mine.
One more time, Owen. How many times have you heard that now?
I got half of John's.
Reloading.
She had a Spectre.
Okay, guys, this is our elo reset game. These guys are not dogs.
The Reyna is a little...
Doggy, okay.
She missed a few shots on me standing still with the snipe. The camera's up here. Enough that I no scoped her twice.
Oh, fuck. Last player standing.
My toxins going up.
Do I feel bad about preemptively typing nice try? No.
I got mine.
I got mine. And half of John's.
That fade
Oh, I got
terror
two
will.
halves. So
Let me give her a dose of her own medicine.
Marina and what's her face pushed through there last time.
Come on, let's go! No peeking! Drop in the smoke, my area's down.
Spike down, B.
You guys are just letting her.
Last player standing.
We're all counting on you.
Kill the queen.
I got mine.
No peeking!
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Did I have a drop?
Okay, what will we do, Justin?
What do we do?
Smoke here.
Oh,
You hard push through mid.
they drop the little seeker thing. It sees you, so watch out for that.
It's fine.
We will hurt them.
Drop in a smoke.
Strong inside. Too supportive.
I want one of these.
Target defense.
No peeking.
No.
Spike
Oh,
down
you're
mid.
trying.
I have
Sorry, John.
Ah, fuck.
Another one, Wilson.
One enemy remaining.
Mid, I'm guessing. Yeah, care mid.
Oh, I have spike.
Yeah, I had it. Yeah, it's mid. Wilson.
spike planted.
Careful.
Cover going out.
Drop in a smoke.
Up top, Joss.
Last player standing.
Hit her.
Let's try. Bro had no chance there. What was he doing?
Clutch.
Okay, well, Strat
My
almost
ult
worked.
is ready.
Outside of this
Did.
game, immortality doesn't have.
I should have just reloaded my gun.
As you think.
I keep on thinking the Viper is Justin, and that he's just having a bad game.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for them to poke
Just
in.
shut their neon while she's
Yeah, I'll smoke the door, I guess.
It was 100% sarcasm, you lying bastard.
No, I think that they're either new or not having a good game.
Knife deployed. There. Two suppressed. Throwing charge.
Oh, Justin has smoke or bomb.
Cover going out.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted A. Grenade!
Enemy spotted A.
One behind us.
No peeking.
Oh,
Last player standing.
well played by her.
One enemy remaining.
Back like I never left. Clutch. Think I'll stay.
Nice.
There's a name for this. Oh yeah.
The Reyna jumped up on this
Second-hand
wall, Justin. I
embarrassment.
knew they
Bet
were
they're
behind.
feeling frazzled.
Oh.
They jumped up on the wall and killed me, and then the raise.
Let's go.
Flashback.
Drop in a smoke.
Headshot me twice.
Reloading.
These Viper walls are.
Refreshing. No peeking.
Hard right, hard right, hard
One
right.
enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Damn.
The backs will be towards at least one of us.
If I push, I die immediately. If I stay back and snipe, it half works. I don't know.
Snuff them out. Suppressing.
I mean, I was just there that time, and I
Target
don't
sighted
snipe
me.
it.
Target sighted me.
Right here. Pew pew.
Reloading.
Target down.
If the raise
Last player standing.
One
Spike
health.
down
I
mid.
got this.
Remove.
Drop in a smoke.
walking behind two of them, and the raise just hard.
My ult is ready.
What? Yep.
AFK, report, get him banned, X9.
I'm real tempted. If I wasn't playing a game with you guys, I definitely would not come back.
No peeking. I've got your trail.
Last player
It doesn't
standing.
matter, I have the solution
Spike
anyway.
down B.
Oh shit.
Like got her?
Hacks. It's the hacks.
I think she was hit, but yeah, nice shot.
You know what we should do?
I have a
Tell you,
solution.
we should win.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
We always have one way or the other.
Bye.
Love you, cook.
What? How old was that person?
Again, all the 5-year-olds today. I think I'm Valorant to doubt. That was
It's fair.
That was a concentrated dose.
Sounds good. Silver 2, Jared. What happened?
Wait, what? He's silver 2? Oh, hell no.
The degenerate teammates. Did you guys run my games down?
I don't think so, bro. We've been carrying you.
I don't remember Justin carrying me.
You played that one by yourself. They had a gold 3, you had an iron 3. Seems fair.
Sounds about right.
But also you win 3 and 14, so...
Oh, that's where my teammates shit talked me. Were you not there for that?
Oh, that's when I fell asleep for. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
That was one where they 3 of them were mid, and they let the guy walk through mid and shoot in the back on me. And all 3 of my teammates were watching mid. And I was like, can you call it out next time you just let him walk through mid? And the guy was like, oh, shut the fuck up. No one gives a shit about this game. And then I started running it down. He's like, I bet you. He's like, you care way more than we do. And I was like, okay. And at the halfway point, they were like begging me, like, this is winnable. Come on, Slayer, we could do this. We're so sorry. Like, let's just put it behind us. And I was like, you don't know who the fuck I am. I don't give a shit about you. And I went down. We lost.
Cool story.
It was. Thank you.
Are you just doing the new event thing in Destiny over and over and over again?
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Guys, I think we're going to bed. It's 2 in the morning. Go to bed.
Alright,
Have a good night.
Here, but
Priorities.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Oh my.
A collat headshot with a Marshall.
One enemy remaining.
Damn.
she was on.
Oh my bad. Last one week.
I got the spike.
She was back here, but
Priorities.
30 seconds left.
well, now if he dies, he can res, right?
My ult is ready.
Nice.
Eyes for that or
Oh
what?
no, Justin. Just quadrupled his kills and his teabagging.
Alert.